Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Robot Animatronic Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all men are created equal. Not all men get to live to realize this. Some realize this as they draw their last breath. It all happened after school when they were 4. Bakugo had heard that there was this abandoned building on the outskirts of town from some older kids. Thus he decided that it was obviously a hideout for villains and must be purged by the greatest hero this world has ever seen. However, Bakugo was not an idiot and knew that he couldn't do it alone, so he brought those stupid extras that always hang around, and planned to use a certain runt as bait to lure the villains out. They arrived in front of the decrepit building an hour before sunset. As far as Izuku could tell, he had always been a bright boy after all. Go on Deku. Kaken growled, go in. Izuku didn't know why he was brought along. Kaken hadn't told him why they were here, but he could feel something inside of him. Something telling him to listen. To enter. He pushed the door open and slowly crept in. Hello, he called out, is there anyone here? There was nothing but silence in the long-forgotten place. Turning back to look at Kaken, he saw him impatiently tapping his foot, an expectant scowl on his face. Izuku slumped and slowly entered the building fully, the only noise the door creaking closed and his breathing echoing in the dark hall. He continued to walk down the hall, seeing faded posters and streamers scattered around with cobwebs and dust. Finally Izuku reached a larger room with what appeared to be tables scattered here and there. From what little he could see, it looked like an old pizza joint, like a Peter Piper, or Chuck E. Cheese. He continued to slink deeper into the blackness, avoiding looming the tables and benches, when suddenly his foot tapped something. Izuku jumped, head blurring down to look at what he had kicked to see. A bear? It was a little stuffed bear. Its golden fur surprisingly clean for how old it was. It had a little purple hat and bow tie with black buttons running down its chest, a black nose, and blank black eyes. This detail felt odd to Izuku. He felt something odd about the bear. It felt like there was something attached to it, not in the literal sense, but as if something was clinging to it. Izuku reached for the thing in his mind and gave it a small tug. It resisted at first, like a fish on a line, before suddenly rushing to the little doll. Izuku focused on the bear's eyes again. This time they didn't seem so blank. As if something was looking back at him. What's taking so long, Deku? Kaken suddenly yelled from the door, nearly causing Izuku to jump out of his skin. Nothing Kaken. Izuku replied, I'm just looking around. Kaken and his lackeys rolled their eyes. Well hurry up, we don't have all day. Why yes Kaken, Izuku said, head slumping sadly. He wanted to keep exploring the old place. Give gifts, a voice suddenly echoed, give life. Who said that? Izuku asked, whipping around, trying to find the source of the voice. When he couldn't see anyone, his gaze returned to the bear doll. Wake them as you woke me, the voice echoed once more. This time Izuku understood. Where are they? Izuku felt a pull. He allowed the pull to guide him to a set of curtains with the words, Pirate Cove, written above them. Izuku pushed the curtains aside, seeing a large slumped-over creature in the middle of the small room. As he got closer he could make out what it was, a large red fox pirate with tears across its body exposing wires and metal inside. The fox also had that feeling attached to it. Izuku, assuming that that was what the bear doll had meant, pulled on the feeling. Unlike with the doll, this one did not rush back. Izuku had to pull it all the way to the fox. The fox's eye did not seem to gleam, and it continued to lay slumped and lifeless. Izuku felt disappointed. Did it not work? The others, the bear's voice echoed. Oh, right. Izuku exclaimed, woken from his sadness. The pull returned, this time to what appeared to be a stage. Izuku climbed up it, albeit with some difficulty, and moved aside the curtain. There he saw 3 more creatures like the fox. A chicken, a bunny, and a brown bear. The chicken was a faded yellow with an orange beak, a bib that said, let's eat, and strangely enough it held a plate with a cupcake on it. The cupcake had an orangish-brown wrapper, pink frosting, a birthday candle, and strangest of all, eyes and 2 buck teeth. The bunny was a dark blue, almost purple color. It had a red bow tie and held a red triangular guitar in its hands. Finally the bear. It held a striking resemblance to the golden bear doll, but it was brown with a black bow tie and hat, and a microphone in its hand. Izuku decided to start with the chicken. He walked in front of it and pulled on that feeling that the fox and doll had, much like the fox it needed to be pulled the whole way. The chicken also did not move, but Izuku just moved on to the next creature. He stopped in front of the bear for a brief moment, but felt like he needed to be woken last. So he moved on to the bunny. Similar to the fox and chicken, the feeling needed to be pulled all the way to the bunny. Finally Izuku moved to the bear. He stood in front of it for a second before reaching for the feeling. Unlike the other large creatures however, when Izuku pulled on the feeling, it darted into the bear like a shark to its prey. When Izuku looked into the bear's eyes, he saw them looking back at him. Gleaming. Shitty Deku. Kaken suddenly roared from right behind Izuku, scaring the poor boy half to death. What have you been doing, you nerd? It's almost dark out. Izuku turned around sheepishly. Nothing Kaken. Was just exploring. Kaken growled slowly deep in his throat. Deku, his right fist came flying forwards, sparks popping off of it. Suddenly his hand was stopped by something furry. Kaken slowly looked at his hand to see it being held in place by a large, furry, brown hand. Kaken followed the hand up its arm to see the brown bear standing, looking down at him. Something deep in Kaken knew. It was strong enough to kill him as easily as he could crush an ant under his thumb. And it was angry. Fingers and wings shivered with fear behind him, having come to the same conclusion. Suddenly there was a noise. It sounded like breathing. Heavy, labored breathing. Kaken and his lackeys looked over and saw the chicken and bunny staring at them. They were definitely looking forwards before. Above the ragged breathing came a squeaking sound. The boys turned to the sound and saw the fox pulling the curtain back with its hook, its one eye glaring at them as its mouth hung open, exposing large sharp teeth. The boys did the wise thing. They screamed and ran as fast as they could out the same way they came in. Izuku felt like he should also be running terrified out the door, but for some reason he felt at ease among the looming creatures. You have nothing to fear. The voice echoed in his head, now seeming to come from behind him. Turning around, Izuku could see what seemed to be a larger version of the doll, a golden bear slumped over staring at him with those two alive eyes. We are your friends. We will not let them hurt you. Izuku smiled largely, seeming to brighten up the room. Okay. My name is Izuku, what's yours? I am Fredbear, the voice said, their eyes flashing. Who are you? Izuku asked, turning to the large brown bear that had protected him, lighting up its body with his glowing smile. They cannot speak, child. I will be their voice. Izuku felt a little disheartened at this, but his smile returned full force. Well then, what's their names? Freddy, Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie, Fredbear replied in its slow echoing voice. Izuku looked puzzled for a second before studying them all again. He reasoned that Freddy must be the bear's name, Foxy was the fox of course, Chica must have been the chicken, leaving Bonnie the bunny left over. Well, it's nice to meet all of you, Izuku said, somehow smiling bigger. Although the creatures could not speak, Izuku could feel happiness rolling off of them as they gathered around him. Oh no! Izuku exclaimed suddenly, causing the creatures to flinch back in surprise. What is it, child? Fredbear asked. I have to go home. My mom will be so worried. Izuku cried, hoping that it wasn't dark yet. Do not fret, child, Fredbear soothed, take the doll with you. I can use it to talk with you and keep you safe. Izuku calmed down a little and nodded. I'll be back to visit you guys tomorrow, he said, smile shining once again to the other creatures. Goodbye for now. Izuku hopped off of the stage and took one look back, seeing the creatures waving at him, feelings of bittersweet happiness flowing off of them. Izuku ran out the door and to his apartment, clutching the Fredbear doll to his chest the whole way. Izuku arrived home just as the sun sank below the horizon. He opened the door and called out, I'm back, before beginning to take off his shoes. Izuku, a green bullet suddenly slammed into Izuku's side, picking him up off of the ground and hugging him tightly. Mommy. Can't. Breath. Izuku managed to squeak out under the crushing pressure of his mother's arms. Inko released her son, leaning back to look at him. Where have you been, sweetie? I've been worried. Izuku looked down, pulling a strange gold doll closer to his chest. I was making new friends. Inko's eyes widened in shock. Well, that's great, sweetie, but you need to make sure you're home at a reasonable time next time, okay? Okay, Izuku replied. Suddenly his eyes blew wide and he studied the bear doll closer. You mean mommy can meet them too? Inko didn't know how to handle this. Why was her son speaking to the bear? Is this one of his new friends? Before she could ask her son about this, she heard something, a creaking noise accompanied by heavy, jagged breathing. Inko whipped around to see 4 creatures standing in their living room staring at them. Inko screamed before grabbing her son by the hand and dashing out of the front door. Wait, mommy. Izuku cried, those are my friends. Inko paused. That answers one question, but opens up so many more. Slowly Inko crept back inside. Izuku rushed past her to hug the legs of the odd creatures. He excitedly chattered to them about not expecting to see them so soon. Izuku honey, Inko called out, can we talk about this for a moment? Izuku stopped talking to the creatures and looked over to her before smiling brightly. Of course. Inko sat in a chair in her living room with Izuku sitting on the couch in front of her, the creatures all standing behind him staring blankly at her. "So, honey, can you explain what is going on?" Izuku looked confused at first before launching into a rapid rendition of what had happened when he and Katsuki had left school that day. "I don't know how they are here though," Izuku finished, looking up at his friends in confusion. Inko could see that these creatures were old, very old. Like so many before her, she wondered where they came from, and how they came to be. Suddenly her mind came to a screeching halt. "Izuku, sweetie." Izuku looked over at her in confusion. "Yes, mommy?" Inko grabbed her son and hugged him close, not missing how the creatures jerked forwards as if to protect him. "You got your quirk." Izuku was silent for a moment until he suddenly pulled away, vibrating as he ran to the creatures. "Did you hear that, you guys?" he exclaimed. "I got my quirk." "What's my quirk, mommy?" Inko sighed a laugh before standing up and heading to her purse. "Well, your friends, dear, if you woke them up that must mean that they are a part of your quirk." Izuku started to jump up and down, leaping into the arms of the closest one, Freddy if she remembered correctly, before hugging it tight. Inko was happy for her son, but something about this seemed off, not right, especially that one, Fredbear. Unlike the others, something about it seemed more dangerous. More sinister. Inko shrugged it off, nothing to do about it at the moment. Finally she found her phone after digging through her purse when she heard Izuku say, "Oh, you guys are going home? Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow." When Inko turned back around, the creatures were gone, no sign of them ever having been there in the first place, minus a small pink cupcake in Izuku's hands which he promptly ate. Inko decided that now was the time to call the quirk doctor. Izuku was excited to go to the doctor's office so that he could show off his new friends and register his quirk. He kept forgetting about that part. When they arrived at the office, Izuku hopped out of the car and ran inside, sitting in one of the chairs as mommy talked to the lady behind the counter. "Do you want to play Fredbear?" Izuku asked, looking down at the doll pressed to his chest. "If you would like to, child," Fredbear responded. "Let's play hide and seek." "I'll hide." Izuku nodded with a smile before closing his eyes. 10. "Ready or not? Here I come." Izuku leapt off of his seat and began to look around for his friend. He looked under chairs, tables, even some of the toys for the kids. He couldn't find Fredbear anywhere. "I will give you a hint, child," Fredbear's voice suddenly rang out. "I'm gardening." Izuku stopped for a second, thinking about what Fredbear could mean. "Plants!" he suddenly cried, checking all of the plants and finding the small doll hiding behind some ferns. "Found you!" he exclaimed. "Izuku baby, it's time to see the doctor," mommy called out, watching him closely. Izuku scooped up Fredbear and ran over to grab his mommy's hand. The nurse measured his height and weight before leading them down to a small room with a doctor inside. "Hello, my name is Dr. Kimiona, but you can call me Dr. Kim," Kim said, smiling at the boy. "Izuku. So buddy, what's your quirk?" Izuku smiled brightly before pointing behind her. "My friends." Kim was confused before she turned around to see 4 creatures looming behind her. "Oh. How did your friends get in here?" she asked, studying Izuku closely. "Fredbear sent them," Izuku stated proudly, holding out the little golden plushie he had been holding. Kim was very confused by this, but decided to roll with the punches. "Well, how did he do that?" Izuku turned his head in confusion before looking down at Fredbear. "He says that it's his quirk." Kim was taken aback by this statement. The plushie had a quirk? Or was it the boy's quirk that he was assigning to an imaginary friend? "Well, do your other friends have quirks?" Kim asked, putting on a fake smile. Izuku once again looked to Fredbear for the answer. "Well, Fredbear says that Freddy can make himself invincible for a little bit, Foxy can run super fast, Bonnie can make his musk muscles bigger, and Chica makes yummy food that can help you." Izuku's face lit up after he finished, struggling to say some of the larger words. Kim was getting more confused by the minute. First things first, to find out if Fredbear was really alive or if Izuku was just imagining things. "Izuku, why don't we play a game with Fredbear?" Izuku gasped, smile growing brighter. "Like hide and seek?" "No, this is how we are going to play. You look away and I will hold up a picture for Fredbear. If he tells you the right picture, then you get a point. Get 5 points and you get a lollipop." Izuku started vibrating in his seat. "Okay." He turned around and set the plushie to face Kim. Kim pulled out her phone and pulled up a picture of a butterfly. "Okay, Fredbear, tell Izuku what you see." There was a moment of silence before Izuku said, "A butterfly." Kim's stomach dropped. "Gee, good job, 1 point for you guys." Then Kim pulled up a picture of a pineapple. "How about this one?" Again there was a second of silence before Izuku said, "A pineapple." "Yum." Kim's face paled. "T2 points. Next, Kim brought up a picture of a table. More silence before Izuku called out, "Table." 3 points. Kim's hands were sweaty as she pulled up the next photo. "How about this one?" There was barely a beat of silence before Izuku exclaimed, "All might," throwing a fist into the air. "4 points," Kim said, looking into the eyes of Fredbear. Eyes that seemed to be staring back. Kim flipped to the next photo. There was a beat of silence before Izuku said in a confused voice, "Fredbear says a foolish doctor who doubts us? What does that mean?" "5 points. You win." Technically, no he didn't. It was a picture of a slice of bread. Kim knew better now though, Fredbear wouldn't like it if she said that was wrong. Izuku turned back around with a huge smile on his face as Kim grabbed a bowl of lollipops, eyes never leaving the plush doll. "Now let's move on to some tests, if that's alright with you Izuku." Izuku's head nodded so fast that Kim was afraid it would fly off his neck. They started with Bonnie as that seemed the easiest. They had him lift a barbell with increasing weight until they didn't have enough weight to test, ending at 1,000 pounds with no signs of effort at all. Next was Foxy. They had him run around a specially built track and measured that he could reach speeds of over 100 miles per hour. After Foxy they tested Freddy and found that nothing they hit him with could harm him. While this final test was happening, Kim caught sight of Chica handing Izuku a slice of pizza with her tray, the usual creepy pink cupcake missing. After running their tests, Kim thought it would be a good idea to see what the creatures actually were, and luckily enough one of them just so happened to be ripped. Kim peered inside Foxy and was surprised to see a metal structure and wires. Upon closer inspection of the rest of the creatures, Kim came to a simple conclusion. They were robots. The one odd man out was Fredbear. Kim didn't know how to test him, and as far as she could tell he was just a stuffed bear. "Izuku, your friends are robots, your quirk must be to bring them to life." Kim explained, "But I'm confused about Fredbear, isn't he just a stuffed animal?" Izuku was confused for a second before he smiled brightly at her. "Well this one is, but at the building I found them in there is a bigger Fredbear, so that must be his robot body." Izuku made motions with his hands like a robot. "He told me to bring this version of him with me so that he could protect me." "I see." Kim relaxed, there was nothing to be afraid of. Izuku merely controlled robots with their own quirks, and Fredbears must be to see and communicate through this plushie. "Well that's it for today, all we have to do is give you quirk a name. What should it be?" Izuku thought for a moment before exclaiming, "Robot companions." Kim smiled, "A great name. Why don't you go get your mommy while I do the paperwork?" Izuku nodded and ran off to fetch his mother in another room. Kim breathed a sigh of relief. While they may just be robots, Izuku's friends were certainly very creepy in their own right. Speaking of, where did they go? After their visit to the doctor's office, Mommy and Izuku went home and had a big katsudon dinner before Izuku went off to bed, excited about the next day when he could tell all of his friends about his new quirk. As he lay down to sleep he whispered, "Thank you for being my friend Fredbear, I love you." Fredbear responded slowly in his echoing voice, "Of course child. We will always be your friends. And no one will ever harm you." Izuku drifted off to sleep, not seeing the 5 large silhouettes at the foot of his bed, watching him. Izuku bounced along the sidewalk holding Mommy's hand and clutching Fredbear close to his chest. "Now remember Izuku," Mommy said, "no matter how much you want to show off your quirk to your friends, you are not allowed to use quirks in school. You understand?" Izuku nodded, his smile faltering a little. He had been super excited to show his friends his quirk. Finally they arrived at the school. "Izuku," Mommy said, pulling him into a light hug, "you can go see your friends after school, but make sure to be home before dark." "Okay Mommy," Izuku exclaimed with a bright smile. With that Mommy tightened the hug for a moment before walking off to go to work at her law firm. "Shitty Deku," Kaken said, stalking up to him with little explosions popping off of his hands, "where were you yesterday?" "I was at the doctor Kaken." Izuku replied with a massive smile, clutching Fredbear tightly, "I got my quirk." Kaken suddenly stopped scowling and grew a large smile. "Well? Fucking, show me." Izuku looked down sadly, "I can't Kaken, we're not supposed to use our quirks at school." Kaken scoffed, "I do it all the DMN time." "Look," Kaken set off a small explosion and looked at Izuku expectantly. "I can't show you Kaken. But I can tell you what it is." Izuku exclaimed with a bright smile. Kaken's expression darkened, "Are you FING lying? I'll only believe you if you show me your DMN quirk, Deku." Izuku looked down sadly, "I'm not lying Kaken, I really did get my quirk. I have robot friends." Kaken scoffed and rolled his eyes, "Really? Then where the hell are they?" Izuku shrunk into himself a little. "At home," Kaken growled, "Shitty Deku. You thought I wouldn't notice you lying. You are a useless piece of shit and you always will be." Kaken stomped off to go play with the other kids, leaving Izuku there alone. Except he wasn't alone. "Do you want me to take care of that boy, child?" Fredbear whispered in Izuku's head. No, Fredbear, I can't use my quirk at school and you are part of it. Fredbear was quiet for a moment before replying, as you wish, child. Izuku was a little confused as to what Fredbear meant. Take care of him? What does that mean? Throughout the rest of the day all of the other kids ignored Izuku, leaving him to sit in the corner with Fredbear. When the bell rang signaling the end of the school day, all of the students rushed to grab their bags, Izuku faster than anybody. Once he grabbed his backpack, Izuku ran down the sidewalk with a massive smile on his face, Fredbear clutched close to his chest. Little did he know that he was being followed. Deku finally arrived at the old building and swung the door open before walking inside. Everyone. I'm here. Did you guys have a good day? As Deku entered the building, Fingers and Wings stopped Bakugo. Fingers said while trembling, I don't want to go in there, those things that we saw are scary. Bakugo scoffed, shitty extra. It was just those stupid big kids playing a prank on us. Let's go. Bakugo would never admit it, but he was also scared of the old building. His curiosity to see what the shitty Deku was up to won out however. Bakugo opened the door as quietly as possible, come on extras, let's go. Bakugo and his lackeys entered the building quietly, their heads turning to look at their surroundings. Finally they came across an open door, confused they walked inside. They looked around to see that they were in an office of sorts. Across from them was another open door leading to a hallway. A chair sat facing a desk. On the desk there was a lot of trash, balled-up pieces of paper, and an old fast food-style cup with diagonal red and white stripes. The desk also held a very old computer covered in cobwebs, what looked like an old radio with an odd pink cupcake on it, and finally a fan. For some reason this made chills crawl up their spines. On the back wall there were posters and drawings scattered all over the place, including a large worn-out poster. From what they could make out, it had 3 large creatures on it with "Celebrate" written largely at the top. Before they could go exploring anymore they heard, music? It sounded like one of those old music boxes that used to hold jewelry. Slowly the boys turned around to see a glowing face in the hallway behind them flashing in and out of existence. The face had 2 eyes and an open mouth with large teeth inside. And it was looking right at them. The boys turned tail and ran out the other door, turning and sprinting for the exit as the music kept playing behind them, growing ever fainter as they ran. Fredbear, where's Freddy? Izuku asked. Currently he was sitting at one of the tables near the stage having some pizza that Chica found? Made? For him, the other robots standing on the stage, warm happiness flowing off of them. But Freddy was missing, where could he be? Do not fret, child. Freddy was taken care of? Some pests that he found, Fredbear replied, his voice echoing from the slumped suit on the stage. Oh. Okay. Izuku said, happily chomping down on the stringy pizza. The child had a wonderful time with all of us. They showed none of their hidden anger to him. They have no reason to. He is not the cause of it. The others clean the restaurant. We must make it suitable for him to spend time in. Gabriel, you did a good job today. Gabriel turns from his chore. He is as silent as always. I can feel his hatred for those pests. We mustn't kill them, Gabriel. They are not the one we are looking for. Besides, it might make the child upset. Gabriel nodded and continued with his work. We will find the man that did this to us. We can feel that he is still alive. We will find him. But we will help the child no matter what. He is ours. No one will take him from us. Time skip. In some universes when Izuku's teacher says that he wants to go to UA, kids make fun of him for it. In others kids acknowledge that Izuku is a shoo-in. In this world the class remains silent. The students have long since figured out that the creepy kid who talks to a stuffed bear shouldn't be messed with. Years ago people would make fun of him for bringing a plushie to school, but they always found that something would go wrong for them later that day. One older kid called Izuku a freak and later that day he found himself almost falling off of the school building, a backpack in his path where there definitely wasn't one before. Izuku was glad that they didn't make fun of him to his face, even though he knew that they said things when he wasn't around. Izuku didn't have any friends? Well, that wasn't quite true. He of course had his animatronics, but other than them all of the students thought that he was a demon. Finally the bell rang out through the silent classroom. Izuku was the first one out of the door, already off to what he now knows is an old Freddy Fazbear pizzeria. Izuku was taking his normal path and discussing the newest hero Mount Lady with Fredbear, something he did every day, not including Mount Lady. His path just so happened to lead under a certain bridge? Yeah, so if she has multiple sizes that she can change to I can see her being very versatile, but if not then she is going to have to find a way to get around the crowded streets of Japan, Izuku explained, Fredbear poking out of the backpack slung over his shoulder, perhaps she can shrink herself further than a normal height? Izuku thought for a moment before replying, it is a possibility, and using her name, Mount Lady, to misdirect people would be smart, But I don't think that's it. A loud crash erupted from behind them and Izuku whipped around to see a large puddle of goo rise from a sewer grate, a medium-sized body. Perfect to get away from him, the sludge cried before hurling itself at Izuku and swallowing his body into it. Now hold still kid, this will only take a sec. Izuku struggled, clawing at the nasty green sludge forcing its way down his throat. He looked to his backpack that had fallen on the ground for Fredbear, silently pleading for help. Hold on child. We will not let him harm you. Freddy and the gang appeared in front of the struggling boy and he felt tears of relief gush down his cheeks. What the F are these? The slime thing asked confused. Abruptly the animatronic's jaws fell open and an ear-piercing screech thundered through the tunnel before all four of the animatronics reached in and yanked Izuku out of the goopy mass. As Izuku vomited the green slime off to the side with Chika as his guard, the rest of the gang proceeded to tear into the villain's body. Robotic hands scattering chunks of the villain like children tearing apart a large mound of jello. Out of nowhere a voice rang out, haha. You have nothing to fear. For I am here. Izuku's head whipped to the sewer grate to see All Might. All Might stood there obviously very confused at the situation at hand, the smile not leaving his face, but definitely more twisted in confusion than usual. Don WW worry aa all might, mmif friends www or j just ppp protecting me. Izuku managed to stutter out to his favorite hero of all time. All Might turned to look at Izuku and laughed, haha. Thank you for the explanation my boy. But now they must stand aside so that I can capture this villain. Izuku nodded so fast All Might was concerned that his head would come off before he yelled, guys. It's okay. Back off of him. The animatronic stopped ripping into the noticeably smaller slime villain and moved surprisingly quickly to stand in front of Izuku. Meanwhile Chika handed him a milkshake to help with his stomach. Thank you again my boy. Now for you villain. All Might's smile grew larger as he wound up his fist, Detroit SEEMAAASH. The sludge villain was scattered all over the underpass from the sheer force of the punch. All Might. Izuku exclaimed, HMMM? Yes my boy? What is it? Izuku froze, realizing he just yelled at his idol before Chika suddenly held out his notebook. You want an autograph? Of course. What's your name my boy? All Might smiled, the sludge villain already placed in 2 empty soda bottles. Midoriya II Izuku sir. Izuku exclaimed, ecstatic at being able to meet his hero in person. All Might quickly signed the back pages of the notebook before grabbing the slime villain soda bottles. Now I'm sorry young Midoriya, but I must be OFF. As All Might took a crouching position Izuku grabbed onto his pant leg. Wait All Might. I have a very important question for yo. Suddenly Izuku found himself in the air. What are you doing kid? Get off. All Might exclaimed, if I do that now I'll die. Izuku cried over the winds. Fair point All Might said, grabbing onto Izuku's backpack to make sure that he didn't fall. They landed on a roof together and All Might was about to take off again when Izuku asked, do you think someone who is virtually quirkless can become a hero? All Might turned slightly towards Izuku before a large cloud of steam burst into existence where All Might just was. Out of the smoke an emancipated man stood with blood dripping from his mouth. Oh no! Izuku cried before looking over his shoulder to his backpack. Fredbear, can you bring Chika? Quickly. The man looked very confused as Chika handed him a slice of pizza. If you eat it, it can heal you, Izuku said, looking dejected. The man raised an eyebrow before taking a bite of the pizza and relaxing a little. Izuku sat on the ground before pulling out Fredbear and hugging the stuffed animal close. Young Midoriya, the stranger suddenly said, squatting in front of Izuku, you don't have to look so sad. Izuku, not realizing that this person shouldn't know his name, replied with, but All Might left before he answered my question. The man cleared his throat before saying, actually young Midoriya? I am All Might. Suddenly there was a burst of steam once again and All Might was there. But. You were small. And injured. Yes, I am, All Might replied after shrinking down again. I was going to say that someone who is quirkless cannot be a hero. Izuku's heart sank, but I believe you can be a hero. Izuku's head flew up to see the emancipated form of All Might smiling at him. While your quirk may not be able to increase your own strength, the creatures you can summon seem perfectly suited for hero work. You could be the mastermind that tells them how to best use their abilities. Izuku sobbed tears of joy as his hero told him that he can achieve his dream, and for your kindness of worrying over a stranger rather than sulking over possibly not getting an answer, I will reveal to you the secret as to why I am this way. Izuku stopped crying. This was important. About 5 years ago I got into a fight with a very dangerous villain. I won, but I did not come out unscathed. All Might lifted his shirt and showed off an ugly purple scar that twisted up his chest that couldn't have been caused by toxic chainsaw. Izuku mumbled, wow kid, you really know your stuff. All Might chuckled, thanks to Chika was it? Izuku nodded. Thanks to Chika here and this pizza I feel much better. My hero work is limited to 3 hours a day and when that runs out I feel awful, but thanks to him Izuku interrupted abruptly. Sorry. It's fine my boy, thanks to her I feel great. All Might smiled, laying his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Now I'm sorry, but I have to turn in the villain that attacked you. I hope to see your name on the news in the future as a great hero. Izuku's face was slick with more tears than should be humanly possible. Thank you All Might, for everything. All Might nodded before opening the door on the building and stepping through. Izuku walked happily down the sidewalk. Meeting his hero had gone much better than he had hoped. Suddenly a loud noise thundered down the street. Izuku ran towards the noise, thinking it was another hero fight and already theorizing about which hero it could be. When Izuku reached the front of the crowd his heart sunk in his chest. It was the slime villain. It must have come out of All Might's pocket when they were flying through the air. Then Izuku caught sight of who was in the sludge. Toshinori thought that his day was going pretty well minus having to chase a villain through the sewer. Thanks to young Midoriya and Chika he felt a million times better. Then he noticed that the soda bottles were gone. Oh shit. He thought before an explosion rang out from down the street. Toshinori ran to see what was happening. Just like he had expected there was the slime villain, and it had captured another kid. Toshinori's 3 hours were up, he couldn't help. That's when he saw young Midoriya running at the villain and his heart stopped. Fredbear, Foxy. As requested Foxy appeared, running next to him. Grab Kaken. Izuku could feel Foxy's disgust, but Foxy sped forward anyways, grabbing Kaken with his hook and yanking him out of the slime before continuing to run down the alleyway. Fredbear, send Chika to Foxy and Kaken, bring Freddy and Bonnie here. Freddy and Bonnie fell from the sky to land in crouches on either side of Izuku, their robotic heads panning up to glare at their foe once more. Freddy, help put out the fires. Bonnie, keep the villain distracted. Keep your distance by using your guitar. The two animatronics rushed to follow their orders. Freddy began stomping fires out and Bonnie ran up to the villain and began hacking into it with his guitar. While those two took care of the danger Izuku ran down the alley past the fight to Foxy, Chika, and Kaken. Fredbear had long ago told Izuku about the time that Kaken snuck inside the restaurant, so Izuku knows the hatred his friends have for Kaken. Seeing young Midoriya act so heroically inspired Toshinori? If only he wasn't over his limit. No. Who cares about limits? He is All Might. 1 second Toshinori was at the back of the crowd, the next he was beside the rabbit animatronic in his buff form. Oddly enough he didn't feel the strain he usually did when he went over his limit, but there was no time for contemplation. Now's the time to fight. Chika, please give him something to help with his stomach. I know you don't like him, but please do it for me, Izuku asked, employing his puppy eyes to convince the female animatronic. Chika released a raspy breath that almost sounded like a sigh of reluctance before handing Kaken a cup of soda. Kaken scowled in distrust, but snatched the soda and drank it anyway. Thank you guys, Izuku said with a large smile, feeling Foxy and Chika's embarrassment. Chika even raised her hand in front of her face as if covering a blush. Now, let's get out of here, Izuku said before turning to see All Might join Bonnie in the fight. Toshinori decided that enough was enough. Young Bunny, please step back. I will handle this. From the corner of his eye, Toshinori saw the animatronic nod its head and hop back. Now, this is the end for you villain. California Semenash. Toshinori cried, slamming his fist into the top of the slime villain. The wind from his punch blew out the rest of the fires and splattered the sludge all over the walls. Toshinori stood there as the crowd cheered his name, but his attention was focused solely on the boy down the alleyway. The boy and his future. Small time skip. Izuku strode down the street with his animatronics walking with him. He had gotten a lecture from the heroes about proper quirk usage, even if they did compliment him on his quick thinking. Kaken had yelled at him about not needing the help of some stupid villain or something. Izuku didn't really understand because he was still sipping the soda. What could he say? Chika's food and drinks were always really tasty. As the sun set behind the horizon, Izuku could only hope that his mom didn't watch the news and he could play off being late as losing track of time playing with the animatronics again. Suddenly All Might popped out of a nearby alley yelling, "Hold it right there young Midoriya. I have something to talk with you about." Izuku jumped back in surprise, landing right in Chika's arms. "Oh. All Might. You scared me. Sorry about that young Midoriya." All Might laughed before shrinking down. "I just wanted to compliment you on your actions today and offer you something." Izuku turned his head confused. "Offer me something?" All Might nodded. "Yes young Midoriya. You have proven yourself to be selfless, and to possess the hero spirit." Izuku was crying now, tears streaming down his face as his friends lay a hand on his shoulders. "I would like to give you my quirk." Izuku's tears cut off and the animatronics' heads tilted in confusion. You're what? Izuku was confused. All Might's quirk? He could give it to someone else? My quirk is called One for All Might explained. It stores the energy of the holder and grows larger, accumulating into an ocean of power. Izuku nodded his head, understanding the basics of this universe-shattering quirk. I am the 8th holder of One for All, and I would like for you to be the 9th. Izuku was conflicted. On one hand, All Might just told him the secret of his quirk and that he wants Izuku to have it. On the other, he has his own quirk. Thank you, All Might, this is a great honor, but could you give me a day to think about it? I don't want to make any rash decisions. All Might nodded his head. Of course, my boy, there's no pressure to accept. Meet me tomorrow morning at Dagobah Beach. Even if you don't accept my quirk, I'll still train you to get stronger. Izuku smiled wide, a few tears rolling down his cheeks. Thank you, All Might, I won't let you down. When Izuku got home, Mom grabbed him in a hug and didn't let go for half an hour, then she scolded him for being so reckless. Apparently the fight against the sludge villain was on the news. After calming his mom down and apologizing, Izuku slipped away to his room to talk to his animatronic friends. You guys are a large part of my quirk. What do you all think of my taking All Might's quirk as well? Izuku asked his friends as he sat on his bed. Each animatronic grabbed a piece of paper and a pencil pen. Bonnie was keen to use pens for some reason. Usually Fredbear would speak for them, but Izuku wanted to hear their answers out of their own mouths. Or read their answers off of some paper. Foxy was surprisingly done first and handed Izuku his sheet of paper. I think you should take it. It could help you when we are unavailable. Izuku nodded and gave Foxy a hug. Thank you. Izuku felt happiness and content roll off of Foxy as the animatronic hugged him back. Next came Chika. Take it, Zuku, it can make you big and strong. Love. Izuku smiled at the sloppy little heart that Chika had drawn before giving her a hug as well. Thank you too, Chika. I love the heart. Chika gave off a feeling of happiness and slight embarrassment. Next, Bonnie handed Izuku his note. It had several words scribbled out, but Izuku could read it. I think you should take it. It probably won't mess with us too much. Probably. Izuku laughed and gave Bonnie a hug. Thank you, Bonnie. Finally, Freddy stretched out his animatronic hand, holding his piece of paper in it. Izuku, we have watched you grow up and the one thing we have always wanted was to protect you. Take his quirk, so that we know that you are safe, and so that we can fight side by side to protect others. Tears streamed down Izuku's cheeks as he launched himself into Freddy's arms. Thank you, all of you. The animatronics all gave off feelings of happiness and love. What about you, Fredbear? What do you think? Fredbear was silent a moment before replying. Take it. It will make you stronger. We will support you no matter what. Izuku smiled and pumped his fist. All right. I'll do it. Small time skip. Izuku arrived at Dagobah Beach a few minutes early, excited to see All Might and tell him that he will accept his power. Looking over the trash-covered beach, Izuku wondered why All Might had called him to this place. Maybe because of privacy? Young Midoriya. Izuku spun around to see the emancipated form of All Might jogging down the beach towards him. Hi, All Might, Izuku called back. All Might suddenly covered Izuku's mouth. Don't call me that when out in public, call me Toshinori. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might's real name. So my boy, what did you decide? Remember, I will still train you if you say you won't accept my power. Izuku nodded. I mean Toshinori, I have decided to accept your power. All Might smiled and clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder. That's the spirit, my boy. Now we have to make you a suitable vessel for my quirk. Wait. Izuku said in distress. I thought you said I was worthy to take your quirk. I meant mentally, young Midoriya. All Might explained. Physically speaking, if you were to take my power now, your arms and legs would be blown off. Izuku gulped and nodded. Then how will we get my body ready? All Might pulled out a large packet. This is called my aim to pass. American Dream Plan. With it we will build muscle mass so that you can HRNSS the power of One for All safely. Izuku took the huge pile of paper and looked inside. Wow, you even have my sleep planned. Yes. It is important to have a consistent sleep schedule of at least 8 hours a night. All Might explained. Now, let's get started. Time to clean some trash. Izuku and All Might headed down to the trash-ridden beach and All Might began teaching Izuku how to properly lift things and what size of items they would be starting on. Meanwhile, they never noticed a figure hiding behind a pile of trash spying on them. I do not approve of the child receiving this power. The others think that it will make him stronger. I think that it will bring nothing but bad luck. I am afraid that he will be consumed by it. I am afraid that we will be consumed by it. I can feel how powerful it is. It is dangerous. I will support the child, however. That is my duty. You should never have given that man food. He will only lead the child to his demise. Susie remained motionless. I could feel that she disagreed. I do not care. I will save the child. I will save him even if it means he hates me. I will save him even if it means killing all who stand in my way. 1 month later. Izuku had been practicing All Might's training regime ever since he had gotten it. In the early morning he would jog to Dagoba Beach with Fredbear in his backpack, carry trash up to the animatronics who would take them to the dump, job back home, take a shower, go to school, job to the old restaurant which had become his own personal gym thanks to the weights All Might had supplied him with, say goodbye to his friends for the day, jog home, take another shower, eat dinner, do his homework, and go to sleep. It was a very repetitive process, the only differing parts tended to be the types of garbage he hauled and what he was learning in school that day. He already knew everything about what the teachers were teaching them and could very well just test out of his last year of middle school, but Mom wanted him to interact with kids his own age. He had never told her that the kids all ignored him, but it didn't matter, he used that time for writing in his hero notebook and studying for the UA entrance exam. One day when Izuku was working at Dagoba just as the sun was rising, he heard a massive crash come from one of the piles of trash before a cloaked figure fell to the sandy floor with an odd contraption under their arm. Finally. I caught you red-handed. The figure exclaimed in a voice that had obviously passed through a voice modifier before setting down the contraption and yelling, "Blastinator, destroy the intruder." The contraption whirred to life before spouting, commencing eradication, in a cute voice. The contraption suddenly grew a large gun from the top of its head? Is that what it is? The gun fired at a shocked Izuku before he could truly get a grasp on what was going on. Thankfully it missed by a mile and merely caused some sand to kick up. Note to self, recalibrate Blastinator's aim, the figure commented before Blastinator fired another shot. This one however was blocked by Freddy, standing in front of a bewildered Izuku. Foxy appeared behind the hooded figure and lifted them off of the ground with his hook. Bonnie was about to ask the robot its last question when Chica had a thought along the lines of, "What does this button do?" before pressing a small button on the side of the robot. The small robot then self-destructed in a small ball of flame. "I knew I shouldn't have included the self-destruct button," the figure said in an obviously pouty tone as Foxy held them up by their pants in front of Izuku. "Who are you and why did you attack me?" Izuku asked with a frown. "I am the greatest inventor to ever live, mwahahaha." The figure replied, cackling madly before snapping, "And I attacked you because you keep stealing my free parts, furry lord." "What?" Izuku asked, his brain not comprehending the situation at hand. "Sigh," the figure said. Did they say the word sigh? Before they lowered their hood to reveal? Pink. A lot of curly pink hair and yellow eyes. "You keep stealing my free parts, furry lord, stop it." Izuku was confused at the odd girl in front of him. "Furry lord?" The girl removed a device from around her neck and sighed once more. "Yeah, you built a bunch of furry robots, thus you are the furry lord. Now stop stealing my parts." Izuku was taken aback for a second before he replied, "1. I'm not stealing anything, I'm picking up the trash. 2. I am not the creator of my friends, they are a part of my quirk. And 3. Please stop calling me furry lord, my name's Izuku." The girl rolled her eyes and said, "Whatever, furry lord dash, stop calling me that, just stop taking the parts, okay? I need them for my inventions." "You mean like the robot that you commanded to kill me?" Izuku asked incredulously. "Yes, exactly," the girl responded with a large smile. "Sorry, no can do," Izuku said, "I'm using this to get stronger. Why not just lift weights like a normal person?" The girl asked with an annoyed look on her face. "Because I'm going to be a hero, and community service is what heroes do," Izuku said with a scowl. "You want to be a hero?" The girl asked, stroking her chin in thought. "Yeah, what of it?" Izuku asked warily. "Then I'll be your inventor, furry lord, dash, I told you to stop calling me that. I can make you all sorts of things if you just bring me the parts instead of doing whatever you do with them." Izuku thought for a second. That could be useful. Plus if he could help out someone else while getting rid of the trash then it was a win-win. "You've got yourself a deal," he said, offering a hand to the girl. "What's your name?" The girl grabbed his hand and gave it a firm shake. "Hatsum May." "Now come on, furry lord, let's get to work." From that day forward, May would come to the beach every other day and tell Izuku what to bring to her ultra super mega awesome lab workshop living quarters, which just turned out to be her parents' garage. It was nice to finally have someone to talk to that wasn't his mother, an old robot, or the #1 pro hero. Don't get him wrong. He loved talking to them. Scout's honor. He was never a scout, but having someone his age to talk to was nice. The next day Toshinori was walking up to the beach when he heard yelling, so he ran to see what was going on. There he found young Midoriya struggling to move a medium-sized TV while being yelled at by a very excited Pinkette. He slowed from a run to a jog and made his way down to the duo, seeing young Bonnie standing with his arms crossed and staring at the two in what seemed to be bemusement. "Who is that with young Midoriya, young Bonnie?" Toshinori asked the machine before realizing, right, you can't answer me. Young Bonnie gave an eye roll and pointed to young Midoriya. I should go talk to him, shouldn't I? Thanks, young Bonnie. Young Bonnie wheezed a breath that sounded suspiciously like a sigh of exasperation as Toshinori jogged over to the two children. Young Midoriya, who is this? Toshinori asked, eyeing the pinkette with a little suspicion. Oh, all me dash. I mean sensei. Young Midoriya stuttered, nice save my boy, this is Dash. Hashja May at your service, Skeelman. Said the pinkette, young Hatsum, I am Furry Lord's master and inventor. Young Midoriya looked flabbergasted as Toshinori chuckled, I see, well it's good to have you here young Hatsum, my name is Toshinori Yagi and I am training young Midoriya here to be a hero. Young Midoriya beamed at Toshinori before young Hatsum replied, pointing at young Midoriya, nice to meet you I guess. Now. Back to work my Furry Lord minion. I told you to stop calling me that. Was what some passersby heard as they commuted to work. What could that poor little girl have been called? Small time skip. One day while Izuku and his animatronics were bringing Mei the parts she had requested, they saw a police vehicle in front of her house. Worried, Izuku picked up the pace, seeing a police officer standing in front of the garage's door. Did something happen, officer? Izuku panicked. The officer turned around and huffed, a crocodile tail smacking the ground behind him. I'm guessing you're a friend o' Mei's? Nothing bad happened that I'm aware of, just another noise complaint. With this the officer knocked on the door to the garage and yelled, Mei. Open up. The door slid open and Mei emerged covered in oil and, was that soot? What is it now? She asked annoyed. This is the last warning I can give you girlie, the officer replied. I know that you're going to be a great inventor someday, but for now you need to keep it down, especially at night, okay? The neighbors are getting all uppity again. Mei nodded solemnly and said, I understand officer, thank you. The officer looked sad, but nodded and left. Have a good day Mei. Izuku watched the tailed officer leave and walked into the garage. Mei was sitting on a stool with her head resting face down on a scorched and cluttered table. Izuku waited there for a second, contemplating before he set the parts down on the table and rested a hand on Mei's shoulder. You know Mei. I think I have a place that you could use as a workshop and not get any complaints. Mei's head shot up and she looked at Izuku with wide eyes, their noses almost touching. Where? Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly before simply saying, come with me. The two exited the garage, shutting it behind them. Soon they arrived at an old pizza place and even though Mei was hesitant at first, seeing Furry Lord walk in with a large smile on his face calmed her fears. When they reached the main room, Mei could see that this was a place Izuku visited a lot. On one side there were various types of weights like a bench press, some dumbbells, and a squat rack. On the other side there was a couch, TV, table, and blankets strewn about. Sorry for the mess, besides me only the animatronics come here, Furry Lord said rubbing the back of his head before perking up. Oh. Come with me. Furry Lord led Mei through a door that said, employees only, to another room. Inside this room there were shelves on the walls and a table sitting in the middle. So, Furry Lord said nervously, what do you think? Mei sat there for a second, stunned. All of this. Just for her? Tears pricked her eyes a little. Thank you for, Izuku. It's perfect. Izuku grinned wide, brightening the whole room and making Mei take in a breath. Of course Mei. What are friends for? Mei smiled back, a tear rolling down her cheek. Yeah. Mei arrived home that night, the smile having not left her face since leaving the old pizza joint. She walked up the steps to the front door before she noticed it. There were cars in the driveway. Her family was home. No big deal, she can handle this. No she can't. She opened the door quietly, shutting and locking it behind her as stealthily as possible before tiptoeing towards the door to the garage. Mei, an angry voice stopped her. Come in here please, damn it. Mei's head hung. They had caught her. She trudged into the living room where her family all sat around. Mei, her father said, we got another noise complaint today. Mei flinched a little and nodded, not daring to say a word. We have indulged you in trying to follow our footsteps and become an inventor, but you should find something else to do, her mother continued, maybe take up a position at a lighthouse or something. Your quirk would be really handy there. This was something Mei had heard before. Unlike her parents or her siblings, her quirk wasn't really applicable to inventing. Her younger sister was able to draw perfect blueprints of anything she can imagine if she understands the mechanisms behind it. Her younger brother was able to know how to use any tool he picked up flawlessly. Her father was able to create tools from raw materials if he knew the components of it, and her mother was able to write code flawlessly and quicker than anyone else on the planet, something Mei had been proud of when she was younger. Her quirk, however, it was useless. Everyone had told her in school. The reason she didn't go. Her family and counselors tried to convince her to choose a different career path. The reason she doesn't talk to either if given the chance. And even though her parents had allowed her to use the garage to make her inventions, they also made her sleep there so as to not disturb the rest of the house. She had to build an AC unit from scratch to help with the lack of insulation in the garage. "We will be having dinner in an hour, would you like to join us for once or just have your cup ramen in your workshop instead?" her sister asked sneered. Mei mumbled off an answer before quickly slinking into the garage where she let off a huge sigh. She made herself her dinner. Cheap cup ramen that her parents give her so that she doesn't starve. And climbed into bed. A couch that she found at Dagoba. Later that night Mei woke up in a cold sweat. She had just had a nightmare. They were common. As she lay there looking at the ceiling she finally realized something. Izuku had given her a workshop and whatever else she might need, she should thank him. Suddenly a thought popped into her head in an oddly painful manner. It was as if it had been forced into her head. Blueprints. She shot off of the old couch and to her design table and began sketching. It was perfect. She would build this to give to Izuku as thanks for giving her a place to work. A new home. As Mei drew on the paper, making sure not to mess up the intricate design, she did not notice the being watching her. From its position close to the garage door, it watched her with glowing eyes as she worked. It felt satisfaction that she would make this for Izuku, even if it did not trust her to be his friend. That was the animatronic's job after all. 6 months until the entrance exam. Mei had finished one part of the gift for Izuku. It had taken her nearly 2 months to get it ready, but being at the Freddy Fazbear Pizza place was a huge step up from her parents' garage. She could work whenever she wanted for however long she wanted as loud as she wanted without anyone ever telling her off. Plus she had more materials now than she knew what to do with. And she had help in the form of the animatronics. Chica would regularly bring her food and spend time with her. Freddy would stop by often as well to watch her with fascination and hand her various materials and tools. Foxy would come by once in a while and see what she was doing. Only Bonnie seemed to not want to be around her. And there was that odd suit that she barely ever saw, but she didn't care much for it. Izuku was also constantly coming over and helping her with items she was working on, not the gifts. One day? Night? Time is hard when you're inventing. Izuku came into her workshop and said, "Mei, we need to talk." Mei didn't look up from her work, having flawlessly switched projects without Izuku noticing. "What about Izuku? You are spending way too much time inventing." Mei's heart sank. "No, please not him too. Of course him, you're not getting enough sleep. You need to take regular breaks to sleep and eat." Huh? Huh? Mei's head whipped from her work to see Izuku standing in the doorway with a concerned look on his face. "It's not healthy to work for this long. Chica told me that you haven't slept in 2 days. Whatever you're working on can wait until tomorrow morning." "But Izuku scowled, "Not buts. The only but is yours out in the main room asleep, got that?" Izuku put his hands on his hips and frowned at Mei. Mei's heart fluttered a little and a small blush graced her cheeks before she looked down and replied, "Okay." Izuku nodded once and led her out into the main room where she saw Chica coming out of the kitchen with 2 steaming bowls and Freddy placing a pillow and fluffy blanket on the couch. Izuku went and sat down at the coffee table in front of the couch and thanked Chica when she handed him one of the steaming bowls. Chica looked over at Mei and put her hands on her hips, not very unlike Izuku, and pointed to the couch. Mei sat down and Chica placed the steaming bowl in front of her. "Curry?" Mei looked at Chica in confusion, only to find her trotting back into the kitchen. Mei sat there for a second, unsure of what to do. "Eat," Izuku ordered. Mei started a bit before taking a bite. It was delicious. Mei scarfed it down and looked up to Izuku, who had also just finished. "Lay down," he said in a stern tone. After Mei had lain down, Izuku came over and pulled the blanket up to her chin. "Now sleep," Izuku ordered before walking off to exercise. Mei nodded, her eyes drooping heavily as she sank into a deep sleep. When Mei woke up she saw Izuku and Foxy fiddling with a TV on a table on the other side of the coffee table. "Mzukuku," Mei said, stretching beneath the blanket. "Whatcha up to?" Mei asked sleepily. Izuku turned around quickly. "Oh. You're finally awake. Well, Foxy and I are setting up a TV with a Blu-ray player. I was thinking that to make sure that you sleep we could have movie night every other night. If not, that's okay. I just thought it might be dash." "It's a great idea, Izuku," Mei said with a small smile. "So, what's the first movie?" With a smile Izuku began to list off some movies. Later that night, Suzy looked down and smiled. Mei and Izuku had fallen asleep together and were leaning against each other on the couch. She grabbed a blanket and tucked the two in together before heading with the rest of her friends up to the stage. She waved goodnight to Fritz, who waved back, heading to Pirate Cove. As Suzy, Gabriel, and Jeremy took their spots on the stage, Suzy looked at the sleeping children and smiled again. She couldn't wait to see what great people they became. Morning of the exam. Toshinori pulled his truck up to Dagoba, which was looking much cleaner nowadays. Young Midoriya had been working really hard to become a suitable vessel for One for All, and Toshinori thought that he was ready to accept his quirk finally. Toshinori got out of his truck and walked up to the beach where he saw one last large pile of trash stacked up by the curb. On top of the pile stood young Midoriya screaming into the morning air. Quickly checking to make sure young Hatsum wasn't around, Toshinori buffed up to his hero form and yelled, "Oh my goodness!" Young Midoriya wobbled before falling off of the pile. Toshinori caught him before he could hit the ground. He set the sweat-covered young man on his feet and planted both of his large hands on his shoulders. "Good job, young Midoriya. You've completed the task just in time." Young Midoriya smiled and bowed. "I couldn't have done it without you, All Might." Toshinori felt his heart warm from the sight and boomed a laugh. "Now young Midoriya, it's time." Toshinori saw the animatronics gather around, Freddy holding onto the ever-present Fredbear. Young Midoriya looked up and smiled. "I'm ready, All Might." Toshinori plucked a strand of hair from his head and said, "You have come a long way, young Midoriya. You have earned this with your blood, sweat, and tears. Now, eat this." Toshinori held out the strand of hair to young Midoriya, who froze up in shock along with his animatronics. "Do what?" Toshinori sighed. "To pass on One for All, you must consume some of my DNA." This seemed to be the least gross option. "Don't worry, I washed." Toshinori's smile was forced and he had a feeling that they could all tell. Young Midoriya took the hair and swallowed it before shuddering. "Gross." Toshinori deflated. "Now young Midoriya, One for All might still have a negative effect on your body, so be careful when you use it, alright?" Young Midoriya nodded with a serious expression. "I won't use it in the exam, that way we can practice it together in a safer environment." "Sounds like a plan, young Midoriya," Toshinori said. "Now get a move on, don't want to be late." Young Midoriya nodded before turning to his animatronics and saying, "Come on guys, let's head home to get ready." As Toshinori watched them walk off, he wondered if his master would be proud of him. He sure hoped so. Outside of UA, Izuku stood in front of the gates to UA wondering if he was ready to take this test. "You will do fine, child. Let us enter and show them what we are made of," Fredbear said from his position in Izuku's backpack. Izuku nodded and was about to walk forward when someone bumped his shoulder, an impressive feat considering the 4 giant robots directly behind him. "Leave, Deku, you have no place here," Kaken growled as he passed by. Izuku looked at the ground sadly. Maybe he's right. Chika placed her hand on his shoulder and shook her head before giving him a light push forward. "Thanks, Chika," Izuku said, feeling love coming from his friends. "Let's do this," Izuku said before taking a step and immediately tripping over a rock. "Or I guess I'll just die." Suddenly Izuku stopped in midair. "I'm sorry. I used my quirk on you without permission. I'm so sorry." Suddenly Izuku found himself right side up again and staring at a cute girl with a bob cut and rosy cheeks. "I just thought it would be bad if you tripped and fell right before the test. Anyway, good luck," the girl said before running off towards the building. "I talked to a girl," Izuku said, trying to impersonate a tomato. "No, you did not. Besides, you talk to a girl most every day." Izuku was confused for a second. Who was Fredbear talking about? Wait. He means Hatsum, right? Hatsum. Izuku shakes his head before putting on a look of determination. "Let's do this." Time skip. As Izuku sat down in the lecture hall, he pondered how he did on the written test. It seemed pretty easy, but some people were struggling on it. Did he perhaps not fully understand the questions? Oh well, something to worry about later. "Can I get a yeah?" Present Mike yelled as he popped up on stage. No one responded. "Tough crowd," Present Mike said dejectedly before beginning to explain the rules. Izuku clutched Fredbear to his chest. He was worried about how he would fare in the practical exam when out of nowhere a boy with blue hair and glasses stood up and interrupted Present Mike. "Sir," he yelled, moving his arm up and down like a robot, "you said there were 3 robots that gave points, but in the pamphlet it clearly states that there are 4. Also you 4. He pointed at the animatronics. "Find your seats, this is disrespectful to the school." Izuku got a little angry at that. "They are a part of my quirk, not students. Also you are being disrespectful by interrupting Present Mike and yelling at my friends." The blue-haired boy paled before bowing to Present Mike. "My apologies, sir." Present Mike just laughed. "It's alright, examinee 285692, you are correct that there is a 4th robot, but he's not worth any points, so it's useless to mention him." Izuku sat down, now embarrassed for his outburst. Finally Present Mike released the hero hopefuls to find their bus and get to their testing site. Getting on and off of the bus was an ordeal to say the least. Turns out fitting 4 8-foot-tall animatronics into a bus is not as easy as it sounds. When they arrived at the testing site, the students all spread out and did their own things, some stretching, others talking, and so on and so forth. Izuku saw the girl who had kept him from face-planting earlier and was about to go thank her when he was stopped by the blue-haired boy. "I'm sorry for calling you and your friends out earlier," the boy said while bowing. "It's not a big deal," Izuku replied. "Just learn from the mistake and stop jumping to conclusions." The boy nodded and stood up straight. "Start." Present mic suddenly boomed. "Foxy, go to the back of the site and take out robots there." Izuku exclaimed. "Chika, Bonnie, Freddy, you guys are with me for now." Foxy took off into the site as Present Mike told the other hopefuls that the exam had started. Izuku ignored the other test takers and ran into the testing site, quickly finding a 1-point robot. "Bonnie, take out the robots we meet. Freddy, back him up, but stay close to Chika and me in case anything happens. Chika, if you could give me something that increases strength and stamina, I would appreciate it." Bonnie and Freddy ran forward as Chika pulled out a cup of cola and handed it to Izuku. Freddy stood in front of Chika and Izuku while Bonnie ran out to meet the robot, carrying his guitar low to the ground next to his legs. As the robot swung its fist to hit Bonnie, the rabbit robot ducked and swung his guitar up diagonally, cutting the 1-pointer in half. Izuku finished off the delicious cola and threw it away in a nearby trash can. "Come on guys, let's get in deeper." The 3 animatronics and their master started running farther into the small city. They managed to rack up 13 points before they saw another person. It was a blonde boy with a large belt hugging his waist as a 3-pointer charged at him. "Bonnie, throw Freddy at the robot," Izuku yelled. Bonnie grabbed Freddy's outstretched arm and chucked him at the other robot. Freddy slammed into the other robot, crushing it against a wall. "Chika, you give him something to help with his stomach ache and meet up with us later. Help anyone you see that needs healing." "Bonnie, Freddy, let's go." Chika jogged over to the boy and offered him a milkshake while Izuku and Ko continued running. Along the way they racked up another 9 points before Izuku saw a boy with spiky red hair helping up a pink girl with horns. Looking up he saw part of the building they were next to start to fall. "Freddy, go protect them." Freddy blurred over to the 2 kids before hugging them tightly. The piece of wall fell on them, but shattered on Freddy's back. "Bonnie, go beat some more robots, I'll help Freddy." Bonnie nodded and took off down the sidewalk as Izuku ran over to where Freddy was protecting the other testers. Izuku helped Freddy dig them out of the rubble before he took off after Bonnie, telling Freddy to make sure that they stayed safe. Eventually Izuku found Bonnie, who Fredbear told him had gotten 16 more points. Suddenly the testing area started shaking. Izuku looked around and saw the other testers running away. When he turned around he saw why. Looming over the city was the 0-pointer. Foxy, Chika, and Freddy all arrived to stand next to Izuku when they heard a pained cry. Izuku saw the helpful girl from earlier pinned under a piece of rubble as the 0-pointer beared down on her. His body was running before he knew it. "Foxy, take Chika and Freddy and go help the girl. Bonnie, come with me." They split up. Izuku and Bonnie ran at the 0-pointer while Foxy grabbed Chika and Freddy and ran over to the girl. Izuku felt something deep in him start to burn. 2 red marks appeared on his cheeks as tears cascaded from his eyes and black sparks popped off of his body. Izuku heard strange cracking noises and looked over at Bonnie. Bonnie had grown to a staggering 10 feet tall. Everything about him was larger and there were tears all over his body showing the endoskeleton beneath. Izuku didn't have time to ponder the changes. An idea popped into his head. "Bonnie, throw me at the 0-pointer." Bonnie's now glowing purple eyes looked over at him before he sprinted out in front of Izuku and held his guitar flat near the ground. Izuku jumped onto the guitar before Bonnie yanked it up. Izuku flew through the air before turning so that his feet were angled at the 0-pointer. Montanea SEEMASHHHH. Izuku cried, slamming his feet directly into the 0-pointer's head. The 0-pointer's head collapsed in on itself as it stumbled back and fell, exploding on the way down. Izuku's entire body hurt as he fell, probably backlash from using too much of what could only be one for all. As Izuku fell, he pondered what his mom and animatronics would do after he died. Would the animatronics die as well? He hoped not. Before he could fall into a deeper depression about his impending doom, he hit something soft and looked down. There he saw a large pile of tiny Freddys? The Freddys gently lowered him to the ground where he saw the other animatronics had changed as well. They all had the same look of disrepair that Bonnie had, but with odd differences from how they usually looked. Freddy now had mini Freddys growing out of him and walking around doing various tasks. Foxy in various places where there was no suit or endoskeleton and had glowing orange eyes. Chika's bib was torn up and her cupcake had sharp teeth and a scowl. Izuku was very confused by all of this, but his exhaustion caught up to him and he watched the animatronics revert to their usual form as he lost consciousness. Ochako was very confused. The boy she had stopped from face planting earlier had fainted and left her alone with his shape-shifting pals. Thankfully she wasn't afraid of them despite their previous transformations. The chicken robot handed her a slice of pizza that made her queasy stomach growl. She took a bite and immediately felt better. Her stomach calmed and her foot was in much less pain. "Is anyone hurt over here?" a little old lady called as she walked over to Ochako and the others. Swallowing the last of the pizza she called out, "This boy passed out and I hurt my foot." The little old lady walked over and said, "Dear me, did he do that?" She pointed at the large fallen robot. Ochako nodded before the lady placed a kiss on her forehead. "That should take care of your foot, take some gummies and you can head out now. I'll take care of Minimite over here," she said with a wink. Ochako laughed and thanked her before walking off. She hoped that boy got in, he was nice. Izuku woke up to the smell of antiseptics and bright white lights. As he sat up, he felt like his legs were burning. "So you're finally awake, huh?" Izuku's head swiveled to see a short old lady with a cane shaped like a syringe sitting on a chair across the room. "You're the youthful heroine. Recovery girl," Izuku cried, his eyes shining with excitement. Recovery girl merely huffed and leapt down from her chair to hobble over to the young man. Crack! She whacked him on the head with her cane, yelling, "That's what you get for cracking every bone in your legs." Before she could continue, a large furry hand grabbed the end of the cane and ripped it from her hands. "It's okay, Freddy, I do kinda deserve it." Izuku could feel that Freddy disagreed, but he handed back Recovery Girl's cane anyway. "I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, but that part of my quirk was entirely new, so I didn't dash. I know you have one for all. Who do you think healed the big blonde bozo when he got that injury?" Recovery Girl scowled, "But I understand that was your first time using the quirk, so it makes sense that you got a little hurt." Recovery Girl obviously wasn't happy, but handed him a pack of gummies, telling him that he can leave whenever he feels that he can make it home safely. After Recovery Girl left, Izuku looked over at his little group. The animatronic stared back at him before Chika ripped the gummies out of his hand and handed him a candy bar. Izuku chuckled a little, feeling the slight jealousy that Chika felt about not being the one to heal Izuku. As Izuku munched on the Freddy Fudge bar, he thought back to the exam. After he swallowed the last bite, he turned to Fredbear and asked, "Why did the gang all change during the exam?" "The hero's power caused it. When it activated in you, some of the power flowed to them. I believe that it was to keep you from being severely injured, child," Fredbear replied. Izuku nodded before a smile grew on his face. "I can't wait to test it out. We'll have to go to the beach and test out the effects while I wait for the letter." Izuku was glad that he had something to keep him busy while he waited. Izuku and the gang left the nurse's office with Izuku riding on Foxy's back and Fredbear on his back. He was feeling lazy and someone drew cute fan art of it, sue him. Eventually the gang reached the pizzeria and walked inside. There they found a tired, but excited Hatsum. "Hey me Hatsum, what are you up to?" Izuku asked innocently. Hatsum raised an eyebrow in confusion, but brushed it off, a wide smile growing on her face. "I have a surprise for you. Come on." Izuku slid off of Foxy's back, and the gang walked over to Hatsum's work area. As they entered the workshop, Izuku caught sight of a few inventions, but the ones that caught his eye the most were 4 odd boxes on the work table. Hatsum proudly bounced over to the table and threw her arms out with a "Tada. These are thank you gifts for letting me use this place as a workshop." She saw Izuku's confused look and decided a demonstration was best. "Chika, could I have some help from my wonderful minion?" Izuku could feel the slight chuckle that rumbled inside Chika as she walked over to stand next to Hatsum. Hatsum pressed a small hidden button on Chika's chest, and her chest burst open with a hiss, exposing the wires inside. Hatsum picked up one of the boxes and slowly fit it into a spot inside Chika's chest. When it was closed, Hatsum smiled and said, "Go on, test it out." Izuku could feel Chika's apprehension as she took a step away from Hatsum. Her mouth opened. "Hello Zuzu." Izuku froze. Tears cascaded down his face in large drops. "You won't get tired of my voice, will you?" Chika said, worry and fear evident in her voice. Izuku lunged forward and wrapped the large robot in a hug, his body shaking with happiness. "Never. I'll never get tired of your voice." Izuku felt the fear and worry melt away to be replaced by happiness and love. "I've always wanted to talk to you Zuzu, and now we can." At that, Izuku's head popped up and he whipped around to see Hatsum fitting the last voice box into Freddy's chest before pressing his nose, it making a "bew" sound. Izuku's tears started again, and he ran and picked up Hatsum in a tight hug from behind. "Thank you so much Mihatuzum. This means so much to us." Hatsum stiffened before saying, "Why? Why do you keep doing that?" Izuku set her down, but didn't release her from the hug. "What?" Hatsum trembled. "Why do you keep calling me by my family name and not my real name?" Izuku released her and looked down. "Well, I had just started calling you your name since we met, and I just felt that that was rude and I should have asked first. Hatsume's hands clenched into fists, you idiot. Izuku's heart sank, he just lost his first friend in years, you're my best friend. Of course I want you to call me by my name. Izuku's head snapped up to see Hatsume crying, tears dripping off of her chin, you are my only friend Izuku. Izuku's eyes watered, and he lunged forward, grabbing Mei in a hug and holding her tight, you're my best friend too, Mei. He felt the girl sob into his shoulder and hug him back, her nails dug into his shirt, but he didn't care. They sat there for a bit before they heard a harumph. And what about us Zuzu? Izuku and Mei looked over to see the gang standing there looking at them. Chika was really the only one to seem mad, Foxy and Freddy just looked amused by the events, while Bonnie looked off aloofly. Izuku giggled a little before he smiled blindingly, you guys are not my friends, you're my family. Chika's angry posture melted, Foxy and Freddy stopped chuckling, and even Bonnie peered over, uncrossing his arms. Group hug. Chika shouted, picking up the two young adults and pressing them to her, thankfully soft, chest. The others joined in, even if one had to be pulled over by the other animatronics. Now, I want to hear what the rest of you sound like. Izuku said, eyes sparkling. Foxy let out a chuckle before saying, thank you Mei, your babies mean a lot to use, Yar. Izuku giggled at the odd speech pattern. Whatever, it's not like Fredbear wouldn't have just said what we wanted to tell him anyway, Bonnie said with a huff. Izuku chuckled before looking expectantly at Freddy. Freddy pulled away from the hug and looked down at Izuku. His mouth opened and he ran out of the room. Wait, what? Izuku chuckled before chasing after him, yelling, get back here. Mei and Chika were hot on his trail. Shall we join them to chase after the yellow belly? Yar, Foxy asked, slapping his hand down on Bonnie's shoulder. Bonnie rolled his eyes and said, no, they'll catch him eventually, let's just wait on the couch or whatever. Small time skip. It was Mei who ended up catching Freddy, having had Chika throw her at him. Izuku then threw himself on the large bear, yelling, dog pile. Freddy chuckled and said, you caught me Zuku. Izuku's eyes watered, and he cried again, hugging his best friend and animatronic tightly. That night they had movie night after not having it for a while to prepare for the exam. Mei looked around, seeing the animatronics asleep around the couch. Izuku leaned onto her shoulder, also asleep after the long day. Mei blushed, remembering what she said earlier. When did he get so strong? It felt nice to be picked up. Maybe he can pick me up while Mei slapped her cheeks. No bad thoughts like that tonight. Although, she did think it was impressive that he picked her up. With a smile, she hugged Izuku and allowed herself to drift off to sleep. I still do not care for the power of the hero. It was too powerful for the child. They had to take parts of it away from him so that he was not injured. I will not let him be injured. I will consume the power if I must. The girl. I gave her the plans for the voice boxes. Maybe I should not have. Now it is impossible to filter the information given to the child. At least the child is happy. That is what matters most. I will protect the girl. Only because she brings the child joy. They will sleep. I will remain awake and watch over them. Just like I have for 300 years. I will not sleep until I have found him. I am coming for you, Afton. The next day saw Izuku out at Dagobah with the animatronics. Now that he wasn't destroying giant robots, healing, or thanking his best friend for her inventions, he had time to remember the odd forms that the animatronics took. Fredbear had told him that One for All was the source of this new transformation, but that didn't mean that they didn't have to test out these new powers. But how do they transform? Do I have to use One for All, or can they do it by themselves? I know that Freddy got a new power, but did the rest of them? Those mini Freddys could be really handy. Mini Freddys? Lil Freddys? Freddles? Whatever, do they have the same defensive capabilities as Freddy? Do the others have Freddles too? Boneless, no, that doesn't sound right. How about mumble mumble mumble? Izuku rambled to himself while pacing in front of the animatronics. Freddy chuckled, a deep rumble in his chest. Foxy was cackling and holding his gut while Chika was giggling behind her hand. Finally Bonnie sighed and smacked Izuku upside the head lightly. You're mumbling too much, why don't we just try out our new powers or whatever? Izuku nodded, why don't you guys try activating your transformations without me using One for All? The animatronics stopped their various laughter and closed their eyes in concentration. Suddenly black spars shot off of their bodies for a second before they began to change. Izuku watched closely as they all got much larger, seeing them appear to age quite a bit before they reached their full transformations. Awesome! Izuku said with a very large grin, now let's see if you guys have new powers like Freddy. Freddy started popping off Freddles as he walked to stand next to Izuku and look at his fellow robots. Foxy's voice echoed slightly as he said, I feel something odd happening, Yarer. Out of nowhere, Foxy seemed to shrink and fold in on himself until he turned into what seemed like a plushy version of himself, not unlike Fredbear whom Izuku was holding. Wow! That's so cool. Can you move like that, Foxy? Izuku asked, peering at the now stuffed Foxy. Yar, I can. Foxy said before he seemed to scoot around at high speeds. It was as if someone had put him in a remote control car and was driving him around. Zuzu! Look! Chika cried, pointing to something. Izuku looked down and saw Chika's cupcake looking back at him from the sand to his left. It now looked more demonic, but Izuku didn't feel any hostility coming from it. When it saw that Izuku was paying attention to it, the little cupcake sped off before leaping into the air and exploding. Wow! Now you have offensive abilities, Chika. That's great. Chika held her hand in front of her face as if to hide a blush, thanks Zuzu. With that, Izuku turned to Bonnie expectantly. Bonnie shrugged, I don't know, man, there ain't nothing that really feels different or whatever. Izuku frowned, well, try some things, strum your guitar, or try to breath fire, or whatever. Izuku smirked a little, but Bonnie seemed unimpressed. Bonnie huffed a breath and strummed his guitar half-heartedly. Izuku and the rest of the gang were blown back as large sound waves vibrated out from the guitar. Bonnie looked down at his guitar with annoyed eyes. Well, I guess that's my power, it's whatever. Izuku was currently beaming, but Bonnie didn't seem to care. They spent the rest of the day testing out their newfound powers. Izuku had to wait to use one for all until he spoke with All Might, however. They walked to the pizzeria so that Izuku could say goodnight to May and make sure that she was taking care of herself. Izuku and Fredbear walked home alone. Izuku mumbled about applications for the animatronic's new powers and Fredbear listened closely to his ideas. Time skip a few days. Izuku had been too busy training his friend's new powers to really worry about whether or not he got in, but when Mom called to him that a letter was there from UA, Izuku made up for all that time spent not worrying, by having a small panic attack. After calming down, he made his way to the pizzeria to open the letter with all of his friends. When he got there, he saw Chika and Freddy carrying May around above their heads as she belted an old pre-Quirk song. Izuku guessed it was called, We Are the Champions, if the horrible singing was anything to go by. What are you up to, May? Izuku asked, smiling up at his CR best friend as she was paraded around the old dining area. I got the top score for the support course entrance exam, of course. May exclaimed, her face glowing with pride. She wriggled out of the robot's arms and glomped Izuku in a hug. So, what place did you get, Izuku? First or second? Izuku blushed heavily, but hugged her back. I don't know, I haven't looked at the letter yet, that's why I'm here. May pulled back from the hug and nodded, leading him over to where they have movie night. She brushed off an empty soda cup and a bag of half-eaten popcorn and sat the both of them down, handing Izuku a letter opener. Well? Let's see it. Izuku slid the letter opener through the envelope and pulled out a small disc. Izuku noticed that the animatronics tensed for some reason before a voice rang out, I am here. As a projection. Izuku's head whipped back to the disc, and he saw All Might standing there in his signature pose. I'm sorry I couldn't be in contact with you recently, young Midoriya, but I was recording these. Why, you might ask? Because starting this year I will be teaching here at UA. Ha ha ha. What? Keep it short? How many of these do I have to do? All Might stage whispered to the crew filming the projection, no matter. We are here to talk about your score. You and your animatronics scored a whopping 67 villain points between the 5 of you, but that's not all. What kind of hero school would we be if we didn't award points to those doing the right thing? Look here, young Midoriya. All Might pointed behind him as a large screen took up the recording. On it there was the nice girl from the exam, sir? There was this really cool guy at the exam, he had these giant robots. Anyways, he and his robots saved me. Can I give him some of my points? He deserves something for helping me. Izuku noticed May twitch at the girl mentioning him. Present Mike smiled and pointed at her in an odd pose. Don't worry, little listener. He'll be just fine. The image switched to Chika helping the blonde kid from the exam, switching again to Freddy protecting the hero hopefuls from the falling debris, and finally Izuku taking out the zero-pointer to save the girl from the, definitely overly large, robot. All Might once again took up the projection. For these actions, as well as the others that your animatronics took throughout the course of the exam, the judges have decided to award you 100 rescue points. Izuku felt faint as May shook him excitedly. This secured your place as the top scorer of the entrance exam of all time, beating my record of 157 points by 10. Good job, young Midoriya, I am so proud of you. And welcome to your hero academia. May and Chika were screaming and jumping around in celebration. Freddy and Foxy shared a high five. Bonnie just sat on the edge of the stage looking smug. Izuku finally realized that this was all real and broke down into tears, receiving a group hug as they all basked in the happiness of their achievement. Later that night, as they got ready for another movie night in celebration of passing their respective exams, Mei called Izuku into her workshop. "There's something we need to talk about, Izuku." Izuku started sweating as he thought of everything that he could have done wrong this time. "How do you know, All Might?" Sheet. It was worse than he thought. Bakugo sat at his desk, watching his acceptance video for the 5th time that day, his desk already a mess of scorch marks and burnt pieces of paper. "Second place," he growled. "How in the world did that mother effing beach but Deku beat me?" Another explosion rang through the house as he slammed his hands on his desk, the whole thing finally giving way to his superior strength. He was going to end that nerd. And he was going to make it painful. Izuku said, gazing around at the fantastical devices that Mei had created with her two very strong and very skilled hands that could easily crush his wimpy dash. "No, stop, just play dumb." "Who are we talking about?" Izuku asked, tilting his head in fake confusion. "Not that dumb." Mei stared at him for a few seconds before casually leaning against her work table. She folded her arms and lifted one eyebrow, waiting. Izuku sat there panicking before he blurted out, "All Might is me trainer Tashinori and hetrain Mazatha could give me his quirk wikaspin passadown 4 generations." Izuku took a deep breath and continued, "He told me to keep it a secret because he superinjured Dan Kanan Lido era work for about 3 Hursade which is we have passed it and is because he needs to finsamiana to take his place Domi." Mei didn't react for a minute as the words registered in her head. "Wait, so you're telling me that All Might is majorly injured, and as such can only be a hero for 3 hours a day, so he gave you his quirk somehow after training you by having you clean a beach, all the while he was secretly Skeelman who I have been casually talking to for about 8 months? Is that everything?" Izuku nodded his head, mouth drawn into a tight line. Mei facebombed and sighed heavily. "If I didn't know that you couldn't lie to people, much less me, I wouldn't believe you, but you're so pure that this has to be the truth. How have you lasted this long without blurting it out?" Izuku shrugged. "I have absolutely no idea." Mei sighed again, standing up straight. "Well, unlike some people I can keep a secret, so unless you accidentally tell someone else, I think everything should be fine." It was then that Chika burst through the door. "We should go to the beach to celebrate getting in." Behind her they could see Foxy and Freddy already holding assorted beach items as Bonnie sulked in the background. "Sounds like a great time to test some new babies," Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "There's the Mei I know and love." "Wait, what?" At the beach. The gang arrived at the beach dressed for the occasion, well, most of them. Izuku wore solid forest green swim trunks and a blue t-shirt that said beach towel and was carrying an umbrella and a picnic basket. He had had trouble changing after earlier, but he decided to act like an adult. By bottling up his feelings until he explodes. Knowing himself, he was hoping to last an hour before confessing to Mei his undying love for her before he used one for all to launch himself into the sun. Mei was wearing a nice pink and white striped bikini and was wheeling a wagon behind her with a load of her gadgets and gizmos that Izuku was both excited to see in action and dreaded to watch. Chika was wearing a cute light blue one-piece, yellow floaties on her arms, and had an inflatable duck floaty around her waist. Foxy had on a white tank top and a gray swimsuit with blue waves on it. He was carrying a surfboard that Izuku had found one day while cleaning the beach. Freddy was wearing black swim trunks and was holding a bucket and small plastic shovel. Bonnie was wearing a red hoodie and yellow swim trunks and was carrying a small book called Ika Ika Paradise. Finally there was plushy Fredbear who was wearing a little purple swimsuit that matched his bow tie and hat. He was sitting in the picnic basket to protect the food from seagulls. The gang picked a spot on the relatively empty beach and set up shop. Bonnie sat on a beach towel under the shade of the umbrella, reading his book. Meanwhile, Foxy and Chika ran down to the ocean and waded in. Foxy went out with his surfboard and began searching for waves. Chika just splashed around and giggled. Freddy plopped himself down in the sand and began digging a hole. "Well, what should we do?" Izuku asked, looking over at his crew friend, only to see her unfolding a metal surfboard. "Come on Izuku, let's surf." Mei dragged him along by the hand as Izuku blushed hard enough that steam rolled off of his cheeks. Izuku and Mei paddled their surfboard out to where Foxy was sitting. "Yar, you land lovers came to surf with me? Awesome." Izuku smiled, before seeing a large wave approaching. Foxy looked over as well and started paddling. When the time was right, he stood up and rode the wave, surfing up and down the wall of water with a smile on his face. Suddenly a blur passed him by. "Check this out, Foxman." Mei laughed, the thrusters working perfectly as Izuku clung to her for dear life. If she enjoyed his arms around her, no one caught on. They flew off of the edge of the wave, spinning in the air before landing on the wave again and stabilizing. Then they heard a bang and looked at the back of the surfboard to see smoke pouring out of the thrusters. "Well, that's not good," Mei said, her face dropping. With a boom, the surfboard let off a, relatively, small explosion. Izuku and Mei were thrown off of the board into the water, shrapnel knocking Foxy off of his board too. One piece flew over and popped Chika's duck Floatai, and she sat down in the water with a defeated look. Izuku popped out of the water to see that no one was harmed. Mei looked downtrodden before she brightened up and swam toward shore. Izuku followed her, smiling apologetically at a now wet and angry Foxy, his synthetic fur matted and dripping. After reaching the shore and tinkering with another device, Mei joined Freddy where he was digging his hole. Izuku walked over curiously and watched as Mei's invention started digging at a very quick rate. Suddenly it blew a gasket and stopped digging. Izuku looked over to see Mei and Freddy covered in sand. Mei wiped it off of her face with a frown before storming back to her wagon to get her last invention. "Sorry Freddy," Izuku said, running after her. Freddy sat there for a second before shrugging and started using the sand to build a large sand castle in the middle of the hole. Mei walked over to Chika with a round metal device. "Sorry for inadvertently popping your Floatai minion, I brought this to make up for it." Chika looked skeptical of the device before slipping it around her middle and wading deeper into the water. "Minion. It has a propulsion feature. Use the joystick to move around." Chika found the joystick and gently pushed it forwards. She suddenly found herself moving forwards at what would be a running speed. Smiling, Chika began to move the joystick around, sailing around the area at the speed of a bicycle. Just when she was coming back towards shore, a loud clunk emanated from the Floatai. The boasters then turned abruptly, sending Chika careening to the left, then the right, before she ended up spinning around in circles at high speeds. Mei hit a button on a small remote, and the Floatai stopped moving, Chika's eyes rolling around in her head. Mei's head drooped, and she trudged over next to Bonnie before falling on her face onto a beach towel beside him. Izuku swam out and pulled the incredibly dizzy Chika to shore. After that he had an idea. Returning to the beach about 5 minutes later, Izuku came bearing shaved ice. He sat down next to Mei and nudged her shoulder with his leg. After Mei groaned in response, Izuku held out the shaved ice. "I got your favorite. Tiger's blood." Mei said something into the towel, so all that came out was MMFMMFM. Izuku sighed. "What?" Mei sat up and grabbed the shaved ice. "Why did I mess everything up? This was supposed to be a fun day." Izuku made a noise of confusion. "Mess everything up? What are you talking about?" Mei looked at him bewildered. Izuku nodded at the ocean and Mei turned around. There she saw Foxy try to recreate the move that Mei and Izuku did before crashing into the ocean. He popped out of the water and laughed before hopping back on the board to try again. Freddy had made a ridiculously intricate sand castle and was working with Chika to dig a trench to the ocean so that they could fill the moat with water. "Mei, you didn't mess everything up, your babies just didn't work out. Now everyone has something to do. Except Bonnie, he's a spoilsport." Bonnie looked up from his novel, shrugged and said, "Whatever," before he continued to read. Fredbear was lying in the sun, apparently trying to get a tan. Mei's eyes widened before a small smile spread across her face. "Yeah, I guess so." Sunset. As the gang packed everything up, Izuku noticed that Mei was still laying down on a towel. "Mei, come on, let's get going." When Mei didn't respond, Izuku walked over to her. Izuku heard her snoring and realized that she had fallen asleep. "Hey Bonnie, could you pull the wagon?" Bonnie looked up and nodded before turning back to his book. Izuku lifted Mei up bridal style and they set off towards the pizzeria. Mei's arms wrapped around Izuku's neck and she nuzzled into his neck. Izuku would have blushed, but he was too focused on not waking his crush. "I love you, Zu," Mei mumbled into his neck. Izuku didn't hear however, as this was when a motorcycle decided to zoom by, leaving Izuku hoping that his crush hadn't been awakened. She hadn't. Izuku clumsily fumbled with his tie. He really did not want to be late and as such was scrambling to get ready. He was dressed in the uniform for UA students, and had his backpack with Fredbear poking his fuzzy head out of the top. "Child. You will be much earlier than the other students. You must relax." Izuku looked down at the golden bear and gave a half-hearted smile. "I know, but I want to make sure that Mei is ready, too. That might take some time. Do you know how to tie a tie?" A noise that sounded suspiciously like a huff rang through Izuku's head, but he elected to ignore it. After tying his tie sloppily, Izuku jogged off to the pizzeria, excited to see his friends and see Mei. Oh, who was he kidding? He was looking forward to seeing his crush as well. Izuku arrived and walked into the old building to hear sounds of commotion. Izuku ran deeper, ready to flare one for all should the situation call for it. What he found confused him. Freddy was sitting on the couch in the middle of the room watching as Chika and Mei ran around digging through items scattered around the room. Bonnie was calmly buttoning up a white shirt while sitting on the stage with his legs hanging off, and Foxy was cackling at the girls while polishing his hook. Deciding that he would leave the two girls to their devices, Izuku plopped down next to Freddy, setting the backpack down next to him. "What are they looking for?" Izuku asked the bear. Freddy was wearing the same outfit that Izuku was wearing, but he had a red bow tie instead of the normal styled tie that Izuku was wearing. Freddy shrugged and continued to watch the girls in silence. Eventually it seemed that the girls found what they were looking for and they darted into Mei's workshop. Izuku looked to Bonnie and Foxy, who now stood next to each other casually chatting, Foxy's arm slung around Bonnie's shoulder. Bonnie was wearing the gray slacks of the UA uniform, the white button-up shirt from earlier untucked from his pants, and a tie that was loosely hanging from his neck. Foxy had slacks that sagged at his waist, with the white button-up barely tucked into them, and had the UA blazer hanging open around his torso. He was lacking any sort of tie, and didn't seem to be in a rush to find one. Finally the girls exited the workshop, and Izuku could see what took up so much time. Chika was now dressed in a girl's version of the UA uniform, her blazer buttoned up nicely, and her skirt hanging around her knees. She had her tie expertly tied, and had a yellow bow perched on the side of her head. Then Izuku saw Mei. Usually she was covered in a second skin of oil, engine grease, and sweat. The only time she wasn't was when they had movie night and she cleaned up so that Izuku didn't die of her BO. Now however, she was spotless. Her skin had been scrubbed clean in the shower that she no doubt took before he arrived, and her hair was free of any grime. She was also dressed in the UA uniform, and she was honestly rocking it. Then Izuku noticed something that set his face alight and made his heart stop dead in its tracks for a second. She was wearing a nice blush that complemented her golden eyes, and she had applied ruby red lipstick that did things to Izuku that he had never felt before. Izuku had to bury his face in his backpack and pretend to be looking for something before he could look back up at his crush. Judging by the giggle that Chika let off, it didn't work as well as he had hoped. Izuku and the gang left their old haunt and made it to UA without any trouble. Izuku and Mei had to part ways to go to their classes, but Mei pulled him into a soft hug and wished him good luck before racing off to class. Izuku felt like he floated to class, a huge smile on his blushing face. When he reached the door with his posse, he suddenly felt nervous. What if that blue-haired boy was in his class? Or worse, what if Kaken was in his class? Izuku slapped his cheeks and shook his head. This was the school of his dreams. He wouldn't let one of those guys ruin his first day. He looked back at his first true friends. Chika smiled and held her hands against her skirt in a cute little bow. Bonnie had his guitar held on his shoulder like a classic Japanese thug, but Izuku could feel his support. Foxy gave a small chuckle and gestured for Izuku to open the door. Fredbear did nothing, which wasn't unusual as neither of his bodies moved much. Izuku looked at Freddy, the first thing to ever stand up for him. Freddy radiated warmth and set a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku knew that that hand could tear through his body like he would tear through clay, but he had never been afraid of his friends. Izuku smiled in determination and turned to the door. Swiftly but gently he threw the door open to see something terrible. One of those boys wouldn't ruin his day. But both of them arguing? That might just do the trick. Get your feet off of the desk. Not only is it incredibly rude and disrespectful to those who made it and those who came before us, but can you not also see that it was marked as reserved? The blue-haired boy exclaimed, his hand making very robotic gestures as Kaken scowled back at him. I don't give a fing shit, you DMN extra. Now why don't you go to the bathroom and F yourself on that stick that's shoved up your butt? The blue-haired boy gasped in horror before clearing his throat and starting over. I am Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. I think we got off on the wrong foot and I would like to start over. Ida stuck his hand out for a handshake, but Kaken smacked it away. I didn't get off at all, so go wipe the jizz out of your pants and leave me alone, you elitist. Before Izuku could leave, he heard a gasp from beside him. It's you guys. Turning to his left, he saw the nice girl from the exam smiling brightly at him. You guys were awesome. You took out the 0-pointer like whoosh boom bam. It was amazing. Before Izuku could make a fool of himself, another voice spoke up. If you're here to make friends, then you can leave. Everyone sit in your assigned seats. Everyone found their seats quickly and sat down. Izuku was sitting in the second farthest row from the door in the third seat from the front. Kaken was sitting just in front of him, and he could feel the anger wafting off of him. Thankfully though, his friends took up the last row. Foxy at the front, Bonnie behind him, then Freddy, and finally Chika. At the front of the room, a giant yellow totem pole seemed to rise out of the ground. This turned out to be a dirty man in a sleeping bag. After stepping out of the sleeping bag, he set a bundle of clothes down on the pedestal in front of him. Put these on and meet me at the training grounds in 10 minutes. With that he turned and walked out of the door. No one moved, very confused at what was going on before the hobo poked his head back. In 9 minutes, the class leapt from their chairs and rushed to the pedestal before running to the locker rooms. When Izuku stepped outside with his gang, he found Chika talking with the rest of the girls. Seeing that they were all getting along, Izuku merely walked over and stood close by so that when the exhausted-looking man decided to start, Chika didn't have to go far to stand near him. Once everyone arrived, the man began, "Today we are doing an exercise to let me know where you guys are at already. In case you haven't guessed, I am Shoyuta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. The school system doesn't allow you to use your quirks on physical tests. I think this is moronic." Bakugo, come here." Kaken stepped up, a small glare on his face. "What was your best throw in middle school?" 67 meters. "Now try it with your quirk. As long as you don't leave the circle you can do anything that you want." Aizawa threw Kaken a ball. He stepped into the circle and winded into a pitcher's stance. With a screech of "die," Kaken launched the ball into the stratosphere. After a few seconds, a beep was heard and Aizawa showed the class that his phone read 707 meters. The class started whispering excitedly, a pink girl exclaiming that, "This will be fun." A dark scowl pressed itself onto Aizawa's face. "Fun, you say? Tell me, what about seeing people die in the field because they didn't take being a hero seriously is fun?" For a brief second, Izuku could have sworn that he felt a string attached to Aizawa. One similar to that of the ones he felt on his friends. The person who finishes last will be deemed worthless and will be expelled. Welcome to being a hero, kids. As the other students ran the 50 meters, Izuku planned all of the ways he would use his friends to help him succeed in the tests. When it was his turn, Izuku climbed onto Foxy's back next to a seething Kaken. He noticed an odd look on Aizawa's face before he heard the sound to start. Foxy immediately boosted himself with One for All, and shot across the field, the speedometer reading off 1 second. Kaken finished behind him with a score of 3.14 seconds. Next was the standing long jump. For this Izuku had Bonnie repeat what they had done at the entrance exam, though this time Izuku did not use One for All so as not to fracture his legs. He got a whopping score of 150 meters before the frettles caught him. After that Izuku had Bonnie do the grip strength test and he broke the reader without even using nightmare mode. After that was the seated toe touch. Izuku had Chika give him a soda that made him more flexible, and he was able to touch the heel of his feet, surpassing even the most flexible girl in class, the pink girl from earlier. When the side jumps came up, Izuku couldn't think of a good way to use any of his friend's powers, so he just did them regularly. Thankfully the only person who had any help from their quirk in this case was a boy with purple ball on his head. The event after that was the endurance run. Izuku just hopped onto Foxy's back and let him carry him around the track. Eventually the only two people left were himself and a girl who could create things from her body who was pedaling away on a bike. "Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, how long can you two keep going?" The girl huffed as she answered him. "I'd say another 10 to 15 minutes or so." Aizawa nodded and made note of it before looking to Izuku with a scowl. "WWL, since my friends DD don't really need to sleep, we could theoretically do this forever." Aizawa sighed heavily before marking Izuku down as infinity for this test. Finally it was time for the ball throw. Because Kaken had already gone, he was exempt from the test. Surprisingly Izuku was called first. Nodding to Bonnie, the two stepped into the circle. Bonnie powered up to nightmare mode and swung his arm back, ready to launch the ball into orbit when out of nowhere he fell still. He collapsed to his knees, no longer in nightmare mode, and was motionless. "Be Bonnie?" Izuku whispered, feeling that the string that attached to his animatronic pal was suddenly nowhere to be found. "I erased your quirk from him," he heard Aizawa say as if he was on the opposite end of a long tunnel. Izuku approached his friend of 11 years, falling to his own knees as he reached out a shaky hand to the hollow robot before him. Aizawa was still talking, but Izuku couldn't care about anything but the empty shell that had been his friend. Suddenly Izuku felt that little strand again, and he grabbed it with all of his might and ripped it back into Bonnie's body. Bonnie stopped slumping, and spun around to Izuku, fear etched into his usually stoic features. Izuku launched into a hug, gripping him for dear life, not hearing what was happening around him. A minute before, Shoyuta was getting tired of Midoriya relying on his robots. If he couldn't be a hero by himself then he wasn't cut out to be a hero at all. He fixed his eyes on the boy as the bunny shifted into what he assumed was a stronger form and activated his quirk. Nothing happened which confused him, but he set his super-powered gaze upon the boy's companion. He felt relief mixed with a little bit of horror as he watched the robot shut down. He was the slightest bit worried that might destroy the robot, but he was sure that it was fine. "I erased your quirk from him," he said, strolling closer to the boy. "Now because each of your robots have different strengths, we are going to have you 5 go back and do the tests that you didn't do. So get up and let's dash." Shoyuta froze. Killing intent crashed upon him like tsunamis, and he couldn't even move to defend himself. Shoyuta had been a hero for years and had fought tens of thousands of villains, but he had never felt a killing intent as strong as these, let alone 3 of them. A shadow fell over him, and he finally turned his head around to see what monsters could make him shut down completely. Looming over him he found the other 3 robots at Midoriya's disposal. They were all transformed into their stronger forms, and they towered over him, making him feel like a toddler before vengeful gods. The bear picked him up, his voice echoing and deep, "If you ever do that again, we will show you what it is like to be shoved inside one of our suits." The bear dropped him on the ground, but the 3 robots made no move to stop radiating their anger at him, or shift back to their original forms. "Eraserhead," Midoriya growled out. Shoyuta looked over at the boy, doing his best not to cower at the pure hatred surging off of the robots. "How dare you?" Shoyuta would have usually given detention to whichever student spoke to him with such disrespect, but he was much more worried at the look of fury that the timid boy wore. "What would you have done if I couldn't revive him? What responsibility would you have taken for killing a student for the purpose of making a point? You are lucky that I didn't let them do to you what they wanted to do, because they would not have made it painless. We are here to learn how to be heroes. We will be the best DMN hero team to ever walk this planet, and we won't let some dirty, shaggy, tired, quirkist, homeless, underground prick stand in our way." Gabriel and the rest of the missing children had returned to their normal forms, and were now staring dumbstruck as Zuko exploded at this person. This was the angriest they had ever seen the boy, and they could tell that if it were a villain that had done that, they wouldn't have made it in time to stop him from ripping them apart. You didn't stop Tokoyami from using his companion quirk to take the tests. You didn't force Yaoyorozu to not use her creations. You didn't force Shoji to do the grip strength without growing extra arms. So why stop me from using the full extent of my quirk? What makes us so different? Zuko glared at the man for another few seconds before saying, "Fine. If you don't want me to use Bonnie or the others on this test, then I will do it myself." Zuko snatched the ball from Jeremy and wound up his throw. Gabriel suddenly felt his nightmare mode slam into him. He saw that the others had similar confusion as to why they were forced to become their nightmare modes, when he turned back to Zuko. Zuko was bathed in black lightning, his face having gone pale. Large blue tears streamed down his face where 2 red dots appeared on his cheeks. Zuko flashed forwards, his green eyes leaving glowing trails behind as the ball exploded from his hand. A large shockwave buffeted the animatronic kids and broke the nearby windows as the ball blasted into the mesosphere. For a minute all was still, the animatronics having returned to their normal state as Zuko panted and clutched his hand. Finally there was a beep, and Eraserhead looked at his phone. It read 2,547 meters. Zuko looked at the teacher with contempt before stating, "I'm going to the nurse's office." "Come on guys." Gabriel and the others followed him, but Gabriel spared one look back. He saw that the teacher was staring after them in shock, while the rest of the class huddled in fear against a nearby wall. Shoyuta realized that he made a huge mistake, and that the kid was right. He was being a quirkist prick. He decided not to give him detention, and apologize. Though he would remind him that he can't talk to him with that tone ever again or he will get detention. He had far too much potential to expel. Time skip. Izuku returned to his class after getting his finger healed, and holding his animatronics tightly for a good 10 minutes. When he arrived, he watched as the last student finished their test, a flashy boy with a belly button laser of all things. After that Aizawa posted their scores. Izuku had placed first. That was when their teacher turned to the class and said, "About expelling someone? It was a logical ruse to get you to perform your best. Now go get changed, class is dismissed." Aizawa hesitated for a second before saying, and Midoriya-Izuku looked up at him in both fear and determination. "I'm sorry." Izuku did a double take. "He was what?" Aizawa continued, "You were right. I shouldn't have picked on you just because your quirk is different from everyone else's. I also should have thought about you not being able to reboot your robot. I am truly sorry." With that the man bowed at a 90-degree angle, shocking the class. "I am glad that you were able to fix my mistake and it won't happen again. Please forgive me." Izuku was dumbfounded. A teacher was apologizing to him. He nodded. "I guess that I seek and forgive you. You understand where you were coming from, but next time take that into account." The man straightened up and nodded. "However, if you ever speak to me like that again, you will find yourself in detention. Do I make myself clear?" Izuku picked his jaw off of the floor. "Yes, sensei." The man smiled slightly before walking off with his hands in his pockets. The students slowly made their way into the locker rooms, still in awe of what happened. That was when it happened. "Guys," said the midget boy Mineta, who had done well on the side jumps, his lisp grating on Izuku's nerves, "there's a hole in this wall. It's a sign from the gods." Both Ida and Bonnie looked ready to jump in. Ida was prepared to lecture the boy while Bonnie looked like he was more likely to remove the boy's head from his shoulders when they were stopped by Freddy. The two looked confused before Freddy silently pointed at the perverted grape garden gnome. The disgusting sheet stain was drooling as he leaned to look through the hole. He was disappointed to see nothing but blackness on the other side of the hole, but he understood that that was probably what he should have expected. Then the darkness lit up to reveal a cold dead glowing eye staring back at him. Izuku watched as the garbage incarnate leapt 3 feet into the air with a girly scream, "What is that?" Izuku trained his face into a scowl. "That was Chika, and if you ever peep on the girls again, you'll have to answer to her. She's the scariest when mad." The purple piece of waste looked like he had sheet himself as he rushed out of the locker rooms. The rest of the boys changed without a worry in the world. Susie was blushing up a storm. When she first entered the girls' locker room, the other girls had been cautious of her at first, but after shyly explaining that she, too, was a girl, they opened right up to her and started making small talk. She was worried that they would be afraid of her after she almost stuffed that a-hole teacher into a suit like that security guard all those years, and unfortunately she was right, but when Fredbear informed her of a peeping Tom, she leapt into action. She found the hole, and when the girls cautiously questioned what she was doing, she held up one finger to tell them to give her a minute. After hearing the Girish scream from the other side of the wall, the girls realized that she had just saved their dignity. After that, things returned to how they were before the test. Susie was so happy to have more girlfriends. Izuku was worried. Not for his safety, but the safety of his teacher. Mei had come over to his house to have dinner with his mom and talk about their first day of school. Mei had said that she had a boring day with orientation and hadn't been able to make any new babies or even touch anything in her new workshop. She reassured him that the pizzeria was always going to be her favorite. Though. Then it was Izuku's turn to speak. He tried to leave it out, but Susie growled about how their teacher SCKED, forcing him to explain. His mom looked both concerned and furious for him and his animatronics, but what scared him most was Mei. She had seemed eerily calm when she stood from the table and moved to a closet in the hallway. She rustled around in the closet for a little before straightening up and walking towards the door holding a baseball bat and singing a small poem. "I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. You hurt my friends? I'm going to break your knees." Now as they walked to UA, Izuku was constantly searching the girl for any possible weapons that she might be carrying. They separated at her classroom and Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He arrived at his classroom and talked with Uraraka and Ida until it was time to start class. The classes were mostly normal high school classes, the only difference was them being taught by pro heroes. Izuku made sure to get all of their autographs before leaving their classes. When lunch rolled around, Izuku had his nose SCK in his notebook peering over the autographs with a large smile. He got his lunch and sat down at a larger table with 7 chairs and began eating. The animatronics took their seats around him and did various activities. Chika and Foxy were arm wrestling, Bonnie was leaning back in his chair and picking at his guitar, and Freddy was drawing in his own notebook. Uraraka and Ida took the last 2 available seats and started making small talk with Izuku. "You're super strong, Deku," said the girl with pink cheeks. "Are you stronger than Bonnie?" "I think you are." She smiled at Izuku and he blushed at the compliment. For some reason this angered Mei, so she took this moment to make herself known. "Izuku!" she called, jumping onto his lap. On instinct Izuku caught her in his arms and held her tight. "Did that teacher give you trouble again? I've made a few babies that could take care of him for you." The blue-haired boy made robotic movements with his arms as he lectured about not making threats at the teachers of UA or something like that. Mei wasn't listening. Izuku, who had been pretty desensitized to her eccentricities, shook his head. "Mei, it's really okay, and you need to explain what you mean or people won't understand what you mean." Mei looked over at the flirty girl and robot boy with disdain. "Mei Hatsum, inventor. I call them my babies. Anyways Izuku, I'm so excited for you to see your costume. You have heroics class today, right?" Izuku nodded. "Hatsum. You need to find a seat so that Midoriya can eat. It is disrespectful to sit in his lap." The robot boy swung his arm again, but Mei only looked at him in annoyance. "There aren't any more chairs at the table. Besides, I can help Izuku." Mei grinned as she picked up her chopsticks and grabbed some food from Izuku's plate. "Say ah." Izuku's face resembled a cute strawberry as he opened his mouth. Mei placed the bit of food in his mouth with a smile before grabbing some of her own food and eating it with the same chopsticks. She stole a smug glance at the brown-haired girl who flirted with Izuku earlier. The girl was blushing as well with her mouth hanging open. Glasses was lecturing her about germs, but she didn't care, lifting another bite for Izuku that he ate mechanically. Mei wasn't like Izuku. She had figured out that she was crushing on Izuku long ago, and she was not above marking her territory. She stayed sitting in Izuku's lap for the rest of lunch, wrapping her arms around his neck when they had polished off their food. Izuku was catatonic while she was feeding him, but after she brought up her teacher powder laugher or whatever, he snapped out of it and happily conversed with her, cheeks, and glasses. Time skip. It was time for heroics class and Izuku was both overjoyed and nervous. This was where he would either shine or crash and burn. Then he heard it, I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might burst through the door in an odd pose, and flexed his muscles. The class cheered and chattered amongst themselves, excited that their teacher was All Might himself. Now you zygotes. It is time for your first heroics class. It is All Might brought out a card, Battle Trial. Kaken leaned forward, clearly excited, but before we get started you need to look the part. He pressed a button that opened a segment of the wall filled with cases, now put these on and meet me at ground beta. With that All Might zipped out of the classroom. Izuku grabbed his case and raced to the changing rooms. He opened the case to see the costume that May had made for him and his face lit up. After putting it all on he looked at himself in the mirror. He was dressed in a black skin-tight jumpsuit. It had white stripes running from his elbows down to his black gloves, and stripes from his knees down to his ankles, matching up to the lines of his shin-length combat boots. He had a white belt that connected to a black HRNSS that fit snugly around his shoulders. The belt in front of the HRNSS held multiple items ranging from medical supplies to small ball that May told him not to use until she explained them to him. The HRNSS held Fredbear on his back so that they were always together, but he still had his arms to fight with. He flexed his fingers and the fingers of his gloves sharpened to claws that stuck out about 2 inches away from his fingers. The last thing was purely aesthetics, but something that Fredbear had encouraged when suggesting the design for this costume. A pure white mask with a large smile was sitting on his face. This was not only an homage to All Might, but also something to both symbolize himself, and strike fear into the hearts of villains everywhere. Izuku decided that the mask could wait until the trial started, so he moved it to rest on the right side of his face. He met the animatronics outside. They weren't wearing any clothes, but had support gear that Izuku thought would be helpful and cool for them to have. Freddy had a large shield as big as Izuku was tall strapped to his back, Foxy had 2 blunt knives strapped to a belt at his waist, Bonnie was wearing 2 sleek metal gauntlets with pronounced knuckles and large metal boots, and Chica was carrying a hefty mace in her unoccupied hand. Are you guys ready? Now we're really heroes. Izuku watched as they all nodded. All right, let's go. Izuku walked into the observation room, his friends just behind him. As he was looking at all of the cool costumes, Uraraka came into his view. Izuku blushed massively. Cool costumes, guys. Uraraka said, bouncing a little. Mine's a little tight, maybe I should have been more specific. I love the hero course, said a certain short BSTRD, and Chica's head swiveled to glare at him. Upon him noticing her watching him, she let her mace fall to the floor with a massive doom. She picked it up with an obviously fake, oh no. I dropped it. My bad. Mineta started sweating and paled, walking away mechanically. Excellent. Now that you all look the part, let's get down to business. All Might laughed as Kaminari mumbled under his breath, to defeat the Huns. All Might continued, probably not hearing him. He pulled out a note card and began reading, causing everyone to sweat drop. We will be in teams of 2, heroes and villains. The villains will have a faux bomb and have to protect it for 10 minutes or capture the hero team. The heroes have to either touch the bomb in the time limit, or capture the villains. Teams will be decided by lots. Many questions rang out, but All Might held out his hands, one at a time. I can't hear all of you at once. Ida raised his armored hand and spoke once All Might nodded to him. Sir. Why are we deciding teams by lots? In real life heroes don't always get to choose who they work with, so they have to partner up with whoever's around if anyone. All Might nodded. Exactly right, young Midoriya. Now, come get your lot. Izuku looked at his card and saw that it had the English letter A on it. After a little searching around he found his partner in a bird-headed boy named Fumikaze Tokoyami. Now to decide who plays who. First up is Team G as the heroes. A joyous cry rang out, seeing Ida trying to calm Kaken, who was ecstatic at being chosen as the hero team, and Team A as the villains. Izuku's mood plummeted as he saw Kaken looking at him like a predator watching its prey with glee. He was F'd. Izuku muttered and paced through the room with the bomb, his animatronic setting things up around the large space as Tokoyami watched him with concern. Midoriya, are you alright, my commanding compatriot? You seem distressed this dark day. Izuku paused, staring back at the bird-headed teen. Suddenly he rushed closer to the boy. Tokoyami, how does Dark Shadow work? I think I have a plan. Bakugo stalked the street in front of the building as Four Eyes rambled on about some bullshit that didn't matter. Time is up. Begin. Bakugo grew a razor-sharp smile and ran towards the villain's hideout. Four Eyes followed him, but he paid the elitist no mind. Barging inside, he stomped his way through the building, heading for the stairs. As he and Four Eyes turned a corner, the lights went out around them. Before Bakugo could think of a plan, a light appeared at the end of the hall. It was that stupid mask that Deku had on his costume. The entire mask was lit up a bright white, obviously hiding the nerd's face. Then two smaller lights appeared in the eyeholes of the mask. Deku tilted his head, and a child's laugh rang through the corridor. The freak then took off, his mask making it easy to follow him. Bakugo streaked after him with a roar of, "Get back here, Deku Uwu." He thought he heard the elitist following him, but he was too focused on putting that nerd in his place. At the bottom of the food chain, Tenya sprinted after Bakugo, his quirk flaring up to keep pace with the angry teen. Midoriya flew up the stairs, his glowing mask bouncing as he ran. Out of nowhere he turned and disappeared through a door leading to a different floor. After reaching the door, Bakugo blasted it off its hinges and leapt through after the green-haired boy. Tenya was more suspicious and walked in after, cautiously looking around the hallway, looking for any signs of a trap. He heard a boom, followed by yelling, signaling that Bakugo was fighting. His engines roared as he followed the sound. He turned to the room that Bakugo was most likely fighting in, and saw him come flying out of the empty doorway and slam into a wall. Tenya watched as a large glowing figure emerged from the doorway. Freddy, if he remembered correctly, grown to his larger form. A deep booming laugh echoed through him. "Give up now, Bakugo, we have destroyed things far more put together than you." "Never." Bakugo hissed, slowly regaining the air in his lungs. "You're nothing but an overgrown tinkin." He looked up at the large figure. Then he heard a sound that had haunted his nightmares since he was a child. The sound of a music box played through the hall, its high tones ringing through his mind as his eyes widened in fear. He was frozen as the tune drew closer to its end, the flashing face staining his eyes. The final notes came out deep and demonic as a roar shook him to his core, the bear lunging at him with his arms spread. Tenya watched as the brash boy pushed himself flat against the wall at the sound of the music, the haunting tones freezing Tenya as well. Then the notes faltered and the robot let out a screech, lunging for his partner. Bakugo screamed, lunging off of the wall and streaked down the hall past Tenya. The bear stopped short of the wall, the demonic laugh emanating from it again as it stood upright. It turned to Tenya. "Will you die here, hero? Or must I hunt you down first?" Tenya's mind rushed as he tried to think of the best course of action. He made a decision, little flames burning out of his exhaust ports, and he sped past the animatronic. What he didn't notice was the grin that Freddy gave him as he left. "Wrong choice, Ida. Good luck." Gabriel walked towards the room he had been hiding in. "Come on, Zuko, we have to chase after Bakugo." Zuko stood from his hiding place behind a box and practically skipped over to the animatronic. "That was great, you did a great job, Freddy." The familiar euphoric feeling of being complimented by Zuko rushed over Gabriel. "Thank you, Zuko, I tried my hardest." Bakugo slammed into a wall as he sprinted for the door, seeing sunlight pouring through the windows next to it. A crazed smile split his face. He could escape. It wasn't a nightmare. Then the door disappeared in a wave of black. He stopped short, almost falling to his knees to start weeping. As he skidded to a stop, two bright yellow eyes opened in front of him. "I see you were attempting to escape our revelry in the dark." A voice encircled him. "I cannot allow you to do that. We haven't finished picking your bone, hero." The blackness engulfed Bakugo as he cried out, struggling to break free. Before he could, a voice rang out. "Katsuki Bakugo has been captured." The darkness receded, revealing his hands tied together with tape. He looked around confused, before remembering. This was a simulation. He was awake. He growled, snapping the tape and lifting his arms up. "I'm not done yet." He hooked his hand through the pin in his gauntlet. "Young Bakugo. You have been captured, you are out of the exercise. If you fire that weapon you will face serious consequences." Bakugo growled, his muscles tensing as he yanked the pin out. As Toshinori watched young Bakugo pull the pin, multiple things happened at once. The first was that dark shadow lunged at the boy, trying to protect his master. Second, Freddy rushed to the explosive boy, attempting to stop him. And finally, throwing his plush guardian to the side, young Midoriya sparked black and bolted to Tokoyami's side, tackling him to the floor. The explosion could be heard from the control room. Fumicage's ears rang with the explosion. He tried to sit up, but there was a weight on his chest that he couldn't seem to move. Through the probable ear damage, he heard a voice call out as if from far away. "Zuko." He looked at the thing on his stomach in a daze to see red, bubbling flesh covering the whole of his partner's back. Fumicage realized that the only thing that had saved him from becoming ash was Midoriya's brave sacrifice. He pushed him down before the explosion could turn him to paste. One of Midoriya's dark companions rushed over and gently picked up the boy. Chika was the name he could recall. Sitting up was a chore, but what he saw rocked his being. The rest of Midoriya's compatriots were holding back the bear-like robot as it roared with fury at the explosive deviant, its body massive and straining their hold. The boy already looked roughed up as he lay in a dent in the wall. The bracers he had worn were torn from his limbs and flattened, his arms were clearly broken from the way he held them to his chest, and his head was bleeding lightly from where it had struck the building. All Might burst through the door and had a quick conversation with Chika before scooping Midoriya from her arms and rushing out the way he came in. Finally the robot seemed to calm down, Ida finally making it to the bottom floor. Chika made her way over to Fumikage and offered him a cupcake before walking towards a now calm Freddy. As Fumikage ate his cupcake, he pondered why the master of robots had saved him. And what would be done after everything was sorted? Important question from the author. Hey guys, someone had asked me if I was going to make a Discord server for fans of my fics. Well, I want to know if any of you guys would join. So please leave a comment if you would like that. If enough people do, then I'll make one and link it in my chapters. Thanks everyone for the support, and have a great day cuties. Saying that Nedzu was intelligent was an understatement. He could accurately do rocket science in his head in less than 20 minutes. He was thusly very good at estimating the outcome of solutions, but sometimes there are unseen variables that tend to mess up his plans. Never in rocket science, he is always very careful when sending people into space. No, the unseen variable that had disturbed his most recent calculations was as follows: human pride. As the Chimera reclined in his chair, he watched the boy in front of him very closely. From his expression one might assume that he is furious, a normal facial display from the boy, but from his body language, the principal could tell that he was terrified. Not with him, oh no, the boy held no fear for authority. This was a deep-seated fear, most likely from early childhood, that was dug up recently. Katsuki Bakugo, do you know why you are here today? He extended an olive branch. Maybe the child was simply too afraid during the trial to understand quite what he was doing. Of course, Nedzu had already watched the trial, but feelings were always something that was difficult for him to accurately place. So what if I continued after I had been caught? Heroes don't sit around and let themselves stay captured. The boy in front of him growled with all the anger he could muster, and if that freak Deku got hurt, that was his fault for being so useless. Nedzu's smile didn't waver, but on the inside he was growling. He hated discrimination of any kind, and this boy obviously did not care about his not-so-subtle quirkism. It is true that heroes do not let themselves stay in the villain's custody for long, but that was not the point of today's exercise. He took a sip of his tea. No, today's exercise was to see where you are in terms of battle prowess and strategery. You were caught, and thus out of the match. What you did could land you in hot water if Mr. Midoriya decides to press charges. Bakugo showed no remorse, only watching him with his characteristic glare. With a sigh, Nedzu set down his cup. Now you must be punished. Thankfully I have an idea that might just work in your favor. You dislike Mr. Midoriya's robot companions, correct? Bakugo growled, but nodded. Well, I think that there is a simple solution to both your punishment and that problem. You are hereby removed from Class 1A. The shock on the boy's face gave Nedzu a sense of satisfaction and amusement. You're not expelled, or even taken out of the hero course. That would only lead you down the path of vigilantism or villainy. No. You will be placed in Class 1B, your bracers were destroyed and they will stay that way until I feel that you are ready. You will take classes with Hound Dog on anger management every other day, and you will be watched very closely. If I see any behavior that could result in something like today, then you will face more serious consequences. Bakugo's jaw had dropped as he heard the terms. Take it, or you must be expelled and put on a watch list. Your choice, Mr. Bakugo. The boy stared at him for a while longer so see if he was serious. Finally the boy growled out a yes. Good, then you may go home for the day. Tomorrow you will meet back here with the student that I have chosen to switch with you. Enjoy your day. Nedzu watched as the boy left his office. Once he was gone the smile dropped from his face. He did not like the direction that boy was heading in, but he hoped that the move and change in his mindset would help him to get over his fears and prejudices. Only time could tell. Fitz watched as Gabriel paced in front of the nurse's office. He knew that Gabriel felt horrible about how the trial ended. He felt that it was his fault that Aizu was injured. Yar, Gabe, it wasn't your fault. It was that Dmed Bakugo. Gabriel stopped pacing and looked up at Fitz. I know, but if I had been faster dash. Yar, being fast is my job. You are Aizu's shield, but shields don't always make it. I am Aizu's knife, but knives don't always work. You have to accept that you won't always be able to be there for Aizu matey. You just have to try your best. Gabriel's head lowered, and a sniffle rang out from his chest. Before May had fixed them up, the only sounds they could make echoed deep in their circuitry. This was that kind of noise, not the sound of someone speaking through a robot, but a lost child stuck inside an animatronic. Susie stood up from her position beside the door and pulled Gabriel into a tight hug. Gabriel's arms encircled her, and she motioned for Fitz and Jeremy to join in. The group hugged, and their lost souls vibrated in harmony. It was like the old days back in the old pizzeria. Back then they did not have much conscious thought, being guided by Cassidy and error. They were sad, scared, angry, and lonely. But on the nights when they were alone, they called to each other, their spirits ringing and harmonizing. From this they drew comfort. They were not alone. They had each other. He's all fixed up, you can come see him now. Be quiet though, he needs his sleep, recovery girl called to them, and they released each other. Before they walked into the infirmary, Fitz's spirit rang once more, and he received his answer from the other 3 children. Now feeling calm, the 4 animatronics stepped into the office to see their friend. May was hammering away at a baby in her workshop, the sound of metal hitting metal resounding around the room. She set down her hammer and picked up a nearby rag. She wiped her face and turned to get some water, Izuku's good influence on her, when she saw it. Fredbear was sitting against her water bottle, his 2 intelligent eyes glinting at her. At first she didn't understand, but then her eyes widened. Izuku. She dropped her rag and flew out of the classroom, trusting the plush toy to guide her with its appearance. She thought that she heard voices from behind her, but it didn't matter, something was wrong with Izuku. She saw Fredbear sitting near the right wall at the coming turn, so she took a sharp right at the fork. She dodged around someone carrying a stack of papers and continued her sprint down the hall. There. Fredbear was sitting on the exit sign above the stairway door. Throwing the door open, she saw Fredbear at the bottom of the steps. As she raced down the steps, she wondered what could have happened to Izuku. Izuku's eyes peeled themselves open. He could feel that he was laying on his stomach, and he craned his neck a little to look around. Then he heard a gasp, and some colors obstructed his view, yellow, brown, red, and blue. Zuzu, how are you doing? Oh. It was the gang. I am doing alright, Izuku stuttered out, head lolling to the left. Why am I in here? He could hear some giggles coming from Chika. Whether it was from his confusion, or his cheek pressed into the bed, he had no idea. Izu, what can you remember? Yar, Foxy asked. Well, I remember that it was dark, and that we were scaring Kaken. Then Kaken got caught, and he tried to hurt Tokoyami. Izuku pushed himself off of the bed. Then he yelped in pain and had to lay back down. Various versions of his name were called out by the animatronics as they placed their hands on him where they were sure wouldn't hurt him. Izuku, Tokoyami's fine, you saved him from Bakabich, Bonnie said, his hand placed gently on Izuku's forearm. Before Izuku could say anything else, he heard a small sob. The hand on his head was shaking slightly. Zuko, I am so sorry. I couldn't protect you, Freddy said, his voice wavering as the soft cries rang out from inside him. Izuku smiled and gently placed his hand on Freddy's, but Freddy, you already have. You saved me from the slime villain, you kept me safe from the robots at the entrance exam, and you saved me from the fall when I destroyed the zero-pointer. You've protected me ever since we met. Do you remember then? I do. The cry from Freddy only grew louder as he gently wrapped his arms around Izuku's neck, pulling him to his chest. Thank you, Zuko. Always, Freddy, we're a team. All of us. The rest of the gang gently held onto Izuku, careful not to aggravate his wounds. After a few minutes of wholesome family love, they pulled away. Where's Fredby a dash? Izuku, that was when a pink blur decided to crash into Izuku and throw her arms around him. Mimi. Watch out for his back. Chika tried to warn her, but May was too busy sobbing on her crush's shoulder. I saw Fredbear in my workshop, and I thought that something happened to you. Are you alright? Just as quickly as she had hugged him, she pulled away from him and began scanning him up and down. Her eyes wanted to linger on his exposed biceps and clavicle, but she was more focused on finding out what had landed him in the infirmary. She noticed that the bandages wrapped around his torso, and she gently glided her hands along his back, noticing that he sked in a breath when she did. She pulled her hands off of his back and guided them to clasp around his neck. Don't scare me like that again, mister. Or I'll have to put you in timeout. She tried to sound serious, but it came out pouty, and Izuku laughed. Yes ma'am, I'll do my best. The animatronics and teens talked until Recovery Girl came to do a checkup on Izuku. Once she decided that he was good to go, she told them to scram, and to not come back soon. They laughed as they left the room, and decided that going home seemed like a really good idea. When they arrived at Izuku's house, they had to explain to his mother why they were so late, causing her to almost flood the house. After assuring her that everything was okay, May and the animatronics left for the pizzeria. All said and done, it was a nice night. I hate him. That monster. He hurt the child. I cannot let this stand. I will show him. Yes. I will show him why the child is superior. He will realize the child is better than him. Once he does, I will crush him. He will see why he was wrong. You can wait for now, Afton. Important question. I want to know if you guys want me to include the movies in this? I personally really enjoyed the movies, so if you guys want I can include. 1, 2, both. 3, none. Let me know. And if you tell me in Discord, your vote will count twice. So, join the Discord. Link is in the top author notes, and if it doesn't work then ask me in a comment and I'll send you a new link. Izuku and Mei walked to school with the animatronics the morning after the battle trials, rested and ready for the day. That is until they saw the large crowd in front of the school. I wish I had brought one of my babies to deal with them. The military-grade taser would have worked wonders on this crowd. Izuku and the animatronics looked at Mei with slightly concerned expressions until Chika snapped, I have an idea. We will surround you guys and walk you to the door. That way the people can't push you guys around. There was one small problem with this plan. Izuku and Mei were squished together as the animatronics pushed their way through the swarm of reporters. By the time that they made it to the other side, Izuku's head was spinning, and he thought he was going to pass out. The animatronics offered to carry him, but he just rested for a few seconds before he felt ready to go. Just as they were about to leave the doors, Izuku felt something. Strings. His head whipped to the crowd. He couldn't control cameras, could he? He didn't notice the man in the hoodie standing at the back of the crowd with a chapped smile. Ibra had been informed by Vladking that she was to go see the principal that morning. He made sure to assure her that she wasn't in trouble, but she still worried when she walked into his office to see the furry creature sitting across from a blonde-haired boy with a scowl on his face. You wanted to see me, Principal Nedzu? She clasped her hands together in silent prayer as she sat in the seat next to the blonde boy. Yes, Ms. Shoizaki, unfortunately due to some extreme circumstances, we must move Mr. Bakugo here to Class 1B. This means that a student must be moved to 1A. After reading your file, I was hoping that you'd be so kind as to be that student. Ibra glanced over at the other team to see him snarling at the floor. If that would make things easier for you, then I will gladly move classes. The principal smiled, wonderful. Then I suggest that you go get your things and go and meet your new homeroom teacher. You may leave, I have a few more matters to discuss with Mr. Bakugo. Ibra nodded and left the room. After making it a ways down the hall, she bowed her head and clasped her hands. Dear Lord, she said a small prayer of thanks and asking for guidance in her new endeavors. When she felt better, she continued to walk down to her old classroom. What did the principal want, Shiozai? Kendo asked when she entered the room. The class turned to look at her, and she wanted to go back outside and pray again. I am switching classes with someone from 1A. The class exploded into chatter until a voice rang out, you traitor. Everyone turned to see Monoma glaring at her. Get out, we don't need a turncoat like you. Ibra's eyes watered a little, but she grabbed her bag and walked out of the room silently. The class was in chaos as she left. She jogged to the bathroom and closed herself in a stall. She prayed for a bit before she felt that she could walk to her new class. She arrived at the door to Class 1A and knocked loud enough that she was sure that they would hear her. The door slid open and a grizzly man peered down at her. Good, you're here, come inside. She entered the room and looked around. For the first few rows she saw some interesting faces, but nothing too mind-blowing except for a boy with 6 arms. Then her gaze landed on the far side of the room. There she saw 4 large humanoid animals sitting at desks. Sensei, the man looked at her with a bored expression. Why do you need another student? You still have 23-inch. The robots are part of another student's quirk, but they are sentient enough that I am teaching them as well. I only have 19 human students. You will be number 20. She nodded. Now you may take a seat in front of Midoriya. Midoriya, raise your hand please. A green-haired boy in the row next to the robots raised his hand shyly. Ibra walked over and placed her bag on the ground. I am Ibra Shiozaki, it is a pleasure to meet you. Midoriya smiled back at her, making her think an angel had come to earth. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and these are my friends. He pointed at the robots and named them one by one. Ibra nodded along and smiled when the chicken robot waved at her excitedly. Now, you all have something important to do. The class stiffened up as Aizawa spoke. You must pick a class president. The class let out a sigh of relief before everyone except the animatronics, Izuku, and Shiozaki started shouting about how they would be the best for the position. It was then that Ida stood up and stated that they should have an election. After deciding that everyone would have 2 votes, and that the animatronics didn't want to run, the class set to work voting. Izuku noticed that Shiozaki didn't vote, but he chalked that up to not really knowing anybody. Ida stood at the front of the class and wrote down the number of votes. Ida and Yaoyorozu tied for first with 13 votes each, and Izuku came in second with everyone else got 1 vote each. After a second vote for just Ida and Yaoyorozu became the president and Ida was named vice president. After a few classes, they were dismissed for lunch. Izuku sat down at the table with his animatronic friends, Ida, Uraraka, and Shiozaki. Then the doors of the cafeteria burst open, and a grimy, smoking Mei trudged over to Izuku. She collapsed onto him, her head on his shoulder, and wrapped her arms around his torso. Izuku set down his chopsticks and gently pulled her closer, silently asking Freddy to go get some food. "What's wrong, Mei? Did something happen?" Mei nodded into his shoulder and hugged him tighter. "Do you want to talk about it?" She shook her head and buried it into his neck. Izuku shivered a bit at her breath on his neck before Freddy returned with a bowl of udon. "Do you want me to feed you?" Mei nodded again and slowly pulled away from his neck, shifting to sit sideways across his lap. Uraraka was frowning, Ida was sputtering and chopping like a broken foxy, and Shiozaki was blushing and praying into her hands for her new friend's salvation. Izuku paid them no mind, instead opting to feed Mei her food before picking his chopsticks back up. Before he could eat a bite, alarms blared through the cafeteria, warning emergency level 3. Kids from across the lunchroom shot up and raced towards the door. Izuku and his friends were swept along with them, getting separated in the confusion. Izuku looked outside to see that it was just the press. He heard a cry and saw Mei being squished against the glass. As he watched, the glass cracked a little. Panicked, Izuku activated One for All, black lightning shooting off of him. Then he felt it. Like the inside of a large piano, hundreds of strings quivering and shaking. Izuku reached out and tugged on them, but they wouldn't budge. A feeling of anger washed over him, and he knew what to do. He yanked on the strings, not enough to snap them, but enough to make the ring, and he roared, "Enough!" Everyone stopped dead and turned to look at him. He seethed and roared again, his grasp on the strings held tight. "It is just the press. Calm yourselves." As if in a trance, the body of people took a deep breath, and relaxed, calmly walking out of the door. Izuku caught up with Mei and drew her into a fierce hug. "Are you alright? I saw the glass on the window crack and I was so worried." The animatronics grabbed the two of them in a large group hug, a deep hum emanating from them. "I'm alright, Izuku, thank you." Mei held onto him just as tightly, burying her head into his shoulder and grasping the back of his uniform. The rest of the day went smoothly, but Izuku didn't feel calm until he was with Mei on their couch in the pizzeria, holding her tight. That night they watched comedies instead of the usual horror movie. They just wanted to relax for the night. Deep underground, the old springs groaned as he sat up. He could feel them. He shivered for the first time in years. It felt like She had returned, but he had watched her burn. It couldn't be her, it couldn't be them. He was mistaken, he was just imagining it again. He laid back down, springs creaking. He went back to sleep. It wasn't time to set his plans into action just yet. The day had passed by like normal, they were taught by pros, but all in all nothing new. That was when Aizawa entered the class and stood at the podium. "It's time for your daily hero class. Today we will be doing rescue training with all might and a surprise teacher. Get suited up and head to the buses. Midoriya, your costume is still getting repaired, so until then you can just wear your gym uniform." Izuku nodded and followed his classmates to the locker rooms. After getting changed, Ida tried to organize everyone when they were getting on the bus. As it turned out, the bus had different seating, one which Izuku felt was pretty unsafe all things considered. As Aizawa drove, the students talked amongst themselves. "Midoriya," Azui said, getting Izuku's attention, "I'm very straightforward, and your quirk is confusing. You have your companions but also some sort of super strength and speed? How does that work?" Izuku panicked for a second before remembering his cover-up. "I can borrow their quirks. Ive only figured out how to use a little bit of Bonnie's and Foxy's though." Azui croaked. "How do they have their own quirks? They are robots, right?" Izuku nodded. "That's right, Azui - call me Tsu. We don't really know how they have quirks. I've never been able to create more companions, so I hypothesize that my quirk makes up to 5 companions and that it gives them a quirk based on 5 types. Speed, defense, attack, support, and mobility." Kirishima nodded. "It's a super manly quirk. And super flashy too. Unlike my hardening," he hardened his arm, "my quirk doesn't really stand out." Izuku shook his head. "That's not true. Your quirk is super cool. And I think it would be flashier if you got harder. Can you get harder? I want to see." Suzy leaned over to Gabriel. "I thought he was into Mei?" A rumbling laugh echoed in Gabriel's chest. "I've always felt that he was bisexual, but I have a feeling that Mei has caught his attention first." Finally the bus pulled up to the building and everyone filed out. "This is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short," Aizawa began. "Now stop your gawking and let's head inside." The teens and robots followed their teacher inside, and despite what he had just said, continued gawking at everything. Welcome future heroes, a friendly voice rang out. It's Pro Hero 13. I'm their biggest fan. Uraraka squealed, shaking Izuku lightly, thank you. It always makes me very happy to hear that, the suited hero replied. Where's All Might? Aizawa whispered. 13 shook their head and discreetly held up 3 fingers. All Might ran into some trouble on the way here, so he might join us later. For now I have a few points to talk to you guys about. The class calmed down and watched 13 closely. As many of you know, my quirk is Black Hole. With it I can destroy debris with ease to help save people. But I could also use it to kill someone even easier. No quirk is inherently evil, it's their users who decide how to use them. The students all looked at themselves, wondering just how easy it would be for them to hurt someone. But that's why we are here, to learn how to use them for good. So let's do our best today, alright? While the class nodded and voiced their agreement, Izuku noticed something wispy and purple near the fountain in the middle of the USJ. Fredbear, what's going on? Izuku clutched the bear tightly to his chest. I do not know, child. We must leave. Tell that man. Izuku whipped to Aizawa, sensei. We need to leave. Something is happening over there. Izuku pointed to the fountain. The class followed his finger and saw the purple mass expand before a hand emerged from it. It was followed soon after by a head hidden behind a detached hand. The portal opened wider still, and people started pouring out of it. Sensei, is this a test? Kaminari asked. No, those are real villains. 13, take care of the kids. 13 nodded and started shepherding the teens towards the doors. Mr. Aizawa, the man in question, looked at Izuku once more. You can't fight all of those people alone. Take Freddy and Bonnie with you. They're robots so they can be repaired, even if I would rather them be safe. Aizawa hesitated before nodding. Follow me, you two. Chika and Foxy watch over the kids. With that the 3 leapt down the stairs, already attacking the villains waiting for them at the bottom. Izuku grasped Fredbear tighter, running with Chika and Foxy to where his classmates were. Before they could make it to the doors, the purple mass erupted in front of them. Not so fast, they're children. I cannot allow you to leave this place, the villain's voice echoed. My name is Kurojiri of the League of Villains, and we must make an example of you. Stay back, kids. I'll handle this. 13 moved to uncap their fingers, but Kirishima and Siro jumped at the villain. They passed through him harmlessly. Pity, you should have listened to your teacher. Now begone. The purple mist swept through the heroes in training. Izuku lost his footing and fell backwards, Fredbear flying from his arms. The last thing he saw before he was enveloped in purple was Chika and Foxy straining to reach him. I watched as the child fell. I could do nothing. Curse this hollow body. I cannot do anything by myself. But I know someone who can. She should be where she was last time. I hope that she is. Do not fear. We are coming for you, Izuku. When Izuku came to his senses, he was falling into water. He saw a boat sitting in the middle of the man-made lake, as well as several dots scattered around. He thought that it was lucky that Foxy and Chika didn't come with him. Then he hit the water. After the bubbles cleared, he began to swim upwards, but heard a muffled and warped voice. Sorry kid, it's just business. He saw a villain with a shark mutation swimming at him. He charged up one for all, ready to hit the man, when Astsu crashed into the shark man. She grabbed him and swam towards the surface. She placed him onto the boat with her tongue gently, and Izuku began to cough up water. He then heard a loud banging noise and looked up to see a dazed Mineta. Atsu jumped over the railing and squatted next to the boys. Are you alright? Kero. Yes, thanks for saving us ASU. Her tongue dangled threateningly above him. Tsu. She gave a small smile and croaked before turning her attention to the water below. Kero, how are we going to get out of this? Izuku peered over the side as well. He saw what Tsu was talking about, and his face paled. There were at least 50 villains waiting for them in the water. The 2 teens slunk back, sitting on the deck. We have to come up with a plan, Izuku said, rubbing his chin. No sheet, Sherlock. What brilliant revelation are you going to come up with next? The sky is blue. Tsu glared at the small grape-headed teen, and he quickly shut up. Glancing back, she noticed that Izuku hadn't even heard the boy's words, too focused on mumbling his plan. Suddenly a large wave sliced through the boat, cleaving it in two. Tsu grabbed both Izuku and Mineta, using her feet to keep them from sliding. A few seconds later, Izuku looks up. I think I have a plan, but it's not going to be fun. Tsu and Mineta looked at each other before turning back to Izuku with determined looks. Suzy stopped dead when she saw that Izuku was missing. She felt it returning. That anger. She hadn't felt it since SHE was around. Before it consumed her, Fritz laid a hand on her shoulder. We lost him, but it's okay, we'll get him back. Suzy looked up at the unusually serious pirate. For now, help me get out of here. I'll get the heroes. Suzy nodded, the anger flaring up again. This time she was in control, however. And this time, she wasn't mindless. Her body creaked and groaned, her nightmare mode returning. As she faced the villain who took her friend from her, her anger flowed into her transformation, the tears in her body glowing orange. She lets out a warbled roar, and thunders her way past the shocked students. More mist flows towards her, but she lunges out of the way. "You are much too slow, you will never hit me," the mist taunted. "I'm not trying to," her voice distorted. "I'm just a distraction." The yellow eyes widened with realization before an explosion bloomed next to the floating orbs. The mist shook and spun, the villain trying to regain his senses. Susie took a wild swing through the mist and her mace slammed into something metallic. The villain was thrown towards the stairs. "You still have not beaten me," the villain restated calmly, floating up again. "I told you, I was just a distraction." With one glowing finger, Susie pointed behind her where the door hung wide open. Kurojire's eyes widened, seeing that the few leftover students had escaped. "You win the battle, but we will win the war." With that he disappeared. Susie stood there for a few seconds before falling to her knees. The transformation dropped as she placed her hands over her face. "Please be okay, Zuzu. Please be okay." She sobbed hard as the battle raged at her feet. Mei was repairing Izuku's costume while plotting how she would destroy, educate, the teen who hurt her crush. It was no easy task, the fabric of the back had been completely disintegrated. That was good because that meant that Izuku's back hadn't been the thing to be turned to ash. Mei had finished the repairs on the HRNSS a little bit earlier, and was excited to show Izuku the new baby she made to protect Fredbear when the plushie was sitting on his back. She then felt a presence in front of her. She looked up to see Fredbear sitting there at her table, the toy's eyes seemed to roil with anger. Before she could open her mouth, something tore through her head. "Save Izuku." The words ripped through her mind over and over and over and over again. Her head felt like it was being split apart, and she held it in her hands, bumping against the student behind her. The teacher and several students ran over to her as she collapsed to her knees, the thoughts getting louder and louder as they repeated in her mind. "Where is he?" she screamed through her teeth. The voices stopped, her head immediately clearing with a sense of relief. Then just as she caught her breath, memories pierced their way through her skull. A bus, a large domed building, students, villains, and finally an image of Izuku falling into a purple and black abyss. Mei's eyes blasted open. She leapt to her feet and rushed to her table, ignoring the cries of her teacher and classmates. She strapped the HRNSS on, placing the bear into it. Then she shredded her way through the room, grabbing inventions left and right. Finally she aimed a large gun at the wall and pulled the trigger. A ball of plasma burned a hole in a wall leaving outside. Mei took off running for the hole and leapt out. The jetpack and rocket boots on her feet propelling her in the direction of the USJ. She hefted her gun. "I'm coming, Izuku." Toshinori was having tea with Nedzu when Foxy burst through the door in nightmare mode. "Izu's in trouble." Toshinori's eyes blew open, and he crashed through the nearest wall, hurtling towards the USJ. "Have no fear, young Midoriya." He scowled. "I am coming." After Midoriya explained the plan, Tsu placed a finger to her cheek. "That sounds like you're the only one to get hurt." "Karo," Midoriya nodded, "it's what has to be done. I believe in you guys, okay? Let's do this." Tsu nodded, her face shifting into a determined frown. Mineta shook in her arms as Midoriya launched himself off of the side of the deck. Izuku reared his arm back with a scream, black sparks popping off of his body. Arizona SEEMASSSSHHHHHHHA. He swung his arm, feeling the bones breaking as the force of One for All roared in his veins. A massive dent appeared in the water as Tsu launched off of the ship. Mineta threw ball from his head as they sailed through the air. Tsu grabbed Izuku and together the teens made a crash landing in a shallow end of the pool. They waded over to the edge and looked around the USJ. On a small mountain they saw a massive glacier. A collapsing city seemed to have turned into a jungle. A cliffside had partially collapsed. Bodies littered the courtyard, and that was when they saw Freddy and Bonnie. Gabriel and Jeremy followed Aizawa as they carved a path in the villains. Aizawa made sure not to look at either of them while activating his quirk, and they bashed and slashed through numerous enemies alongside him. After a few minutes of fighting, one of the two stationary villains at the fountain yelled over to them. "Eraserhead, you and your sidekicks are pretty cool, but I'm afraid that you three are only the mini-bosses for this area. Nomu, take care of them." Gabriel jumped in front of his longtime friend, and his teacher, stabbing his shield into the ground in a ready stance. The shield was torn from his arms, and a fist rocketed into his gut. Gabriel allowed it to glance off of his body as he swung his own fist into the side of the bird villain's head. Both stood there frozen as their attacks did not faze each other. Gabriel growled and grabbed the beast's arm tightly, the beast grabbing his other arm at the same time. The two leaned back and slammed their heads together, Gabriel glaring into the villain's blank eyes. "It's no use, hero." Nomu was made with shock absorption. You won't be able to hurt him. Gabriel merely shifted into nightmare mode. Frettles popped off of him and climbed up the Nomu. The Frettles sunk their teeth and claws into the monster and began pulling. Gabriel yanked on the creature's arms, tearing them off of its body. His smug feeling faded fast as the Nomu's arms regrew in seconds. Gabriel and the Nomu rushed forwards again, grappling once more. This is getting boring, I guess I will deal with this myself, the hand villain sighed. He rushed forwards with unnatural speed. Jeremy. Gabriel called, locked in place with the Nomu. Don't worry Gabe, Jeremy replied, already in nightmare form. I'll handle HNDJB over here. Jeremy raised one hand to the sky and swung it down, striking a chord on his guitar. The villain was pushed back, flying towards the fountain. Before HNDJB could hit the ground, purple mist swallowed him up. It gently deposited him by the fountain. Tamura Shigaraki, some of the students have escaped. I suggest that we retreat now. The villain began scratching his neck furiously. No. These stupid mini-bosses were too strong. They cheated. They cheated. Then he stopped. Well, if we can't kill the symbol of peace, why not a few kids? Izuku watched in horror as he saw Shigaraki race towards them. Time seemed to slow down. Aizawa was busy taking care of some other villains. Freddy, or Gabriel, was wrestling with a bird villain. And Bonnie, Jeremy, was too far to reach them in time. Izuku looked over at Tsu and Mineta. Mineta was crying, and Tsu's eyes were large with fear. Izuku turned back to the man rushing at them. He stepped out of the water, ignoring his classmates' cries. He strode forward, black lighting surging across his body, a scowl set across his brow. He noticed strings connected to the hands of the villain. He reached out to two of them and pulled. Shigaraki stopped in his tracks. Two ghostly figures, one green and the other orange, were connected to the hands on his arms and held him back. His head whipped to stare at the two familiar figures. Izuku rushed forwards, a fist slamming into the villain's gut. Have no fear Tsu and Mineta. Why? Because I am here. The villain was blown back. Izuku raced forwards, his bones groaning. He jumped and whipped out a leg. Idaho smash. His foot missed the villain's head, but the force flung him to the side. Izuku jumped again as the purple mist flowed beneath him, twisting in midair. He landed and did a backwards handspring, his broken arm clutched to his chest. He flexed his hand, and the nails of his gloves sprang out. He slashed at Shigaraki, cutting marks across his torso. Nomu! The villain called. The black villain that had been holding on to Freddy threw him aside and charged at Izuku. Before it could make it, Bonnie swung his guitar and slashed the villain in two. It quickly fused back together before it swung its hand to strike Izuku. Before it reached him, a pink ball slammed into its arm which disintegrated upon touching it. Everyone froze and turned towards the entrance. There, geared up in more inventions than Izuku could count, was Mei and Chika. And strapped to Mei's chest was Fredbear. Don't worry Izuku, the cavalry has arrived. Mei then saw the state of his arm. Whoever touched my Izuku is about to get their sheet pushed in. Izuku smiled. Mei. Chika. Fredbear. Suddenly the Nomu swung again. Izuku pulled his arm back, one for all blazing, but Freddy grabbed Izuku and curled around him. Not this time motherfucker. The arm glanced off of Fredbear, sending him skidding across the ground. Another pink ball sizzled past the Nomu's head. Silently, Kurogiri warped the hands that were restraining Shigaraki off of him. The figures reached out to grab him again, but Shigaraki disintegrated them with a touch. I remember you too. How did that brat do that? Nomu. Kill everyone here. As Kurogiri warped the two villains away, Izuku picked up one last thing from the hand-covered villain. I'll get you later, Necromancer. Nomu grabbed Bonnie and threw him at Mei and Chika. Freddy dropped down in front of them and caught the speeding robot. Then the Nomu appeared in front of Izuku. Several people all cried out as Izuku was backhanded across the courtyard. That was when the doors exploded inward. Have no fear, for I am here. All Might's blazing blue eyes gleamed from under his furrowed brow as he took in the scene. The animatronics all locked up. Their metallic jaws opened and from them a screeching noise blared. The humans fell to the ground and covered their ears as the robots charged at the Nomu with unnatural speed. All Might and Mei raced desperately to Izuku's side. Izuku's eyes fluttered open and his breathing was raspy. I need to get closer to it. Tears gushed from Mei's eyes as she gently pet Izuku's wild hair. No sweetie, you need to stay with us okay? We need to get you to a hospital. Izuku looked into her eyes, and she felt a tug on her soul. I need to get to IT now. Mei looked to All Might, and he looked to her. They shared a nod before All Might gently picked up Izuku. Stay here young handsome. Izuku's vision was fading fast as All Might raced to where the animatronics were fighting the poor souls. Now Izuku, the girl's faint voice whispered again. He reached out and felt their souls connected to the Nomu, tangled and screaming in pain. He gently grasped them, the Nomu freezing and the animatronics turning to look at him. Be free now, you may rest. He untangled and detached the souls, feeling them flit through his fingers like grains of sand. The Nomu collapsed to its knees before falling to the floor, dead. Izuku smiled, a little bit of blood trickling out of his mouth. I did it, All Might. The last thing he saw was tears leaving All Might's sunken eyes as his vision faded to black. It was dark. Izuku could feel the ground beneath his feet, but he couldn't see it. Or anything else for that matter. He turned around in the dark space to find a young boy a few feet away, lit by a light directly overhead. The boy was turned away from him, kneeling on the dark ground. Hello, are you all right? Where are we? The boy's head lifted up, and he turned to gaze at Izuku. Tears poured down the child's face in heavy streams. Hello there, Izuku. I've been waiting for you. Izuku's head tilted in confusion. They are still your friends, even with our past. They will put you back together again. Now it's time to go, Izuku. You have some friends to get back to. Izuku felt the ground beneath him disappear, and he fell into an inky black abyss. Izuku woke up slowly, his eyelids heavy and his body sore. He heard a silent conversation taking place close by. Fully opening his eyes, he looked around the room. He was hooked up to machines that were backdropped by a baby blue curtain. His gaze stopped on Mei. She was holding his hand, laying on his arm, drool leaking from her mouth. Izuku chuckled and moved his other hand to pet her head. He winced at the slight pain that came from the action, his chest burned a little, but finally his hand rested in her hair. He slowly massaged her hair, scratching lightly at her scalp. Mei hummed and nuzzled into his arm. He watched as her eyes scrunched and fluttered. She groaned, sitting up and stretching. Izuku quickly turned away with a blush. He looked back at the sound of a gasp. He looked over to see Mei tearing up, her hands covering her mouth. The curtain behind her ripped open and Izuku saw his mother and the animatronics watching, even the larger body of Fredbear slouched in the corner. Before he could say anything, he was wrapped up in a large group hug. They all cried for a few minutes, clinging to each other before they all pulled back. The animatronics stood near Fredbear. They would get their turn soon enough. Inko lectured her son for a good half hour until she felt that he had been properly scolded for his reckless actions. After she was done, she nodded to Mei, who stood up and slapped Izuku across the face. His head whipped to the side and he grabbed his cheek, whipping back to look at Mei in shock. Before he could ask her why the hell she did that, she grabbed his face and pulled him into a kiss. His eyes blew wide for a second before he melted into it, kissing her back. She finally pulled away, stating, "We have to talk," but later, Izuku nodded, grabbing her and pulling her back in for another small kiss. This time they heard the shudder of the camera as his mother whispered, "My baby's growing up." Izuku pulled away with a huge blush, but Mei just smiled and sat down by his bedside. That was when the animatronics moved in front of him. "We're sure you have some questions for us, Yar," Foxy said softly. Izuku nodded. "Why do Freddy and Bonnie have different names? Where did you come from? And what is my quirk really?" The animatronics looked to each other, seemingly stumped about where to begin when Fredbear spoke. "Start from the beginning, Susie." Chica looked towards the slumped bear before nodding slowly. "My name was Susie, and I was only 6 years old when it happened. 1980s. It all happened in a pizzeria in the 1980s. I was the first. My dog had died the day before, so my parents brought me to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria to cheer me up. I was playing a game called Fruity Maze when he showed up. He was dressed in a golden bunny suit. He told me that he knew where my dog was, that I should just follow him to where he was. I smiled and went along with it. I didn't know. We got to the back, and he told me to turn around and close my eyes. The next thing I knew, it was nighttime, and I was on stage. I was no longer Susie, I was Chica. She woke us up, and we were determined to hunt him down. Present. Izuku's eyes were wide, and tears streamed down his face. Mei had her mouth covered in shock. Inko openly sobbed, moving to hold the young girl's hand. "You can call me Susie or Chica, I don't mind." She looked to the other animatronics who all reached over to lay a hand on her. "I was next, matey. My name was Fritz, and I was 16-inch. 1980s. I worked as a night guard for the first few hours. One night when my replacement came, he said that he saw something on the cameras, and that we should go check it out. I followed him to the back. When we finally reached the room, he turned around and slammed his flashlight into my forehead. The next time I woke up I was all alone in Pirate Cove. I was no longer the guard, I was the guarded." Present. Susie held onto Fritz's hook, Bonnie and Freddy each holding onto his shoulders. Izuku wished that he had the strength to get out of the bed, but he was much too tired. Mei held his hand, tears spilling down her face as she was racked with silent sobs. Bonnie spoke up next. "I was Fritz's best friend. My name was Jeremy, I was also 16-inch. 1980s. Fritz had gone missing that night, and I looked everywhere. I did everything I could to find him, even after the cops had given up. I finally realized that he had never left the pizzeria. I got a job as a night guard there, hoping that it would give me the time and security level to snoop around without getting in trouble. I was wrong. They caught me tampering with the animatronics. They fired me. As I was leaving, one of the other night guards told me they had some papers for me to sign. He led me to the back, and while I was signing the papers, he hit me from behind. I woke up with Susie and Gabriel on stage. I had found Fritz, just not in the way I expected. Present. Fritz looked to Jeremy and grabbed his hand. I love ya, matey. Jeremy leaned into his friend. I love you too, bro. Izuku was bawling, tears gushing from his eyes. His mother was in a similar condition, clinging to the two best friends and sobbing. My name was Gabriel, Freddy said quietly. I was 10. My parents wanted me to make more friends. They never knew that I would make the friends I did. 1980s. I was walking towards the prize counter. I had a lot of tickets to redeem. I saw him leave the counter and walk towards the back. I followed him to ask if he could help me get my prizes, or at least find someone who could. He noticed me and said that I had so many tickets that we would have to go to the back to count them all. I was suspicious of him, but decided that my parents wouldn't let anyone hurt me. We got to the back, and everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was Freddy on stage. I made 4 new friends that night, just like my parents wanted. Present. Even May was bawling at this point. The children had moved to the side of the bed to allow Izuku to hold them as he wailed for their fates. I was last. Izuku looked up, wiping his tears away and sniffling. May and Inko couldn't hear Fredbear, so they just continued to cry and hold on to the animatronic children. My name was Cassidy. I saw Gabriel follow him. I wanted to keep an eye on them. 1980s. I saw him stab Gabriel from behind. It shocked me. He must have heard my gasp. He caught me before I could escape. He drove his knife into my neck. I woke up and I was unable to move. I was in the body of the Golden Freddy suit. I was unable to move by myself. I was the only one to retain my quirk. I used it to move about and talk to the others. Present. Izuku related the tale to his mother and May. They walked over to Cassidy and held her motionless body in tight grasps. Gabriel picked up the story from there. Throughout the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, we were woken by a girl named Charlotte. Her quirk allowed her to connect souls to an item that holds great significance to their lives. SHE was also killed, but not by him, as far as we know. SHE was locked outside of the pizzeria one fateful night, and died of hypothermia from the rain. The animatronic of the puppet, something that the location here does not have, tried to save her, as it was supposed to do. Before SHE died, SHE transferred her soul into the puppet. When the puppet was brought inside the pizzeria, SHE discovered our souls still lingering and placed them into the animatronics. That was how we were awakened. But her quirk was much weaker than yours. Cassidy was the only one who retained her quirk, even though she could not move. Another side effect was that we were driven insane by the process. We were not much more than animals looking for vengeance. So we attacked anyone who even resembled him. Eventually he came back. He knew that we were alive. He dismantled us one night, trying to keep us from alerting the world to what he was capable of. That wasn't what we wanted though. We hunted him down, cornering him in a back room where the Golden Bonnie suit was stored for repair. To trick us, he hid inside the suit. This backfired and he was skewered by the spring locks in the golden suits. He was no longer William Afton, the man who killed us. He was Springtrap, an animatronic just like us. Thinking that he was dead, we returned to our animatronic suits and slept. He was not dead, however. Eventually someone remodeled the pizzeria into a haunted house with him as the main attraction. One day someone burned down the pizzeria and allowed him to escape with our remains. We awoke again, and we were fused together. He had tried to melt us down and create new animatronics out of us. With the help of a new animatronic, Baby, we escaped and combined into what we called Ennard. It was horrible. We lived in agony for a long time. We could not fathom how long it was. Eventually his old friend returned. He lured all of us, even the puppet, to a trap. He burned the place down with all of us inside. Our body may have been destroyed, but we were still in pain. The only one who was not destroyed with us was Cassidy. For hundreds of years we writhed in agony, until you found the location here in Japan. You grabbed Cassidy's attention, and she moved herself and our spirit here. She guided you to the animatronics that once held our spirits, and you separated us into ourselves again. Your quirk is not about robots. It is power over souls. Present. The Midoriyas and May sat in shock at the story. Izuku threw the blanket off of his body, and eased himself into a sitting position. May moved to stop him, but he gently pushed her off of him. He stood up and kneeled on the floor, touching his forehead to the ground. Thank you for staying with me, and I'm sorry for all that you went through. The animatronics all stood and grabbed Izuku. They gently set him back in bed. Zuzu, it's not your fault. You were the one who freed us from our pain. Suzy said, petting his curly hair. What happened to baby? Izuku asked, looking between the lost children. We don't know, matey. She was untangled from us when you resurrected us, but she went off on her own. Her animatronic wasn't there and you were already pushing the limits of your quirk, reviving the four of us and calling Cassidy, Yar. Izuku looked down. I hope that she's in a better place now. The animatronics nodded. Izuku didn't notice Mei whispering to Cassidy in the corner of the room. How is everyone else? Izuku asked, looking at his mother. She smiled. You were the only one that was hurt. And don't do it again, mister. She gave him a glare with no heat to it. Izuku laughed and hugged each of his friends from his bed. Thank you for sticking with me. I wouldn't be who I am without you guys. The animatronics chuckled and hugged him back, each whispering their own comforting phrase. After they had, Mei took her seat next to the bed and asked if they could give them a moment. With large smirks, the animatronics and mother walked out of the room, taking Cassidy with them. Once they were alone, the two teens spoke. Izu, Mei dash. They paused and giggled. You first, Izuku said, smiling and blushing. Okay. Izuku, you were my first friend, and not counting robots, built by me or not, you are my only friend. She grabbed his hand softly. I hope that this doesn't endanger our relationship, but I love you, Izuku. I have for a while now. Izuku's face burned like a forest fire. I love you too, Mei. I just didn't know how to tell you. Mei smiled and leaned closer to him. There's a way you can tell me without words, you know? Izuku gave her a shaky smile, and leaned in. They shared a quick kiss before Recovery Girl came bursting through the door. Hope I wasn't disturbing something. Izuku lit up once more and hid his face under the covers, not letting go of Mei's hand though. Mei merely scowled and replied with, you were, but for the sake of this knucklehead boyfriend of mine, I'll let it slide. Izuku was worried he would set fire to the bedsheets. He was blushing so hard. B boy friend? Well yeah, you think I'm going to just let you get away, you muscle YTWK? Think again, Mei replied. You are now boyfriend to one Mei Hatsum, so get used to it. Izuku smiled, and in a moment of brevity that no one saw coming, reached over and drew Mei into a long kiss. I don't have to. His head then blushed so dark that Recovery Girl had to use her quirk on him because he burst a blood vessel. Overall, Izuku didn't see this as that bad of a day. Which was probably very telling about his mental state. On second thought, maybe he should go see a psychia. Izuku was freaking out. He had been out of the hospital for a while now, so it was finally time. Time to take his new girlfriend on a date. You're fine, matey, Yar. You're just going to the movies, not to a steak dinner. Foxy said, gently hitting Izuku upside the head with his hook. They had decided to just use the animatronics' names because it was what Izuku had called them since he was little. Thanks, Foxy, but I'm still nervous. What if I mess up? What if I make a fool of myself? What if Freddy covered his mouth with his hand. You'll be fine. She knows you and how you work. She loves you for you, Izuku sighed, sitting down on his bed. You're right? I just can't help it. Bonnie looked up from picking his guitar. Izuku, she's as big of a nerd as you are. I'm sure that she's freaking out too. So what were you saying again? Mei said, watching as Sus fussed around the girl, trying to get her ready. He's going to be too nervous, so you will have to start all of the romantic stuff. Mei huffed, sensing Cass's eyes on her. Yeah, but I don't know how to be romantic. Sus stopped and looked at the girl. That's fine. You are going to be the one leading this relationship, so whatever you feel comfortable with will likely happen. Izuku is going to just focus on making you happy. Mei frowned. That doesn't sound like a healthy relationship, Sus. Sus giggled. It's not, but you have to show him the way. He'll figure it out soon, I promise. Mei sighed. You're right. Now help me finish getting ready. Time skipped to the first date. They grow up so. Izuku. His name rang out from across the street. Izuku turned toward the voice, a nervous smile growing on his face. Mei. Sorry if I was too early, I just Izuku couldn't continue because his jaw had hit the floor. Mei looked stunning. She was wearing a pastel yellow sundress, cherry red lipstick, a little bit of mascara, and had her hair tied up in a casual ponytail. You weren't early, Izuku, she smiled devilishly, gently closing his mouth, and you don't look too bad yourself. Izuku was dressed in a pair of blue jeans and a white button-up with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Izuku shook his head and slapped both of his cheeks. Are you ready to Jigo? Izuku stuttered with a love-struck smile. Mei's fiendish smile grew soft and loving. I've been ready for months, darling. She leaned up and pecked him on the lips. Izuku's face flared up, and his smile grew wobbly. Me too. Mei giggled and grabbed his hand. Let's go, silly. Together they walked to the train station. As they waited, Izuku and Mei talked about her latest inventions. Finally the train arrived and they took it to the mall. Where do you want to go first? Izuku asked, looking around. This way. Mei replied, dragging the boy along by his hand. Izuku watched his girlfriend lead him and he could safely say that this was something that he was going to enjoy no matter how long the date. As they were walking, something caught Izuku's eye, and he had plans to grab it before they left. They ended up at a hardware store, and Izuku chuckled, I'm sorry, I just need some things for a baby that I'm working on right now. I know this is a date and all but Izuku stopped Mei's rambling with a quick peck, I understand. How about you get what you need and I go grab something really fast? Mei smiled with a small blush and nodded. They shared a hug and went their separate ways. The bell rang out as Izuku entered the store. He immediately gravitated straight to the specific item that he had seen. It was a shock that they even had something like this, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. Wow! About time someone bought that thing. I don't even know how long it was sitting there, but I'm glad it's going to a good home. Let me bag that up for you. Mei had gathered everything that she needed to make her new project. It was going to be great. As she went to pay, she saw a group of boys enter the store, but she paid them no mind. Her boyfriend was the best friend that she could ever want, and in general she didn't get along with people all that well. The bored cashier rang up her purchase and was putting it in a bag when the group became much more noticeable. Well, hello there, beautiful, she glared over at the boy in question. He was admittedly very conventionally attractive. He had bright golden hair, sky blue eyes, a strong jaw, obviously toned physique, and a sense of fashion. She already had her hunky boyfriend though, so comparatively this guy was just decent looking at best. What's a delicate rose like yourself doing in a store like this? He asked, flashing her a too-white smile. Getting things for my project, please move. His smile grew sharp. Why? I like you right there, I think the light suits you. Mei glared at him, please move, I'm trying to get back to my date. The guy feigned surprise, oh, we're on a date now? Sure. Mei slapped his hand away from where it was reaching for her shoulder. Don't touch me, she snarled. The boy scowled, you would do well to listen to me. Mei was about to snap at him again when they met eyes. She was entranced with the way his eyes shone, slowly being drawn into the blue pools. Suddenly his eyes seemed dull and shallow. He blinked in surprise and shuddered. He shakily turned around. What happened to my quirk? Mei peered around him and saw a very angry Izuku. Black lighting was pulsing around his body as his hair stood on end. A small black string connected from his hand to the other teen's back, and he gave it a tug. Get the away from my girlfriend. The other teen nodded hastily and ran out the door. His friends stared at Izuku with wide eyes. One said quietly from the back, I mean, he can't take us all, can he? The group nodded and smiled evilly, beginning to walk toward the furious teen. Bad decision. Izuku brought his hand up again, and the lightning raged around his it. He snapped his fingers, the wind buffeting everyone in the store except Izuku, who stood there with an expression of rage. Wanna bet? At this the teens almost broke the door down in their haste to retreat. Izuku took a deep breath, and allowed one for all to dissipate. That was when he noticed that everyone in the store was watching him with wide eyes. Mei led him out as he apologized profusely. Honestly, everyone in the store were amused with the teen's actions, and just laughed it off. Izuku and Mei had lunch at a restaurant, talking about whatever came to mind. After eating, they walked around the mall until they grew bored. They headed back to the train station and rode back to their side of town. Mei took a small nap on Izuku's shoulder, something that caused him to blush heavily. They walked together until the point where they had to go different directions. This is when Izuku remembered what he had bought. Mei, he smiled, I wanted to get you something to always remind you how much you mean to me. Mei looked shocked at this, but nodded. From his pocket, Izuku drew a small box. He handed it to the girl, and watched her eyes as they lit up at the contents of the box. It was a gold heart connected to a silver gear on a long steel chain. Izuku took it and gently placed it around her neck. I made sure that they were made of pure metal, that way if it ever breaks or anything you can just fix it. Mei stared at the piece of, probably very expensive, jewelry that hung from her neck. Do you like it? Izuku asked nervously. Mei looked up at him with wide eyes before throwing her arms around his shoulders and hugging him tight. Oh Izuku. I love it. She pulled back and gave him a passionate kiss, softly stroking his face. When she pulled away, she could practically see the blue screen in his eyes. Mei bopped him lightly on the head, and he returned to consciousness. I love you, you hot nerd. Now go home, we have school tomorrow. They waved to each other as Mei walked towards the pizzeria. On his way home, Izuku stared at his hand. How had he taken away that kid's quirk? And how is he going to do it again? Izuku noticed the chain around Mei's neck as they walked to the train. He was really glad that she liked it and had a good time on their date despite the Asho ruffians that harassed her. They held hands and had a pleasant conversation until they split up to get to class, ignoring the dead children's teasing. Izuku could tell that there was a lot of commotion going on inside the classroom as he and the animatronics approached. He was hopeful that this would mean that his entrance would be lost to most if not all of them. He was not super excited about talking about the USJ. He was still reeling over the information about his quirk, let alone the rest of the fight. Unfortunately, the second that he entered the room, everyone went dead quiet. They stared at him for a few seconds before surging out of their seats and towards the poor green bean. Deku. It's good to see that you're okay dash. That fight was so manly dash. I'm glad to see that you made it out of the abyss my friend dash. Thank the Lord. Everyone seems to be alright dash. Your power shined brightly. But not as brightly as dash, Midori. You were awesome. The bombardment of greetings left Izuku shocked and panicking. He wasn't used to this kind of attention. Everyone please calm down. We must not crowd Midoriya or cause him grief by overwhelming him. Ida roared from the back, aggressively chopping his hand. You're the one who needs to calm down Ida, Kaminari said with a sweat drop. The group dispersed and found their seats, chatting amongst themselves. As Izuku sat down he realized that Mineta wasn't there. He tapped on Ibra's shoulder. Do you know where Mineta went? He was better at talking to people after being around May, but he still had some trouble with new people. Ibra shook her head. I have not seen him. I will pray for his safety, Izuku nodded, watching as she bowed her head and said a quick prayer under her breath. Just as she finished, Aizawa entered the room, looking more tired than normal. Welcome back everybody. I hope that you all are doing okay. If you need help, we teachers are always available, and Hound Dog's office is always open. Now on to business. Your fight is not done yet. With this the kids all gasped, their expressions hardening, ready for the villains. The sports festival is coming up soon, and you all need to be prepared. Everyone sighed in relief. Is it wise to have the sports festival right after a villain attack, sir? Karo, Tsu asked. Aizawa sighed. Yeah, the principal decided that it would show the word that UA is still going strong, or whatever. Doesn't matter. Now, next order of business. With this Aizawa turned to Izuku. Midoriya, what you did at the USJ was incredibly reckless. You got seriously injured and you are lucky that All Might was able to get you to recovery girl so quickly. Izuku looked down at his desk, twiddling his thumbs. Shoyuta could feel the hostility radiating off of the animatronics, so he continued, but, you ended up saving the day and minimizing casualties, so. Good job problem child. Izuku's head shot up and his eyes filled with tears. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but Izuku quickly wiped the tears away. Thank you, sir. I will do my best to not let anyone get hurt in the future, including myself. Aizawa smirked and nodded. Sir, where is Mineta if you don't mind me asking? Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was expelled, it's confidential, but he broke his agreement to stay at this school. Take this to heart, we are very serious here, so don't break the rules. The class shivered, but got on as usual, and soon it was time for lunch. Midoriya, Midnight called from the front of the room. Principal Nedzu would like to see you before you get lunch. You're not in trouble, he just wants to talk to you for a bit. Izuku nodded and left the room, Ida suddenly freezing in place before walking quickly to the nearest bathroom in a robotic manner. Hope he's alright, Chika said, covering her mouth. When they made it to the principal's office, his secretary told them to go in with a smile. The man then winked at Foxy and got back to work. No yiffing the fox please, THX. Meanwhile in the cafeteria. All of the 1A girls sat at one of the tables, talking about something or another. Where is Izuku? May asked, not seeing him anywhere. Cheeks responded, waving her chopstick in the air. The principal wanted to talk to Deku. Ms. Midnight said that he wasn't in trouble, so he should be back soon. May frowned and reluctantly sat down. The girls got back to their conversation. Eventually they got onto the topic of boys. Yeah, Todoroki is handsome and all, but he's just so cold you know, one girl sighed, her invisible body pressed against the table to draw their attention. Karo, I agree, the frog girl nodded. Suddenly the pink one smirked, but what about a certain green-haired hunk? He liked the perfect package, and I'm sure his package is great. This drew a variety of emotions from the girls. Cheeks blushed heavily and put her hands in front of her face, not floating away thanks to the frog girl's tongue. Richirich and Vines blushed as well and looked away from the table. Invisible girl seemed to giggle and cover her mouth. Odd Ears stabbed the pink one with her ear things. Note to self, talk to her about future babies. May on the other hand scowled, clenching her chopsticks tightly. That was when Izuku decided to make his entrance with animatronics and Robot Boy in tow. May smirked and stood up. This drew the attention of the table, and they watched as she jogged over to the entering group. Oh Izuku. I missed you so much. She exclaimed, grabbing his face and dragging him into a passionate kiss. After pulling away she hugged him, gazing over her shoulder to smirk evilly at the other girls. Basically the whole cafeteria, including Izuku, had dropped their jaws and were staring at the boyfriend and girlfriend. Izuku's brain was sufficiently fried, and the animatronics had to force him and Ida to get their food as they had shut down. Finally they were all seated at the table, the discussion now on any topic that was not relationships. Mei smiled and hummed happily. Claim, staked. Point, made. Izuku had just returned to the land of the living when an elbow struck the back of his head. Hard. He hissed in pain and rubbed the back of his head. Mei immediately looked over at him and grabbed his hand gently. Oh. I'm so sorry. I couldn't see past your big head. The table looked to see a blonde-haired boy with an evil smirk. So this is the great one, huh? Just looks like a traitor and a bunch of weaklings to me. Ibra looked down and fidgeted with her hands. Many things happened at once. Ida reared his arm back, ready to begin lecturing. The girls glared at him and looked like they were about to either punch him in the face or comfort the downtrodden girl. The animatronics started to stand, scowling. But what caught Izuku's attention was Mei's hand reaching up her skirt a little and pulling something out. Beach, I hope the F you do. You'll be a dead son of a beach, I tell you that. Mei said to the boy, pointing a motherfucking Glock right at his face. Instantly everyone near the table froze in shock. Keep walking, Beach. I've dealt with a lot of shit today, and insulting my boyfriend and his friends is a real good way to get shot. The boy paled and quickly sped away. Mei sniffed in contempt and slipped the gun back under her skirt, calmly returning to her meal. The table just stared at her in shock. SSS, since WNDD did you have a GGGG gun? Izuku stuttered. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Since someone started snooping in my spare parts about 9 months ago. Izuku went pale and began eating robotically. The rest of the table sat there in a daze until the bell rang for class to start again. Time skipped to the end of the day. The class was about to leave for the day when Kaminari made a discovery. What are you all doing here? The rest of the class peered over his shoulder to see a group of kids standing out in the hall. One kid stepped forward. We heard that there was an empty seat in 1A. Did you know that if a Gen Ed student does well in the sports festival they can be put in the hero class? Izuku studied him for a second, seeing something familiar in the way he held himself. Please move, school is over and we all need to be on our way. Ida shouted, waving his arms oddly. The boy looked unimpressed. Also, I have a club meeting here. Ida stopped. Understandable. The rest of you please clear out. Izuku shook his head. Could he ever get a normal day? No. The answer is no. Oh, make. Kyoka was excited. It was Halloween and finally she had friends to spend it with. They had all agreed to get dressed up and meet at one of those haunted houses that they set up around this time of year. As she walked up to the agreed-upon spot, she noticed that she wasn't the first there. Uraraka, Tsu, and someone else were already there. Yomomo, is that you? She asked the armored figure. Jairu? Yomomo asked back. Kyoka nodded. She looked at their costumes and wondered why they each chose what they did. Uraraka was a classic witch, pointed hat, robe, and broomstick. Tsu wore a cute frog onesie, not the most creative, but it was cute nonetheless. Yomomo was dressed in form-fitting dark green armor. Yomomo, what is your armor from? The taller girl rubbed the back of her head. It's an old game called Halo? What about yours? I've never seen that before. Kyoka was glad for the mask that hid her face. It's a character from an old video game too. She's called Legion. Kyoka wore a leather jacket, jeans, and had a smiling mask covered in fake blood covering her face. He-I-I-G-U-U-U-Y-Y-Y-Y-S-S-S-S-S, a voice cried out from behind Kyoka. She turned to see the last of the girls walking towards them. Mina was dressed in a skimpy demon costume, something Kyoka was expecting. Toru was dressed as Sailor Moon, and Ibra was dressed as a slutty nurse? Yes, I know that this costume is distasteful, but it was the last one they had in the store. Ibra grimaced, pulling her short pencil skirt down a little. It's okay, girl, Mina smiled. I think you look delicious. Mina smirked before jabbing Ibra in the butt with her pitchfork gently. Yipe. Do not do that. Ibra scowled. The girls all shared a laugh, even Ibra chuckling a little. Now who's ready? Mina asked, pointing at the building. It was an old building that looked condemned, but that could just be the decorations. On top they could see a neon sign that read, something frights. The other part of the sign was off, and it was too high for them to read what the full thing was. It's all right, maybe the inside will be better. Toru said, waving her arms around. The girls nodded, Uraraka and Kyoka gulping nervously as they entered the dark entrance. The first thing that hit them was the smell. It was horrible. Then they heard it. Clunk thump. Clunk thump. It sounded like a boot and something wooden tapping on the floor. A flash of lightning illuminated the corridor ahead of them, revealing the man to them. He was wearing a large gray rain slicker, a gray floppy hat that covered his head. He had a peg leg, and when he raised his hand, a hook shone in the darkness. The girls were shaking, backing up slowly to get away from the large fisherman. Suddenly he began to run at them. They screamed and ran down the next corridor, sprinting through the darkness. Finally they came to a door, light shining through the crack in the bottom. They opened the door slowly, seeing an old Victorian-style bedroom. They entered cautiously, looking around the room. The door slammed behind them, causing them to look at it in horror. That was when they heard a creaking noise. They turned back to see a porcelain doll in a small rocking chair. It rocked back and forth gently. "Come and play with me?" the doll asked in a little girl's voice. Now even Mina, who had found the last scare funny, was shaking in fear. This time though, Ibra stepped up. "Worry not, my friends, I have studied how to exorcise ghosts." She began to pray, walking towards the doll slowly. When her prayer finished, she pulled out a vial of water and threw the water onto the doll. Instantly the rocking stopped. All of the girls breathed a sigh of relief, moving away from the wall. Then a growl rolled through the room. Ibra took a step back, eyes wide as she saw two glowing red eyes in the dark. "And who said I was just a ghost girl?" Ibra shrieked and sped out of the room through another door, the other girls close on her heels. The next room they entered was pitch black except for a spotlight shining onto a box with a handle on the side. The girls had a quick whispered conversation as to who would spin the handle before Tsu stepped up to the plate. She grabbed the handle and began to slowly twist. From the darkness a slow song was sung by a dark voice. "Round and round the mulberry bush, the monkey chases the weasel." The monkey thought 'twas all in good fun. The voice stopped singing as the music came to a close. "Popgoestethewasel." Suddenly a giant clown head sprang out from the darkness right into Tsu's face. Tsu let out a frightened croak and leapt off into the next room, the girls hurriedly chasing after her. Next they found themselves in a lab of some sort. It had vials on shelves, bubbling and steaming chemicals in beakers, and in the middle was a table. On the table was a lumpy mass covered in a white sheet. "I see that I have visitors," a voice echoed from somewhere. "Good, good. You can bear witness to my greatest creation." Suddenly the lights in the room flickered, and the thing under the sheet twitched and spasmed as lightning raced across the wires leading under it. Finally the room went back to normal. "Shame, guess it's back to the drawing board," the voice said. The girls all slumped in relief. Then the thing twitched again, starting to shake violently under the sheet. "It's alive. It's alive. Go my creation. First, kill those girls." The thing sat up quickly, and the girls screeched out of the room, slamming the door behind them. Play this, https://www.youtube.com watch, VL2QLJMJSGHQ. This room was lit in red light and was mostly empty. The only thing present was a masked man at a giant organ, playing eerie music and shrouded by a black cloak. The girls cautiously stepped farther into the room, watching the man as his hands danced expertly across the keys. He stopped playing, turning in his chair to peer at them through the closest eye hole. "Welcome, friends. You have done well getting this far through my house of horrors." His deep voice echoed off the now quiet halls. "But now consider this dismaying observation. This chamber has no windows, and no doors." The girls looked around and realized that he was right. They were trapped. He laughed evilly. "Which offers you this chilling challenge? To find a way out." With a flourish, he ripped off his mask to reveal a skeletal face. He cackled evil as the dais that the organ was on spun around and into the wall. The girls looked around in a panic before one of the walls opened to reveal a raging fire. "Well, we can't go out that way," Kyoka said, gesturing at the fire. That was when the wall behind them started to move forward, pushing them towards the fire. "Or not," Kyoka said, rolling her eyes. "I think we should go through the fire," Karo Tsu said. "If we jump through it we should be fine." The girls all looked hesitant, so Kyoka summoned up all of her courage and jumped through. She made it safely to the other side and called to her friends, "Guys, it's safe. Let's get out of here." The rest of the girls all jumped through the fire, Kyoka leading the charge out of the door. They didn't stop running until they made it to the train station. Izuku laughed, watching his friends leap through the fake fire. "Hey Bonnie, how's everything going?" His radio crackled. "It's going fine. Fitz is doing a good job as the fisherman. Susie seems to be enjoying the doll. Gabriel keeps singing that song so I think it'll be stuck in my head all night. And Cassidy and May are having a blast as Frankenstein and his monster." Izuku smiled. "That's great. Is the sign on?" There was a few seconds of silence before Bonnie sighed. "No, hold on." Outside, Denki, Kirishima, and Siro were walking up to the haunted house they had found online. They watched as the sign turned off before coming back to life with a BZT BZT BZZZZZZZZZZ. They read the name and smiled. They entered, wondering why the person chose the name Fazbear Frights. Izuku took a deep breath in, and a deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Finally he had sort of calmed down. He had to give the opening speech, but he was very nervous about it. On top of that he was about to go up against all of the kids in his year. Needless to say he had been panicking before the animatronics had led him through some breathing exercises. Everyone was chatting nervously, already dressed in their gym uniforms. Suddenly a voice called out, "Midoriya." Izuku looked up to see Todoroki standing in front of him, giving him a cold look. "You may use cheap tactics, but I'm still going to beat you." The room went quiet. "I'm sorry, what?" Izuku stood up, with a confused scowl. "Cheap tactics. You're not that powerful, but your companions are. It doesn't matter though, I'll still beat you." Izuku scowled. "For real now, that's not cheap tactics, they are a part of my quirk and they are my friends. Relying on people is not weakness, Todoroki. I'm going to beat you without their help, so prepare yourself." The class was silent when the announcement to head to the field was called. They walked out as a group, the animatronics flanking Izuku as he led his class out to the stadium. Izuku was too angry to freak out about being in front of so many people. He barely noticed when Midnight called him up to the stage. His nerves returned as he walked up the steps. He could feel the eyes of the world on him, and that scared him to no end. When he reached the mic, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just when he was about to have a panic attack, he felt the feeling of 4 familiar strings. He opened his eyes and looked down at where he left the animatronics. In their place stood 4 children. First was a short girl with blonde ringlets that hung down to her shoulders. She was wearing a pink dress with a white ribbon, and she looked up at him with a wide smile that seemed to say, "It's all right." Next he saw a boy around his height. He had messy reddish-brown hair that stuck out all over. He was wearing black shorts and a white tank top. He was leaning back on one foot with his arms crossed over his chest. He wore an impish smile that said, "You got this." After him was a tall boy, his black hair covering one eye and hanging down past his nose, which was pierced with a nose ring. He wore black skinny jeans and a black hoodie that had Metallica in a cool font on the front of it. His hands were in the pockets of his jacket and he slouched forwards a little, his expression bored. Finally there was a smaller boy with brown curly hair. He wore cargo shorts and a yellow t-shirt with the periodic table on it. The boy watched him with a neutral expression, looking expectant. He raised his hand and waved just a bit. Izuku blinked and the children were gone, replaced by the animatronics. He took a shaky breath and began. "Not all men are created equal, some don't live long enough to realize this, some only realize this as they draw their last breath. That is why we must strive to be better. We must strive to protect those who are less fortunate than us. As I look around this field, I see potential. Heroes waiting to be born. Support teams ready to create the next life-saving device. Businessmen, women, and others looking for how best to present those that they represent. And general studies students looking to make their own mark on the world. We have been given a chance. A chance to be greater than we are. A chance to make this world a better place for everyone, so that even those not created with the same abilities as us, can live without fear of those who are stronger than them. We are all human, and we all deserve a chance at being who we want to be. That is why we work so hard. That is why we do what we do. So do your best in every endeavor. And as for all of you," his eyes turned from the students to the crowd, "you have the chance to be great too. The chance to help where someone needs it. The chance to make someone's life better. I challenge you to find something that you do well, better than most, and to do it to the best of your ability. I believe that you can change this world for the better, just like those of us here. I believe that you, too, can be a hero." A silence stretched over the audience. Izuku breathed heavily after pouring his heart out, and in the quiet all he could hear was his heartbeat. Then from somewhere a clap rang out. 1 person. Then 2. Then 4. Then 8. It grew and grew until the crowd roared their approval. They clapped and cheered, sounding louder than a hurricane. Izuku stood there in shock, watching as the spectators and his grade cried out in agreement, and it finally hit him. This was all real. He was going to be a hero. He walked quickly down the stage, barely holding in the tears when he was swept off of his feet. The animatronics held him close, their strings vibrating in a harmonious sound of gratitude. They could tell that he was talking about them. Finally Midnight took control of the audience's attention after a few minutes of trying. "Thank you for that rousing speech, Midoriya. But it is now time for the first event. Let's give the wheel a spin." She grabbed the wheel of events, and spun it with a flourish. It spun and spun, finally landing on obstacle course. Midnight cried, flicking her whip. Present Mike began to give commentary on Izuku's speech and the upcoming event as the students gathered at the starting line for the race. It was there that Izuku found Mei. She ran up to him and gave him a hug. "Good job, Izuku. I knew you could do it." Izuku hugged his girlfriend back, ignoring the stares. "Thank you. Now, let's work out a plan." Mei smirked evilly. "Already ahead of you, minion." Izuku gave a nervous smile. "And start." Present Mike called out. Shudo raced forwards, a plan having already formulated in his mind. He surpassed most of the other competitors, and raised his hand. He was going to freeze their feet to give himself time to put distance between the others and himself. Before he could unleash his ice, something broke through the wave of students and rushed past him. Izuku hung on for dear life. He couldn't believe that this was working. Here's what was happening. Freddy had laid on the ground, having Chika sit on his stomach with Izuku in her lap, and Mei in his lap. Then Bonnie sat on Freddy's pelvis and Freddy wrapped his legs around Bonnie. Bonnie then reached out and grabbed onto Foxy's waist. When the race started, they started pushing through the others to get to the front. When they pushed through the others, Foxy kicked it into high gear and sped off down the track. It was a very bumpy ride, but it was somehow working. And Midoriya and Hatsum take the lead with what seems to be a robotic carriage ride. They are rapidly approaching the first obstacle, Robo Inferno. There were robots scattered across the track, including a few zero-pointers looming down on them. You defeated one of those guys? Mei shouted over the wind rushing by them. Izuku nodded, clutching her to him tighter. Foxy passed by the 1, 2, and 3 pointers with ease, but the 0 pointers raised a bigger threat. One lifted its foot and was about to stomp them like bugs. Foxy turned sharply and spun around the robot's foot. Freddy and the other riders skid around in a half-circle behind him, Present Mike yelling, "Did they just drift?" Mei cackled and threw her hands into the air. Izuku was too busy trying not to let Mei fall off to panic much. Foxy continued to run, and Izuku heard what sounded like him singing something along the lines of, "Running in the 90s. Is a new I like to be. I'm just running in the 90s. Come on baby run to me, dash." They all of a sudden sped up, the force pushing Izuku against Chika's chest. Up next for our robo-chariot, is the fall. If you hit the ground, you are automatically out. Izuku started sweating. Foxy, maybe we should stop and come up with a plan to get across. Mei smacked his head. Quiet. He's in the zone. Foxy seemed not to hear them as he barreled straight towards the cliff, still singing. Izuku's eyes screwed shut and he clutched Mei closer to him. She just laughed and kissed his forehead. Fritz kept singing as he ran across a tightrope that was stretched across the chasm. The song drew to a close as he made it across. The miniature earbuds that Mei had made started playing a new song after the old one had faded out. This one continued to motivate him to sing. Izuku opened his eyes to see that they had somehow made it across the rift in one piece, and he heard Foxy begin to start singing again, "See your body. Into the moonlight. Even if I try to cancel all of the pictures into my mind now." Izuku figured that he could look it up later. Now for the final obstacle. The minefield. "Worry not, they won't injure anyone, just hurt." Present Mike shouted. Mei grew a large, evil smile. "Not when I kick into maximum overdrive." She slammed onto a button, and the backpack that Chika had been wearing for Mei grew 2 large rocket boosters. Izuku paled, and Foxy yelled out, "Deja vu." The rockets roared to life, and they rushed forwards. Mines exploded just behind them, releasing large pink clouds. Present Mike was screaming something, but they were moving too fast for Izuku to hear it over the howling of the wind. Finally they made it out of the minefield, and over the finish line. The crowd cheered as they skidded to a stop. They froze for a few seconds, resting triumphantly, then their formation fell apart. Izuku clawed his way out of the pile of his friends as the audience laughed at the silliness of their actions. Izuku stared up at the spectators and smiled. He had won the first round. Mei broke out of the pile of robots and shrieked to the sky, "Are you not entertained?" Izuku and the animatronics laughed and chatted amongst themselves as the other competitors finished behind them. Izuku could feel Todoroki and Kaken glaring at him, but he didn't care. He had just gotten first in the first event of the sports festival with his best friends and his girlfriend. He was over the moon. That would change once he learned of the next event, however. After the other 40 students had crossed the finish line, Midnight walked up to the stage again. "Now it's time to spin the wheel again." With a flourish, she spun the large wheel. The ticks rang out throughout the stadium until it landed on Cavalry Battle. Here's how it will work. You will form teams of 2 to 4, and each team will be assigned points based on their positions in the obstacle course. Last place will start with 5 points, and each place after that will add another 5 points. The students nodded amongst themselves, already looking around for their team, except for first place. First place will be given 1 million points, which we have decided to award to Izuku Midoriya as it was part of his quirk that passed the finish line first. Izuku felt the malicious presence of the other contestants as they glared at him. He was about to panic when he heard Foxy lean over to Freddy and whisper, "Yar, you wanna take this matey?" Freddy shook his head and nudged Chika. "Me? Sure." The presence of the students was quickly replaced with the overwhelming pressure of Chika's glare, the students quickly backing away. Now you have 5 minutes to find your teams. Go. Midnight flicked her whip before standing with a sadistic smile. Izuku looked around in despair as the other students quickly matched up and began spreading out, but that was when he felt a warm hand slide into his. You think I'm going to let my favorite minion/boyfriend do this alone? Izuku sighed and squeezed Mei's hand. No, but I'm a little worried about this. Why? We have my babies, our friends, and your strength, Mei said reassuringly. We've got this in the bag. Izuku smiled and kissed the hand that was holding his, causing a small blush to appear on Mei's cheeks. What did I do to deserve you? Mei looked away and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like, gave me a home, but Izuku just smiled and began thinking of a plan. Alright you guys, here's what we're going to do. Cementos came around and handed out the headbands for each team and they all quickly assembled their formations. And the teams are all the same except now Tokoyami and Uraraka are teamed up with just each other and Mineta was expelled in an earlier chapter so he's just replaced by a nameless extra. They don't matter. The students all glared over at Izuku's team who had just gotten into formation. Izuku and Mei were riding on the shoulders of Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy. Chika was off to the side and appeared to be jumping around in excitement. And begin. The students immediately charged at Izuku's team. Chika shifted into her nightmare form and threw a cupcake in front of them with an excited shout of SSSSSSMOKEBOMB. As the animatronic girl had yelled, the area where they had just been standing was filled with smoke. Kaken's team continued their charge, even as the other teams ground to a halt. They heard some bangs, and a few yelps before something came erupting out of the smoke. It was Izuku's team, minus Chika, with a cackling Mei. The other teams glanced into the thinning smoke and saw Team Bakugo tied up in a thick net. The anti-quirk net gun, made by yours truly. Mei Hatsum. Mei was standing on Freddy's and Bonnie's shoulders as she leaned over a blushing Izuku, waving her net gun in the air for all to see. The crowd laughed at the girls' antics, but the teams honed in on their prize. Now that Chika was gone they were unable to make another smoke screen. Izuku gained a small grin. You guys ready? He heard various noises of approval. Yar, I was born ready. Come at me you land lovers. Whatever. Anything for you Zuku. Let's show them what our babies can do. At this, Izuku's entire face lit up red and he fruitlessly tried to cover it with his hands. Some of the team stopped in pure shock at what the inventor girl had said, but Todoroki's team and Uraraka's team continued their sprint at the Lovebirds' team. Before the two teams could attack, Mei hit a button, hover boot activate. Freddy and Bonnie were lifted off of the ground slightly as the hover boots flared to life. When the two groups got close, Foxy shifted into nightmare mode and sped past them. Kaken's team had finally freed themselves from the net, and were now hunting down Izuku's team with renewed vigor. Chika meanwhile was causing mayhem on the field. She was throwing her bomb cupcakes everywhere, confusing everyone on the field. 1 minute remaining. And Midoriya's team is still going strong. Present Mike called out. It seemed like this got to Todoroki who created a large wall of ice to corner Izuku's team. Hold on everyone, Ida said as he lowered into a running stance. Todoroki, be ready to get the headband. Recipio burst. Ida yanked his team towards the animatronics to finally steal the wait what? Izuku and Mei were no longer perched on the animatronic's shoulders, instead they were flying in the air. The Hatsum jetpack. Mei yelled, dragging a very frightened Izuku into the sky, capable of lifting two people into the sky with ease. The couple rose over the ice wall and continued to gain altitude when they were met with a very confused, also flying, Team Tokoyami. Uraraka had removed their gravity, and Dark Shadow was scaling the ice wall to get another shot at the 1,000,000 points. Dark Shadow, get them! Tokoyami exclaimed. Before either of the duos could act however, the jetpack sputtered, causing Mei and Izuku to start plummeting to the ground. Just before they would have hit the ground, Chika snatched them out of the air. In time. Present Mike called. Izuku was shaking and clutching Mei to his chest. I'm sorry guys, I thought that it would hold, Mei said, pulling the straps of the pack off of her shoulders. It's okay, it was an accident, Izuku said, letting go of his girlfriend. If it happens this often, it's not an accident, Mei said, running off towards the exit as Midnight announced the winners of the event. Izuku looked at Chika in concern. Chika looked back at him and said, go after her, she needs some reassurance. Izuku nodded and raced after her, missing Todoroki walking over to talk to him. Mei? Mei? Izuku called out, jogging through the hall. Then he felt it, a familiar string in front of him. He grabbed a hold of it and followed it around a corner. It stopped at a door, and Izuku pressed his ear up against it. As I've been telling you for years, Mei, Izuku's eyes shot up in his head, this must be Mei's mother, you need to give up on this fever dream. Your quirk is not suited for inventing. Find something that you would be better at and stick to it. You can drop out of UA if that's what it takes, we don't mind spending money on a different high school. Just figure it out. Izuku moved into the shadows as Mei's mother walked out of the room. You, Izuku growled, causing Mei's mother to turn around. He felt her string and pulled on it. Don't you ever discourage her again, or I will make you regret it. Mei's mother jerked back once he let go of her string and she walked away quickly, her eyes wide. Izuku calmed down and knocked on the door. Go away, mother. I told you already. I'm thinking about it, okay? Mei called through the door. Deciding his girlfriend's mental safety was more important than being polite, Izuku entered the room. It's me, Mei. He found her sitting at a table, sniffing, and turned away from him. Oh, she replied. Izuku walked over and knelt at her side. Mei. Mei, look at me. She turned her head so that she could look at him with one eye. It was obvious that she had been crying. I'm sorry. Izuku shook his head and gently grasped her hand. What for? You did nothing wrong. If I wasn't trying to be something that I'm not, then you wouldn't have almost gotten hurt, she said, a sob causing her body to shake once. Izuku squeezed her hand softly. Mei, look at me. Really look at me. Mei turned her head fully towards him, her eyes leaking tears and her lip quivering. You aren't pretending to be something that you're not. You want to know what I see? Mei nodded, wiping a tear away. I see a wonderful girl, and a wonderful inventor. This inventor is bold and says what she wants. She doesn't take shit from nobody. The swear made Mei hiccup in surprise. She's smart, and kind. She makes things because she wants to make this world a better place. She turned my hero costume from a dream into a reality. She made inventions to help us win the last event, even if one of them decided to show that it needed a tune-up. Mei giggled a little at this. She made inventions to let my only friends in the whole world finally speak to me in their own voices. Something that hasn't failed once. And you know what? Mei looked into his eyes. She made me a better person. At this, Mei broke down. She threw her arms around his shoulders and sobbed into his neck. Izuku smiled and held her tight. Mei, your quirk might not be the best quirk in the world for being an inventor, but who cares? For hundreds of years people used to invent without quirks. You've got a leg up on them. You don't even need specialized tools to see close up on your inventions. At this, Mei froze. She pulled away from him and held him at arm's length. What? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Can't you zoom in on your inventions? Mei shook her head. I've never thought of that. That's why I have these goggles. She pulled the goggles off of her head. Can I really do that? She looked up at him. He smiled like the sun, burning all of her tears away. There's only one way to find out, right? So what baby are we gonna make next? Mei stared at him in awe. She lunged up and knocked him to the ground, holding him tight. She peppered kisses all over his face, making him giggle and try to push her off. Finally she kissed him on the lips. This wasn't like their past kisses. This one was long, passionate, and filled with fire. Izuku looked dazed when Mei finally pulled away. Izuku, I know I've said it before, and I'll say it every day from now until the end of time, but I love you. Izuku smiled and kissed her again, much less passionate as the last one, but still full of love. I love you too, Mei, he replied. And as for which baby we're working on next, Mei said as she got off of him, the one you're going to put in me, she said with a sultry wink as she entered a nearby connected bathroom. Izuku sat there on the floor in confusion for a few seconds, wondering what she meant. Then he understood. His face burned crimson, his ears literally smoked, his nose erupted with blood, and finally he passed out on the floor. Mei took him to Recovery Girl, so he was fine, but he couldn't look Mei in the eye for a good 10 minutes for fear of his blood rushing to the two opposite ends of his body and him passing out again. As Izuku was sitting down to eat lunch with Mei and the animatronics, Todoroki approached the table. Midoriya, I need to speak with you. Come with me. Izuku sighed as was about to get up when Mei pulled him back down. How about you try asking? Maybe then Izuku will hear you out. After he eats his food, Izuku smiled at his girlfriend and gently patted her hand. It's okay, Mei, we'll be quick, right, Todoroki? Shudo looked at Midoriya's face, and saw that despite his grin, his eyes glared at him in warning. He was obviously on thin ice. Yes. I merely need to speak with him. Midoriya smiled a real smile this time, and looked back at the pink-haired girl. See? I'll just be a moment. He kisses her hand and walks past Shudo, not noticing the small blush and smile on the girl's face. Izuku led Todoroki to a deserted area and looked to the other boy. Todoroki simply stared back at him for a few moments before Izuku scowled. Listen, Todoroki, say what you have to say. You insulted me earlier, and I have a wonderful young woman to support right now. Todoroki sighed and looked at Izuku with a determined glare. Tell me, Midoriya, have you heard of quirk marriages? As Izuku listened to the story, he felt sick to his stomach. He had always disliked Endeavor, thinking that his methods were brutish and dangerous, but he had never expected this. I'm very sorry Todoroki, I can help you get some counseling, and I'm sure that if we discuss this with some of our teachers, we can find some way to confer. No. Izuku watched as Todoroki's typically expressionless face lit up with worry. He quickly schooled his expression, no. My father would cut funds to my mother. I have a better plan, I will not use his fire. Izuku blinked at him. Are you serious? Todoroki looked up in surprise. That's a horrible plan. You'll just end up hurting yourself and others. Todoroki sighed and shook his head. It does not matter what you say, I've made up my mind. I just wanted to explain to you why I must beat you. After all, it is not every day that I have the opportunity to fight. All Might's secret love child. Shudo watched Midoriya closely. The other teen froze up, before he started shaking. I know, it is hard being the son of a hero, I will keep your secret, but in return I ask that you do your best when we fight. Before he could continue, Midoriya burst with laughter. He shook and bent over as he cackled, you think I am All Might's, ahahahahaha. The boy fell to his knees and banged his fist on the ground, slowly regaining his breath. Ahahaha. Ah, no, I'm not ahahaha All Might's child Todoroki. Izuku wiped tears from his eyes. No, my father's a deadbeat on the other side of the planet. But as for fighting you, assuming that's what you were going to say, Izuku's face turned stern, I'm going to fight you one-on-one, and I will show you that people are stronger with help than without. Now I have to go eat lunch. I'll talk with Ahaha my dad about your father. We'll see what we can do, just do your best in our fight. Izuku left the boy there with a single thought, I will show you that your fire isn't bad Todoroki, but first I have to show my girlfriend that she's a great inventor. Izuku arrived back at the table, and the group enjoyed their lunch. Mei seemed to be in a much better mood, watching the animatronics and how they spoke. It was clear to Izuku that she was thinking about her inventions, even as they made light small talk. Suddenly, Present Mike called over the loudspeakers that the break was about over, and asked the teams that had passed the last round to meet in the stadium. The stadium was alight with chatter as Midnight walked onto the stage. The group stood around, watching their teacher as she called for the audience's attention. As you all know, the last event is a tournament. Here we will be revealing the matches, now. Before she could get any further, Ojiro stepped forwards. Excuse me Ms. Midnight. I don't remember much of the last round, and I would like to step down. Whispers rumbled through the spectators. Are you sure Ojiro? This is a big opportunity. Ojiro nodded. Sorry, I just feel that it's not my place to compete when I can't remember winning the last round. Midnight nodded, and another student from 1B stepped forwards. I agree, I would like to forfeit as well. Alright, well then we will have the students from the 5th highest team send 2 of their members to compete in your places. While they decide that, I'll reveal the lineup for the matches. Midnight pressed a button and names flashed up on the screen. She announced the matchups, and they're the same as in the anime manga, and the students began to flood back into the stadium except for Izuku and the purple-haired student that he would be fighting. He remembers him from the confrontation at their door. The boy approached Izuku and held out his hand. My name's Hitoshi Shinso, I hope that our match is a fair fight. Izuku opens his mouth to respond before some coarse fur enters his mouth. He spits and pulls away as Ojiro glares at the boy. Don't respond Midoriya. Izuku is confused as the boy walks towards his end of the fighting area. The last thing I remember before the cavalry battle was talking to him. I think that if you respond to him he can control you or something like that. Be careful. Izuku nodded as Ojiro walked away. You guys ready? He asked the animatronics. They nodded, and he looks down at Fredbear, Cassidy, in his arms. I am ready child. Let us show the world who we are. Izuku nodded in determination, and turned to face his opponent. Contestants ready? Midnight called from her podium, Cementos watching the boys from across the field. Izuku nodded, and Shinso responded with, yeah, I guess. Izuku heard Bonnie whisper under his breath, this kid gets it. Midnight flicked her whip and yelled, start. Before they animatronics or Izuku could move forwards, Shinso called out to them, wow, that monkey was pretty stupid huh? Throwing away his one chance at greatness. Well I guess it's useless talking to you, seeing as how that cheater warned you of my quirk beforehand. Chika bristled, excuse you. Ojiro happens to be really ni-. Shinso smirked as Chika froze, gotcha. Chika suddenly lifted her arms. One held up her platter with her signature cupcake on it, the other with its palm facing her body. Her torso turned and she leaned forwards a bit, looking at the ground. No, Gabriel said, taking a step forwards, she's . What the hell? It shouldn't be able to move. Shinso scowled, maybe my quirk works differently on robots? Before he could ponder any more about it, Chika straightened and her head swiveled to look at him. Susie. No. Foxy said, reaching out a hand. He tried to grab her, but she had already rushed forwards. Midnight and Samantha struggled under the weight of the animatronic's fury, and Shinso could barely breathe. He looked up and saw Chika rushing towards him, her jaw unhinged, letting loose a horrible shrieking noise. Out of nowhere, Foxy rushed in front of her, pushing against her advances but not making much progress. Yar, Susie, wake up. You're not there anymore. Freddy and Bonnie came up from behind and grabbed onto her back, skidding their feet against the ground. Despite their best efforts, Susie trudged forwards, intent on putting that purple bstrd in a suit. Izuku sped past the struggling children and grabbed a shocked Shinso by his collar. Release your quirk. The boy stared at him in shock. Wadash. Izuku shook him. Release your quirk. The other teen seemingly could not understand, so Izuku growled and did what he had to. He grabbed the purple-haired boy's head and, with black lighting shrouding him, slammed the teen's face into the ground, his skull making a loud crack when it hit the concrete. Chika fell into the arms of the other lost souls like a puppet with its strings cut. When she raised her head, she began wailing, the noise coming from inside the suit rather than through the voice box. This terrified Midnight and Cementos because of how unnatural it sounded, like the screams of a child down a long metal tunnel. The other animatronics held onto the girl tightly as Izuku shepherded them off of the ring. Midnight snapped out of it before Izuku stepped out of the rink and announced, Hitoshi Shinso is unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins. Her voice shaky and uncertain. There was no real noise from the crowd as they watched the sobbing child be led out of the stadium, medical robots lifting Shinso off of the ground and loading him onto a stretcher. When they made it to one of the waiting rooms, Chika calmed down enough that her cries came from the voice box rather than from her hollow chest. The group sat her down and wrapped her in their arms. I was back there, she sobbed, clutching onto her friends as tight as her arms would allow. I was the re. Foxy shushed her comfortingly. Shoo, it's okay, you're not there. You're here. He's not here. We are. She isn't the one who gave us this life. It was Izuku, and this time we are fully aware. Izuku pulled back slightly. I don't understand. The animatronics looked at each other before pulling away and kneeling. Chika sniffed and took deep breaths, looking at the boy. Izuku, we told you about how the puppet's quirk was not strong enough for us to be more than animals or whatever, right? Bonnie asked. Izuku nodded, still not quite comprehending the situation. Well, it was painful for us. We knew that we were human, but our minds could only think of getting revenge. To make matters worse, we had to roam the halls where we were last completely human. It was like losing all of your fingers except two, and still writing with your hand. Izuku stared at the poor children. Your quirk made us whole again. Susie just returned to what we were before you saved us, and for us there are only two greater pains. Losing you, or losing each other. The animatronics grabbed hold of one another as if they were afraid one of them was going to disappear. Izuku clutched Fredbear to his chest. I'm so sorry, that must have been awful. He looked down at the golden bear in his arms. Why were you complete, Cassidy? I was not. I am not. Izuku's eyes widened. I have had more time to gather myself. Now I may think freely. It is difficult. I still thirst for vengeance. And I will have it when the time comes. Izuku nodded. We'll find him, I promise. May found the animatronics and Izuku holding each other after a while of searching, having raced off to find them after the match. Suz and Izuku were asleep in the arms of the male animatronics. They shush her as they enter, and she gently caresses Izuku's head as the next match starts. Hers will be in a few minutes, but for now she can watch over her boyfriend. Izuku rubbed Mei's shoulders, his powerful thumbs digging into her back in a way that had her melting. You don't have to win to show off the genius that I know you are, but it would certainly help, he said, his voice soft but demanding that she know his love for her. You can do whatever you want, but I want you to be proud of yourself no matter what happens on that stage. Mei hummed in agreement, barely able to pay attention. Show them what you can do, and I know that you will have support companies knocking down your door. Your relatives dash, his voice laced with thinly veiled anger and his finger digging in just the slightest bit harder, forcing Mei to hold in a groan of pleasure, are wrong about you. I know you can do this, Mei, and I'll be here for you no matter what. Mei looked up at him, and saw his brow furrowed as he stared forwards. He looked down at her and his gaze softened. She reached a hand up and pulled his face to hers gently, placing a small kiss on his lower lip, the angle providing an oddly NTMT moment. Thank you, Izuku. If you believe in me then it doesn't matter what they say. Izuku smiled and kissed her forehead, his fingers stopping and pulling away. She whimpered a bit at the loss, but stood up and stretched, pretending not to see Izuku watching her with a mix of hunger and shyness. She smiled at him and pulled him close, hooking her head over his shoulder as he kissed behind her ear. I love you, Izuku. She felt him smile against her head and he squeezed her lightly, Mei knowing that he could break her like a twig if he wanted. I love you too, Mei. Now get out there and show them how it's done. Mei waved to Izuku and the animatronics as she walked out of the waiting room. She held her head high and strode with a purpose towards the entrance of the stadium, her baby slung over her shoulder. The light blinded her for a second as she made her way out into the open. The crowd roared around her, and she realized that she was nervous. She looked at all of the faces in the audience and grew worried. That was when she saw her family. Her eyes zoomed in, and she saw that her sister looked bored, her brother was playing with toys, her father was on a call, and her mother glared at her. What if he was wrong? What if I'm not cut out to be an inventor? What if? Mei slapped herself hard. She was done doubting herself. She had to demonstrate what Mei Hatsum could do. Then when she was older, she would show them what Mei Midoriya could do. Oh yeah, she liked that. Her face now set in a determined smile. She climbed the stairs to the ring. Across from her, the blue engine boy stretched out a little. He wasn't a bad guy, but she wanted to beat him. She wasn't doing this for herself, or for the companies. She was doing it for Izuku. He believed in her and she was going to show him that his faith was not misplaced. Start. The lady in the promiscuous outfit cried. Maybe she should look into one of those four, not now MEI. The boy sped towards her, but she pressed two buttons. One popped out four large spider-like legs from her backpack, and the other connected her to the speakers. Behold! The first of Mei Hatsum's, soon to be Mei Midoriya's, first baby of the fight. SL Mark II. The audience murmured about various things, and she swore she heard something like "My baby's growing up so fast." From the crowd. The other teen took a sharp turn and continued to rush around her SL Mark II legs, unsure of how to take her down. Now for my next baby we have the SNG. Super Net Gun. She pulled out the silver gun that looked very similar to a flare gun. She missed the first shot, but that was alright. It comes with 10 easy load shots. She popped open the back and slid in another net. Before she could close the gun, the boy kicked her in the chest, knocking her to the ground. The gun skittered across the concrete, and Mei landed on her back heavily. The boy charged at her, and Mei had to pull out her ace. She just hoped that the two seductively placed batteries didn't blow them to smithereens. She pressed a button, and the stadium could hear the rumbling of a rocket. Meanwhile the boy moved to grab her, but her SL Mark II moved her out of the way in time. The baby that she summoned slammed into the ground between them, its pod smoking. Now for baby number 3. This is a prototype modeled after my dear friend Susie, but the actual mass-produced line will look like humanoid robots. Behold! Toy Chica. From the pod, a yellow body crawled out. When it stood upright, the stadium gawked at the well-endowed robot. Izuku's jaw hung open in shock. It was like a sleeker, plastic, more feminine version of Chica, but this one had big, barely covered, holy tig-ol, Biddy's Batman. Zero shouted from his seat. Yeah, those. The robot turned to look at the blue-haired boy. It winked at him and placed the arm not holding a cupcake under its bosom. Don't get distracted. It said, Suza's voice echoing from its mouth. Everything is going as planned. Then its beak fell off. Minor visual problem, that wasn't really supposed to be there anyways. Still going as planned. The blue boy looked like he was short-circuiting. That was when Toy Chica launched itself forwards. The boy dodged to the left as it reached for him, sliding next to the discarded SNG. He grabbed it and used his leg engine doodads to boost his kick into Toy Chica's stomach. This did little to deter the robot, but the boy had other plans it seemed. He sprinted at Mei, clicking the SNG into place to fully load the net. Mei dodged to the right, but he wasn't aiming at her. He whipped around and shot Toy Chica, the net quickly ensnaring the robot. Mei wasn't worried about it, it was smart enough to get out by itself. Mei on the other hand was in danger. The boy ran at her as she was lying on her side and grabbed one of the legs of her SL Mark II. He swung her around and threw her out of the ring and onto the grass below. Mei Hatsum? Is out of bounds. Tenya Ida is the winner. Mei lay there on the ground and stared at the sky. She had lost. Hopefully she put on a good enough show? Why was her face wet? There were no clouds in the sky. Oh wait, she was crying. Suddenly 2 green eyes looked down into hers. I Izuku, she said, her hitching breaths causing her to stutter. I am sorry I lost. Izuku's eyes looked confused before he grabbed her hand. When he pulled her up, she could see a smile on his face. Are you kidding? You did great. Ida is a hero course student and on top of that has been training most of his life to be a hero. Plus all of your inventions worked perfectly. I bet you'll get all sorts of offers. Oh, and can you call off the robot? It's still attacking Ida. He was right, the robot was still chasing after the glasses boy. She pressed a button and Toy Chica shut down. Izuku smiled and pulled her into a hug. I'm so proud of you, Mei. Mei buried her face into his shoulder and let her tears soak his shirt sleeve. He scooped her up as if she weighed nothing and walked towards the exit. Can you send the robot back to where it came from? They'll need to clear the stage. Mei didn't even look up as she hit the return home button. Toy Chica booted up again and followed the two of them out of the stadium. Together, the three walked to the waiting room they had used earlier. Toy Chica kept walking past them as Izuku and Mei entered the room. There they found the animatronics. Suz walked up to her with a smile. It worked. That was so cool. It was like seeing a CC version of me fighting crime. The animatronic threw a few punches and giggled. Mei chuckled, still clinging to Izuku. She looked up at her boyfriend and tried not to cry again. She kissed his cheek and held him tightly. Thank you for getting me. I don't know how long I would have sat there otherwise. Izuku smiled and moved her so that her back was facing him. He started kneading her back like he had been before her fight, the feeling of his fingers on her sore back causing her to let out a low mmm. She could feel the heat radiating off of Izuku's face, but he continued to massage her back. The animatronics had varied reactions, Gabe looking away and tapping his fingers together, Fritz chuckling and slapping Jeremy on the back, Jeremy just looked disinterested, and Suz covered her eyes and giggled. Mei's face flushed, but she couldn't deny, Izuku Midoriya was the best boyfriend in the world, and she was going to be his wife one day. And the battles that I'm not covering happen as they did in canon. Seeing as how the other characters have not really been affected by the animatronics yet, the rest of the events have not been affected. Mei kissed Izuku on the cheek as the gang waited near the entrance into the stadium. I know that you plan on doing this alone, but don't go too overboard, alright? Mei said, narrowing her eyes at the boy. He chuckled and kissed her forehead. Of course. I'll still have these guys to help me in case things go south, right guys? Chica jumped and cheered out a happy yeah. Freddy gave him a thumbs up, Foxy chuckled and nodded at him, and Bonnie slouched with a whatever. Mei frowned and looked at Izuku. She was still worried about him. Will the competitors come to the field? Present Mike called out. Izuku looked back to Mei and kissed her firmly on the lips. The girl gave a lazy smile when he pulled away. Izuku shyly rubbed the back of his head. You for luck? Mei rolled her eyes and yanked him back to her lips by his shirt. After releasing him, she strutted down the hallway, relishing the way Izuku watched her walk away. Chica pulled on Izuku's hand to get him moving towards the ring. He looked over at Todoroki as Present Mike gave their introductions. Okay guys, remember that this is just me and Todoroki fighting this round. If I am about to fly out of the ring, back me up, but otherwise stay out of this. The animatronics were not happy about this. They were used to protecting Izuku, but if he was so set on this, they would comply. Are you certain of this, child? Fredbear asked from her position in his arms. Yes, I am. Somebody has to help. He handed the plushie to Chica and lowered himself into a fighting stance. Black lightning sparked off of Izuku's body, and he could tell that the animatronics had changed into their nightmare modes. On the other end of the ring, Todoroki moved his right hand back and leaned forwards. Begin. Midnight cried, and the battle started. Shudo brought his hand forwards quickly, summoning a large iceberg. The ice shattered, the large bunny having punched it hard enough to break the glacier into pieces. Midoriya had said that he wasn't using his robots, but he must have been lying. When Shudo looked around, he realized that Midoriya was gone. The crowd gasped, and he looked up to see Midoriya leaping between large ice pieces high in the air. He raised his right hand again, and a spire of ice rocketed up towards the other teen. Midoriya crossed his arms, and the lightning intensified. Just before the ice spire reached him, Midoriya threw his hands out to the side and cried, Carolina smash. The ice cracked and stopped in its path, the wind pressure causing the arena to grow colder and causing Midoriya to fly higher into the sky. Shudo breathed out roughly, his breath visible in the low temperatures. He steadied himself and raised his hand again. Another iceberg the size of a battleship sprouted from the ring and rushed towards the falling boy. Midoriya pushed off the last large ice shard floating in the air and spun in a series of rapid flips towards the rising ice. Black lightning trailed behind him like ribbons as he roared, California Seminash. His fist broke the ice, causing the wall of frost to come crashing down. The air turned misty from the cold, and Shudo couldn't see anything. Slowly the fog began to lift, and Shudo could see Midoriya. He walked towards Shudo with a glare, the black lightning crackling through the air like tentacles. Shudo growled and shot out another wall of ice towards the boy. Midoriya didn't even stop walking as he called out, DC smash. The air pressure of his fist ruptured the ice. He walked past the ice and called out to Shudo, your power is decreasing Todoroki, and I'm just sore. I can keep this up for another 30 minutes at least, can you? Shudo scowled and released another burst of ice. Midoriya didn't even call out a smash as he batted the ice to the side. He continued to advance, and Shudo didn't know how he was going to stop him. You may hate your father Todoroki, but without using your fire, you can never truly become a hero. Shudo saw red and shot out a larger wall of ice. New Mexico smash. Midoriya shouted and stomped. The stadium shook, causing all of the ice on the ring to crumble. How much did he pay you? Shudo huffed, he could see his hands shivering out of the corner of his eye. Midoriya sighed, nothing. All Might once said that, a true hero steps in to help even when they are not wanted. Well, I'm stepping in to show you the error of your ways, Todoroki. Shudo roared and sent another wave of ice at Midoriya, who just walked around the slow-moving wall. IIWW will never use his fire, Shudo growled, feeling his fingers turn blue. Midoriya glared at him and his voice shook the ring. It's not his fire. It's yours. Shudo stopped his attack, and his eyes widened. He remembered back to his mother. She held him and they talked about what he wanted to be when he was grown up. He had told her that he had wanted to be a hero like her. She had giggled and told him that she was never a hero. He replied that she was his hero. She had hugged him and thanked him for saying that, but, you will have to be your own hero, Shudo, after all your quirk is your own, not mine. Izuku smiled in relief as the stadium was warmed up by the fire that roared to life from Todoroki's left side. He saw that Todoroki was smiling too. Thank you, Midoriya. I will be a hero. For my mother, and for everyone in a situation like hers. Izuku grinned, lowering himself into a fighting stance. Good. Then we can be heroes together. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I'll be winning this match now. Todoroki said, ice and fire rushing to heed his call. Izuku smiled like All Might, and felt one for all thunder through his body as he called all of the power that he could. You'll have to get through me first, Shudo. And call me Izuku. Toshinori watched as everyone ignored Endeavor shouting to his son. Cementos created walls of concrete between the boys, but Toshinori knew that that would not stop these young heroes. The elements battled and mixed on one side of the field, while the other was filled with a thunderstorm of power. Young Todoroki lifted his hands, and fire and ice howled forwards as if a volcano had erupted in a blizzard. Young Midoriya launched himself forwards to meet the hurricane of fire and ice, screaming, Alaska SEEMASSSSSHHHHHH. The explosion caused everyone in the stands to be blown back into their seats. Toshinori buffed up in his special box and even he was forced to brace himself. Fog and smoke filled the arena, making it impossible to see anything. Present Mike continued to call announcements as the dust settled. Finally they could see some of what was left of the field. Young Todoroki had been launched out of the ring and was now lying unconscious on the grass around the floor. The rest of the fog moved to reveal a wall of brown. Young Freddy had created a giant baseball glove with his frettles, and he was braced by the rest of the animatronics. Resting in the middle of the plushy glove was young Midoriya, also unconscious, but with a large smile on his face. The audience roared with approval at the ending of the match. Midnight climbed back onto her podium and raised her whip. Shudo Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Toshinori deflated and clapped. For years to come, this would be known as the most intense match of all of the UA sports festivals. Young Midoriya had truly shown the world that he was here. Izuku and the animatronics were waiting patiently to fight against Ida. While they didn't want to discredit their friend, he was strong in his own right. 5 against 1 was definitely not fair for the speedster. They pondered having only one or a few of them fight him, but ultimately decided that that wasn't kindness but pity, so they had come to the conclusion that fighting him together was the best option. They were beginning to wonder if Present Mike had gone to the bathroom or something when his voice rang out across the stadium. Tenya Ida has withdrawn from the tournament due to family matters. This means that Izuku Midoriya will move on to the final round. The lack of enthusiasm in his voice set the audience on edge, whispered conversations rumbling throughout the arena. Will Fumikage Tokoyami and Katsuki Bakugo come to the field? We will start the next match here in a few minutes. Izuku and the animatronics looked at each other in concern. This wasn't good. What could have happened? They trudged away from the entrance in silence. They were glad that Ida didn't find out after they were done fighting. That would have been even worse. They would have to offer support for the boy the next time they saw him. Izuku sat in the waiting room with Mei and the animatronics, watching Kaken and Tokoyami duke it out. Izuku knew about Tokoyami's quirk, and knew that he would be hard-pressed to beat Kaken. Lo and behold, Kaken won. That means that he would have to face the boy in the next round. Great. Present Mike called for a small intermission to allow Kaken some time to rest, and Izuku turned to the others to set up a game plan. Before he could speak, Freddy took a deep breath and held his hand up to signal for them to wait. He got up from his seat and faced them. I would like to fight Bakugo by myself, the bear said, his face deadly serious. The others in the room looked shocked. I have some unfinished business with him, and I would like to solve it here. The animatronics began to argue, but Izuku stopped them by standing up and walking up to the robot. Izuku looked into his eyes, and he could see the boy that inhabited the suit watching him back. Do you promise to do your best and not to do any permanent damage? Izuku asked, deadly serious. Freddy nodded. I promise. Izuku hugged the bear, and the boy's spirit hummed to him. Then I give you my permission. Do us proud. Izuku looked up at the bear, and smiled. Freddy patted his head and returned the smile. They spent the rest of the time chatting about random things. Chika was curious if they would present them all with gold medals, and Izuku had to remind her that they hadn't won. Yet. We haven't won yet. Foxy was musing about how many internship offers that they would get. Bonnie stayed silent in the corner, helping May tinker by handing her tools that she asked for. Finally Present Mike called for them to come to ring, and they said goodbye to May. She gave Izuku another scorching kiss for luck, and the animatronics laughed at the giddy expression that was plastered on his face when she let him go. When they reached the arena, Zuko and the others held back and Gabriel stood in front of them. Bakugo glared at them from across the ring, but Gabriel could see the slight tremble in his knees as he took in the animatronics. Begin! Present Mike yelled. Bakugo let the explosions that popped out of his hand send him flying forwards, and Gabriel readied himself. He was Zuko's shield, and no one would hurt him if Gabriel had anything to say about it. Before Bakugo could blow past him, Gabriel grabbed the boy's foot and swung him down in front of his robotic feet. The teen grunted as the wind was forced from his lungs. Your fight is with me, Bakugo. Terror briefly flitted through Bakugo's eyes, but it was quickly replaced with anger. The blonde fired off an explosion into Gabriel's face, but the animatronic didn't flinch. He whipped Bakugo forwards, sending him tumbling across the concrete. The boy quickly got back to his feet and charged the missing child. Bakugo swung his fist at Gabriel, but the animatronic moved with surprising grace and grabbed his wrist. Gabriel pulled the boy closer and slammed the elbow holding the boy into his nose. A crunch rang out as he broke the explosion quirk user's nose. Blood splattered the ground, but the blonde pushed through it. He used his explosions to launch himself away from the animatronic. He once again tried to get past the robot, but Gabriel caught the back of his collar. He pulled the boy into a bear hug and squeezed tightly. You hurt Zuko. I can't forgive you for that. Explosions covered the two in smoke. When the smog cleared, nothing seemed to have changed. Gabriel lowered his arm placement to around the boy's waist before hoisting him up. As Zuko would say, Kansas smash. Gabriel leaned backwards and slammed the boy into the concrete. Wow! A full German suplex. Present Mike cried, what are you teaching your students, eraser? The teacher in question grumbled something about his students coming like that, but it was lost on the shock of the audience. Gabriel got off of the blonde, hoping that would stop him, but he underestimated the boy. When he rolled off of him, Bakugo released a massive explosion, heading straight for the others. Before Gabriel could move, Bonnie stepped forwards in nightmare form. I haven't had the chance to test this, so I hope I don't liquidate your insides, the bunny said in annoyance. He lifted his hand and brought it down on his guitar. Bakugo was instantly blown back as a wave of sound threw him across the stadium. He landed just inside the lines of the arena, and struggled to his feet. Gabriel got up and faced the boy. I said your fight was with me, Bakugo. Now I think it's time to finish this. Gabriel felt one for all as it surged through his endoskeleton. He rushed to meet Bakugo as the boy spun faster and faster in the air using his quirk. Howitzer impact. The blonde roared, a large explosion shook the stadium and smoke filled the air. As the smoke cleared, the audience saw that Gabriel had grabbed Bakugo's fist. The concrete behind the large animatronic was destroyed, but he was undamaged. Goodbye, Bakugo, Gabriel said. Freddle sprouted from his body and grabbed the boy. They pinned his arms to his sides and picked him up. He yelled and screamed as they carried him out of the ring. Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight yelled, obviously glad that there was nothing too crazy about this last match. Gabriel smiled at his friends as they cheered for him. He allowed himself to return to his normal form and took a step forward, but then he heard it. Explosions. He whipped back around, his arm held out straight as Bakugo flew into it, clotheslining himself. Gabriel glared down at the boy and grabbed him by his shirt. If you go anywhere near Zuko again, I will crush your bones to dust. Understand? The boy nodded once before his eyes rolled back into his head and he passed out. Gabriel left him there on the floor as he walked away with his friends. That was a fun fight, but he would rather sit at the pizzeria and watch movies. Time skip. Izuku stood proudly on the first place podium. The animatronics stood around him, and he couldn't be happier. They had done what they had always wished for. They had won the UA Sports Festival. Kaken had to be chained up to a post because he wouldn't accept his loss, but that was not something for Izuku to worry about. Now here to give out the medals is Dash. Midnight began. All Might dropped from the sky and yelled out, I am here. To deliver the medals. All Might. Midnight finished, glaring at the hero. All Might laughed sheepishly, the audience chuckling at the hero's over-eagerness. All Might stepped up to Tokoyami and hung the third-place medal around his neck. He congratulated his achievement, and gave him a hug. While they were hugging, he whispered something to the raven-headed boy, likely encouragement. All Might then stepped up to a feral Kaken. He took one look at the boy, placed the second-place medal around his neck, congratulated him, and walked off. This only seemed to make Kaken angrier somehow. All Might finally stepped up to Izuku and the animatronics. He beamed more than usual as he pulled a box of 5 medals from behind his back. Congratulations young Midoriya, young Chica, young Bonnie, young Freddy, young Foxy, and young Fredbear. You 6 have won the UA Sports Festival. He placed a medal on each of the animatronics, and pretended not to hear Bonnie gripe about them, technically being the oldest people in the stadium. Finally he reached Izuku. He then proceeded to reach into the box holding the medals and pull out a small golden medallion on a blue ribbon. He clipped it to Fredbear's little chest, and Izuku could have sworn he felt a small wave of gratitude roll off of the plushie. Then All Might stepped back and pulled out the last ribbon. He placed it around Izuku's neck and drew him into a warm embrace. I'm so proud of you, my boy. You truly are a great hero. Izuku didn't pay attention to the awkward ending of the ceremony courtesy of All Might's shenanigans. He was too busy crying into Fredbear's cap at his hero's words. That was better than winning any sports festival. Izuku waited anxiously for class to start. Aizawa finally entered, looking even more tired than usual. He slouched to the podium and set down the papers in his hands. The room had gone quiet when he had walked through the doors, and he hid a smile in his scarf. As you all know, the sports festival is to show off your skills to get internship offers. The class gulped and looked at each other in excitement and nervousness. Aizawa seemed to relish in their silence for a few seconds before pressing a button. Numbers and names appeared on the board behind him. Here is the number of internships each of you got. As you can see, the numbers this year are higher than usual. Some of the students had only a few offers, Kuda for example only having 17 offers. Meanwhile Izuku and Todoroki had unrealistic numbers. Izuku was leading by only 3 offers with a total of 2, the class was very vocal about their disbelief. Yo, how did you guys get that many offers? Kaminari asked, looking from his meager 10 offers to theirs. Todoroki huffed, many were only because of my father if I had to guess. Izuku scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly, I think that most of mine are because I beat Todoroki and got first in the festival. Kaminari held up a finger to object before thinking for a second and slumping back into his chair. Giggles rang out from a few kids as Aizawa's eye twitched in annoyance. He tapped his desk with his fingers as he glared at the teens. They quickly grew quiet and gave him their attention. He nodded and spoke again, now you need to come up with your code names, and because I'm not good at this, I asked me for help, a female voice called out as someone entered the room. The voice belonged to Midnight, the 18-plus hero, flashing a few of the boys a smirk as she strutted into the room. Izuku blushed, looking away and picturing Mei in the heroine's outfit before his face exploded with a blush. Now here are some whiteboards, write your hero names down and we will present them to the class. Izuku pondered for a bit. He hadn't seriously thought of hero names since he was a kid. He looked around the room and saw that his classmates were all in similar situations. Ida specifically looked troubled. Izuku remembered the news he had seen earlier that morning and resolved to talk to Ida when classes were over for the day. He turned his attention to the front of the class as Ioma walked up to the podium. After a few of his classmates giving their hero names, Izuku was struck with an idea. He scrawled it down and waited until there were not any other students going to present their names. He stood up and flashed the animatronics a small smile as he approached the podium. He held his whiteboard so that it faced away from the class and stood up straight. He took a deep breath and flipped it over. I am the remnant hero, resurrection, the class muttered amongst themselves as Midnight frowned. Are you sure that's what you want your name to be, Midoriya? Izuku nodded, yeah, I want something for people to look at for hope and I want to reference my roots. I feel like this is the best way to do it. He looked at the animatronics. They all gave him their approval, Chica smiling and giving him 2 thumbs up, Foxy smirking and leaning back in his seat, Freddy nodding, and Bonnie just giving him a thumbs up around his book. And together we are the hero team, Nightmare. With that he walked down from the podium. Bonnie held out his hand for a high five, surprising Izuku. The greenette smiled and slapped his hand, speed walking back to his seat afterwards to watch the rest of the class speak. Todoroki went with his given name, but Izuku understood that he was still finding himself and that he would change it when he came to terms with his quirk. Ida also used his given name, and that worried Izuku. He knew that Ingenium was attacked by Stain, but obviously it was hitting Ida hard. He was definitely going to talk to Ida. They were released for lunch, and Ida rushed out of the room. Izuku moved to catch up, but All Might took that time to make an appearance. "Young Midoriya, may I have a word with you?" the giant man asked. It looked like he was shaking just a bit and his smile seemed a little strained. Izuku frowned and nodded, "Sure, All Might." Izuku followed the blonde to the teacher's lounge, the animatronics trailing behind him. When they arrived, All Might deflated to his true form and Izuku could now see that he really was shaking. "Is everything all right, All Might?" Chika asked, worried for the injured hero. All Might shook his head. "Why yes, everything is fine young see Chika." The man walked over to a desk and picked up a small sheet of paper. "It's just that my old TT teacher wanted to train you young Midoriya." Izuku raised an eyebrow and took the paper from All Might. It had the information for a hero called Gran Torino. Izuku looked at his mentor and wondered what this person could have done to make All Might this shaken. "Do you think I should take the internship?" he asked, watching as All Might flinched a bit. "Why yes, I think that it would be most informative for you. And he would probably kill me if you said no." The last part was so quiet that Izuku barely caught it. He sighed and nodded. "Okay, guess it saves me some time." By All Might, the hero gave a fake smile as the group left the room. They had no idea what they were in for. Poor kids. Time skip. Izuku couldn't talk to Ida before the internships. Every time he would get close to the boy, Ida would quickly find some way to leave the room. Aizawa gave them a small speech about how they were representing UA when they were at their internships, so they needed to be on their best behavior. Izuku thought he heard Bonnie say something like, "Whatever mom," but he was more focused on Ida. The bespectacled boy made to leave once Aizawa finished talking, but Izuku grabbed his shoulder. "Ida, I know you're having a rough time, but you can talk to us. You can talk to me. We are your friends and we are here to help if you need it." Ida looked back at the teen and nodded with a blank face. "Thank you Midoriya, I will be sure to call on you if I need help. Thank you for the support." Izuku let go of his shoulder and watched as he walked away. He knew that he was interning with Manuel because Stain was in Hosu, and he planned to convince this Gran Torino to go to Hosu at some point to check on the boy. After saying goodbye and giving a quick kiss to Mei, who had somehow managed to sneak out of school, Izuku and the animatronics were on their way to their internship. It was a relatively short ride, but the walk was confusing. Once they arrived in front of the building that was listed, Bonnie made his thoughts known. "What the F is this?" The bunny looked thoroughly set off. "Is this where we are supposed to be? I swear if you catch some weird disease Izuku, I'm having a few words with that moronic blonde hero that you look up to so much." Freddy chuckled a bit at the boy's words, Foxy was rolling on the floor cackling, and Chika was berating the blue animatronic for being rude. Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled at his friend's reactions, but walked past them. He knocked on the door and called out, "Hello? I am here for the internship." The door creaked open and Izuku saw an old man lying face down in a red puddle with what appeared to be guts on the floor. "He's dead!" Izuku shouted, the animatronics peering over his shoulder. "He is alive, child," Fredbear replied from his arms. That was when the man decided to leap off of the floor and exclaim, "I'm alive! He's alive!" Izuku cried, his eyes rolling back in his head. He passed out into the arms of the animatronics, as the old man laughed. "Oh make. Bonnie, noise-canceling headphones, check. Foxy, hook wax, check. Chika, gourmet cookbook, check. Freddy, sci-fi book, check. Fredbear, a few horror movies, check. Mom, new rolling pin, check. Mei." Izuku looked from his list to the gift he had made for Mei. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was a stupid present. No way would she want something dumb like that. Izuku sighed. He had been at the mall for 2 hours finding all of the other gifts, and now he needed to do another sweep to find something that Mei would want. Well, this is what he got for shopping on Christmas. But to be fair, he needed to make sure he had enough money to buy everything. As he walked around, he admired the decorations everywhere. This mall really went all out when the holidays rolled around. As he was passing a glass shop, something caught his eye. He smiled wide and rushed in. When he got a better look at it, he was stunned. It was a glass jewelry box. It was mostly clear, but the edges were a bronze glass, and on top were a few interlocking gears. It must have been for people who loved steampunk, but it was perfect for Mei. And the price was great too. It seems that no one else really wanted it, so the price had been marked down a few times. He took it up to the shop, almost tripping over someone's foot along the way. Thankfully the box was alright. He got it wrapped all nice and pretty with some red and green paper and a nice green bow and set out to leave the mall. The bags would be heavy for any normal person, but Izuku could barely feel it. He smiled at his strength and at his gifts. He knew that they would all love them for sure. As he was getting close to the train station, someone else tripped and spilled their garbage on the sidewalk. A bottle rolled right under Izuku's foot, and he knew that he couldn't pull back. He scowled internally and thought, screw it. Full send, and slammed his foot into the ground. The bottle shattered and a shard of glass cut his ankle. The lady was very apologetic, but Izuku just waved her off. She insisted on pulling out the small shard of glass and giving him a band-aid, which he happily allowed her to do. After that mishap, he carried on his way to the station. He grabbed a ticket and sat down on a bench. He hummed a Christmas song to himself as he double-checked that he had all of his gifts. He then triple-checked that May's present was all right. As soon as he finished doing that, he noticed an old man with a cane barely standing next to the filled-up bench. He got up and tapped the man on the shoulder gently. "You can sit here if you want." The man smiled and sat down, commenting on how nice of a young man he was. He was still blushing when someone rammed into him. He stumbled forwards, but caught his balance before he fell. He grabbed the man's arm to keep him from hitting the ground as well, and that's when he noticed that the man was holding a purse. "Stop! My purse!" A young woman with orange hair cried as she ran towards them. The thief made to run, but Izuku's grip was like iron. The man activated his quirk, a speed quirk Izuku noted, but Izuku didn't budge. Finally a police officer and the woman arrived next to Izuku and the man. The police officer slapped some quirk-suppressing cuffs on the bandit as the woman thanked Izuku profusely. She remembered him from the sports festival and managed to get him to leave a signature on a piece of paper before he had to board his train. He got on the train and quadruple-checked that May's present was all right, and thankfully it was. His way home was filled with more incidents like this. A frisbee almost knocked him in the face, some ice caused the girl beside him to slip, and a banana peel dropped from the sky of all things. Through it all, Izuku stood firm. It was like fate itself was trying to break May's gift. Well, Izuku wasn't going to give up that easily. He sighed in relief when he made it home. At least here he should be safe. Toshinori chuckled at how similar young Midoriya was to his mother. Aizawa and Hisashi had roped him into coming with them to deliver gifts to Class 1, as students, not that he needed much convincing. He came as Toshinori of course, claiming to be a representative of all mites at the school. It surprised Toshinori that young Hatsum from the support department was at the Midoriya household, but he supposed that it made sense given that she was dating young Midoriya. He heard the front door open and a voice call out, "I'm home." He turned to look at young Midoriya, who looked up to see him in the entry hall. This surprised young Midoriya so much that he tripped and crashed to the floor, the sound of breaking glass making the boy's eyes go wide. "Izuku, are you okay?" Young Hatsum cried, not so gently shoving Toshinori out of the way. Young Midoriya looked up at her and his face paled. The bag slipped off of his arms and he bolted back out the front door, sprinting down the steps. The household stood still in shock. Young Hatsum reached into one of the bags and pulled out a present wrapped in green and red paper with a nice green bow. She checked the tag and gave the box a small experimental shake. The tinkling of broken glass was what made Toshinori realize the significance of what had happened. He had caused young Midoriya to break the gift he had gotten for young Hatsum. The girl looked at the box in her hand before letting it fall to the floor. She was out of the door before the sound of more glass breaking reached Toshinori's ears. May slowed to a walk as she approached the place she knew Izuku would be. She looked over the railing and there he was, sitting in the sand with his head in his hands. She walked down the steps, still catching her breath from running after her boyfriend. He didn't even look up as she sat down on the beach next to him. The waves crashed against the shore and the cold air caused May to shiver a bit. Without looking at her, Izuku took off his green fuzzy jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. She grabbed one of his hands before he pulled too far away, and she rubbed it gently with her thumb. Izuku's body shook, but not with the cold. She could barely make out the sobs as he trembled. "Izuku," she started, before stopping. She firmly, but slowly pulled him into a hug. His arms held her in a tight grip as he cried into her shoulder. She petted his head and whispered sweet nothings into his ear, letting him cry himself out. Finally he calmed down and sat back. His eyes were red and puffy, and there were tear tracks running down his face. She gently ran her thumb under his eye to get rid of the last of the tears, and he nuzzled against her hand. "Izuku, thank you for trying so hard to get me something, but I don't need a gift." He looked up at her in confusion. "I have you. You're the best gift I have ever received." Izuku sniffed and nodded. "I know, but I wanted to get you something nice and not what I dash." He cut himself off before he could finish, but May already noticed. "Not what, Izuku?" she asked, still softly rubbing his cheek. I made you SS something, but it's not good," Izuku said, not looking her in the eyes. She turned his head so that he was looking at her. "Where is it?" "I'm sure that it's great." Izuku didn't say anything, he just pointed to one of the jacket pockets. May reached a hand in and pulled out a folded-up piece of paper. She pulled her hand away from his face, but leaned against him before he could miss her warmth. She unfolded the paper, and what she saw brought tears to her eyes. Izuku, is this how you see me?" she asked, looking up at his face in wonder. The boy looked frightened, but she looked back at the paper. It was a hand-drawn picture of her while she was working on a baby. Her hair was swept back into a messy ponytail, her tongue was sticking out of her mouth, there were oil stains on her face, and she was wearing one of her black work tank tops, but when she looked at it she felt stunning. Her image was never something that May was very concerned about, but that didn't mean that it wasn't something that she didn't notice. She had thought that she was decently attractive, but this... It was like looking in a mirror that highlighted everything that she liked about herself, and made the things that she didn't like look like they were beautiful. She looked up at her boyfriend again and she could almost read his thoughts. He was thinking about how she thought that he made her look ugly and that she would do something terrible to him. She gently grabbed his face and pulled him into a passionate kiss. After about a minute, she pulled away, leaving a stunned Izuku behind. "Izuku," she said, "it's gorgeous. I can't even put it into words." "Thank you." Izuku looked shocked. Really? You don't think it's stupid?" "No, not at all." May said, sitting up to look at him properly. "I love it." Izuku smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. "Now come on, minion, we have more presents to open." She yanked him to his feet and hopped onto his back, careful not to wrinkle the picture mush. Izuku chuckled and began to jog home. That night when May looked at her nightstand at the pizzeria, she smiled at the picture of herself, framed right next to a picture of the best boyfriend in the world. After Izuku woke up, the old man introduced himself. "I'm Gran Torino, and you must be Izuku Midoriya, the one that Toshi gave one for all to." Izuku looked panicked for a second before he realized that All Might must have told Gran Torino about one for all when the man was teaching the legendary hero. Izuku nodded, not trusting his voice at the moment. Gran Torino watched him with a scrutinizing glare. The man walked over to Izuku's costume case and poked it open with his cane. Hey, what are you doing?" Izuku asked, getting up from his seat. The old hero scoffed, "Looking at your get-up, kid, put it on and let's see what you can do." Izuku raised an eyebrow, but went into the bathroom to change. When he exited in his costume, Gran Torino let out a low whistle. "Really going for the scare factor there, huh?" Izuku sighed and moved the mask to the side of his face. "Now what?" Gran Torino smirked and suddenly disappeared in a gust of wind. Something bounced off of the walls at a high speed as the old hero's voice rang out. "Now we fight, just you and me. Let's see what you can do, you ZYGT." Izuku realized two things in that moment. 1. Gran Torino was the thing bouncing off of the walls, and 2. All Might had stolen that word from his teacher. That was weird, but Izuku would have to think about that later. Gran Torino kicked him in the back and he stumbled forwards. The animatronics reached out to steady him, but Gran Torino growled, "It's just me and the boy in this fight. No rabbits allowed." He bounced off of their chests like a pinball. Izuku rightened himself only to get kicked by the old man once again. "Come on, you pansy. If you can't fight back, then what was the point of giving you one for all?" Izuku scowled and black lightning raced around his body. He swung a kick out towards the blur with a cry of St. Louis smash. His attack missed, causing wind to blow things off of shelves across the room. Gran Torino slammed into his stomach, causing him to cough and land on his back. "You can't land even a single hit. Maybe Toshi should have given one for all to someone else. Fight me, you wimp." The brat growled deep in his throat. He leapt to his feet, landing in a crouch. He reached out his hand and waited for the perfect moment. Suddenly his eyes flared and he pulled on a string that appeared out of nowhere. As he did, Sorahiko felt his quirk sputter and stop, causing him to slow down in the air with no way of maneuvering. The kid blurred in front of him and lodged a fist into his stomach, crying, "Vermont smash." Sorahiko was sent flying into a wall, feeling something in his back pop. He slid to his knees and groaned. The boy zipped in front of him, his rabbits looking concerned behind him. "Are you okay, sir?" Sorahiko laughed and clapped the kid on the shoulder. "You bet your britches. You loosened something in my back and I feel great." Izuku's sweat dropped, not sure how to take that. Gran Torino whacked the teen's leg with his cane. "How did you do that to my quirk? Last time I checked, that wasn't something that one for all can do." Izuku shook his head and replied, "That was my original quirk." Gran Torino stroked his chin. "How does it work?" Izuku looked at his hands and thought of a good analogy. It's like kites." The old man raised an eyebrow at him, but Izuku continued nonetheless. "You see, souls are like kites. Living souls are attached to their bodies while dead souls float around. My quirk basically allows me to pull on the strings of the kites to do certain things. If the kite is attached to something, I can stop its quirk or get its attention. If the kite is floating, then I can attach it to an object, similar to my friends." He smiled at the animatronics who smiled back, except Bonnie who just huffed. Gran Torino nodded. "I heard you took down that monster at the USJ. Was that part of your original quirk too?" Izuku nodded with a sad look. "To me it felt like someone had tied 5 or 6 kites to a single object, and they had gotten all tangled. So what I did was just cut the strings. That allowed the kites to become untangled and move on. Gran Torino looked troubled, but Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. I can't do that to living souls, not even if I wanted to. I can only do it to objects that kites have latched onto. That thing wasn't alive, not anymore. Gran Torino could hear the sympathy in his voice as he spoke about the poor souls who had been shoved together. Izuku shook his head and gave a half-hearted smile. So I helped them out. I don't know where the kites went when they left, but I hope it's somewhere nice. Sorahiko looked shocked. The kid's smile looked exactly like Nana's. The man smiled. Toshi really did pick a good one. Alright you ZYGT, let's have some dinner and go to bed, we've got a long week ahead of us. The boy nodded before tilting his head like a confused puppy. Hey, did you get that term from All Might, or did he get it from you? Sorahiko scowled and yelled, he stole my word. That stupid son of a dash. Toshinori sneezed, wondering if someone was talking about him. Oh well, it was probably nothing to worry about. Izuku was worried. Ida hadn't responded to any of his texts, or any of the group chat's texts. This wouldn't be that bad if it was just one day, he might be busy after all, but this was over 3 days. Izuku's leg bounced, and he kept checking his phone, much to the annoyance of Gran Torino. You kids, always on your phones, he grumbled. They were taking a train to go find some crime to fight. Gran Torino had explained that just fighting him would cause Izuku to develop some weird fighting habits. The animatronics were still at Gran Torino's house. Fredbear would bring them once they got to their destination. Suddenly the train came to a stop, an apology message coming through the speakers. Gran Torino frowned and hopped out of his seat. He was about to say something to Izuku when the right side of the train was blown inward. Izuku quickly shook off his shock and saw a hero laying against the left wall of the train. He got up to help the hero, but a loud thump stopped him. There in the hole in the wall was a Nomu. This one was different from the one at the USJ, but Izuku could still feel the souls tangled and crying out for help. Gran Torino moved to attack it, but Izuku grabbed his cape to stop him. Let me handle this, he said. The Nomu raised a fist to smash him, but Izuku reached a hand out to it. Black strings connected to his fingers and the Nomu froze. Rest now, he said, cutting the strings from where they were connected to the Nomu. The Nomu went limp and crashed to the ground. The strings changed into a rainbow of colors and flitted off in an invisible wind. Gran Torino studied the boy as he looked back to the fallen hero. The man seemed alright, but unconscious. You, the masked boy said, pointing at a civilian, call an ambulance, he needs some medical attention. Make sure that he keeps breathing. Izuku turned to the aged hero, we need to go help. I'm the only one who can stop them peacefully. Gran Torino nodded, alright then, I give you permission to use your quirk. Now keep up. With that the old man leapt from the train car, his quirk boosting him to a building. Izuku lit up with black lightning and followed after him, doing his best to keep pace. Gran Torino was rapidly getting away from him, but Izuku was determined to help. He leapt to another building, and another when Fredbear spoke to him, child, the glasses-wearing boy is in danger. Izuku skidded to a stop. Where? Izuku looked around, hoping to see his friend. The alley to your left, Fredbear said. Izuku immediately threw himself towards it. Tenya had finally found him. The rat bstrd who crippled his brother. Stain. He was attacking a hero, but Tenya couldn't care less. Recipio burst. He roared, his engines kicking into overdrive to get him close to the murderer. He swung around in a roundhouse kick, but his foot was deflected by a sword. A knife slashed at him, but he ducked. The sword moved at his chest and he was forced to leap back. What are you doing here, boy? The hero killer growled, you look familiar. You crippled my brother, the hero Ingenium. You hurt him, and now I'll make you pay. Tenya cried, his engine spitting blue fire as he charged Stain once more. His kick was dodged, Stain moving to cut his throat. Tenya lowered his head, allowing the knife to glance off of his helmet. The hero killer flung a fist into his gut, causing the teen to clutch his stomach and hack. The villain then kicked him to the ground, slicing into his elbow joint and drawing blood. You didn't even care that I was about to kill that hero. You were just like all the other fake heroes out there. Filth. And I shall take on the responsibility of purging you. I will stain myself in order to save this world. Save it from the likes of you. The man's sword hissed through the air, ready to take off Tenya's head. A loud clang rang out, and Tenya opened his eyes, not remembering when he closed them. The sword was being blocked by 5 sharp claws. He looked up to see Midoriya in his hero costume, his smiling mask shadowed in the dark lighting. You will not hurt my friend. His other hand reached out and slashed at the hero killer's face. The man was forced to leap back to avoid the dangerous claws on his hand. Fredbear, summon my nightmares, Izuku said, not even realizing that he was using the catchphrase that he had come up with. Of course, child, Fredbear replied. Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy all dropped down behind him, already in their nightmare forms. Foxy, Chica, take Ida and Native to safety, then bring some heroes to help out. Bonnie, Freddy, we're fighting. The animatronics moved to follow his orders, Chica and Foxy picking up Native and Ida as Freddy and Bonnie stood on either side of Izuku. No! I'm not letting you take my kills. The hero killer growled, his blades flashing in the dim lighting. Freddy moved in front of Izuku and the knife and sword shattered against his body. Bonnie and Izuku moved around the bear and struck. Stain dodged Izuku's claws and jumped onto Bonnie's guitar. He used the guitar as a springboard to leap over Freddy, knives already prepared to be thrown at Ida and Native. The lightning around Izuku glowed brighter as One for All surged through his body. He bounced off of one of the walls, catching the blades in mid-air. Freddy grabbed Stain by the foot and threw him farther into the alley. Izuku and Bonnie rushed after him, Izuku outstripping the rabbit animatronic. Izuku did a sliding kick into the villain's legs, causing him to trip and fall forwards. Bonnie followed up with a heavy swing of his guitar. He struck Stain's jaw, sending the man flying into the air. Before he could recover, Izuku was behind him. Detroit Smash! He yelled, his fist slamming into the hero killer's back. He was sent tumbling towards the ground, but Freddy caught him in a tight bear hug. "Good night, sweet prince," Freddy said, headbutting the villain. Stain slumped in Freddy's arms, unconscious. Izuku flipped off of a fire escape and landed on the ground in a low crouch. He stood slowly, still in a ready stance. "Did we do it?" Freddy nodded, "I believe so, but I'll keep an eye on him just in case," Bonnie huffed, seemingly unimpressed with this infamous villain. "I suggest we remove his bladed weapons." "Just in case," Freddy said, carefully watching Stain's face for any sort of resistance. "Good idea, Freddy. Bonnie, you want to help out?" Izuku asked, moving his mask to the side. Bonnie shrugged, already pulling knives off of the fallen villain. Whatever. Bonnie and Izuku removed anything that they considered a weapon from the hero killer's body, making small talk to help de-stress from the fight. Finally they heard sirens approaching them and they walked towards the alley's opening. A few heroes including Endeavor and Todoroki, some police officers, Chica, and Foxy arrived on the street in front of them. The heroes and officers were shocked at the sight of Freddy holding Stain like a teddy bear, but Chica and Foxy were busy flitting around Izuku making sure that he wasn't hurt. Freddy walked over to a police officer, and the officer cautiously placed HNDCFFS on the villain that the robot bear was holding. When he did, some of the officers and heroes cheered, glad that the infamous killer was finally caught. Izuku smiled, finally relaxed from the adrenaline that had surged through his veins. He was about to tell Chica something when he felt pain lance through his shoulders. Izuku found himself in the air, rapidly flying away from his friends. He could feel the Nomu strings, even as his shoulders cried out in pain. He reached up, groaning in pain as he grabbed the poor creature's strings. With a twist of his hand, the strings snapped. The Nomu went limp, and both beast and monster fell through the sky. Suddenly the strings shifted. Hands grabbed Izuku's body in various places, slowing his fall and letting the Nomu crash to the ground. Izuku looked up to see several glowing figures. They lowered him to the ground gently and floated away, turning into strings once more. One figure stayed, however, and Izuku recognized him. "Tsubasa," he said, taking a step towards the boy he knew as a child. "Thank you no. Izuku. Thank you for freeing us from our pain. I'm sorry for when we were children, I was wrong." "You are a great hero," the winged boy said, smiling gently as he faded from existence, his string flying away in the breeze. Large tears fell from Izuku's eyes as he watched, the crowd silent at the solemn moment. No one noticed the civilian who had filmed the whole thing slip away. Tenya was silently staring at his hands, thinking about the events of the night, when Midoriya burst through the door. Tenya's head shot up to glare at him as he stomped his way across the room. "Midoriya? Why did you interfere?" "I needed to dash." Midoriya cut him off by smacking him aggressively on the back of his head. "What the hell were you thinking?" Midoriya exclaimed, Tenya watching him in shock. "You almost died. If you hadn't, you would have been paralyzed. If you had succeeded in taking Stain down, you would have been labeled a vigilante or a villain and put in prison. Why, you used your quirk as well. How are you any better?" Tenya shot back, clenching his fists. "He had permission, as much as I hate to admit it," a voice called from the entrance of the room. Both boys turned to find a very upset-looking Aizawa. Tenya closed his mouth, looking off at the ground. Their teacher entered the room and despite his slouch, he towered over the two boys. "You two were incredibly reckless today, and you're lucky I'm not expelling you." Tenya looked at his teacher, both relieved and confused. "I understand what it's like to want revenge for someone you care about, but that's not something that we can do. You two are training to be heroes, you have to hold yourselves to a higher standard. Midoriya scratched his arm and Tenya lowered his gaze to the sheets of his hospital bed. As punishment for your actions, you will serve detention with Hound Dog every day for the rest of this week, and twice a week for the next month. Ida. Midoriya, I've talked to Gran Torino, and he's going to train you harder than before as your punishment since you had permission to use your quirk and the measures you took were dangerous, but calculated and necessary. All in all, you are both very lucky that these are the only consequences that the two of you will be facing. As he finished, the door opened again, this time a man with a dog's head and Gran Torino entered the room. Izuku tried not to look too guilty when Gran Torino looked his way, but he knew he was in for a beat down. Hello you two, woof, I am in charge of the stain case. I heard that you were the one who defeated him, Izuku. Midoriya, the dog-headed man said. Izuku nodded sheepishly, pointedly ignoring the glare from his teacher and Gran Torino. Well, on behalf of the police force, and all of Japan, I thank you. Unfortunately you cannot be recognized for your hard work, instead dash. Wait, Gran Torino said, squinting his eyes at the officer, what do you mean he's not gonna get recognized for his work? Well, the dog-headed man replied, one eyebrow raised, he does not have a license to use his quirk, thus he dash. Actually, I do, Izuku said, shocking everyone in the room. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. He flipped his wallet open and pulled out a card, handing it over to the officer. I had to get this when the animatronics would follow me. They couldn't speak, so they couldn't tell me that they wanted to hang out with me. The doctors thought that my quirk was just trying to protect me, so they gave me this license to have them around and use my quirk if there was ever a situation that called for it. I say that this situation more than called for it. The officer studied the card for a few seconds before handing it back. Yes, that is all well and good, woof, but it does not allow you to fight using your quirk. Gran Torino spoke this time. Actually, I gave the kid permission to use his quirk. As far as we knew, he was the only one who could defeat the Nomu, so I made sure that he could fight back if need be. Couldn't you include that in the story? The dog-headed officer thought for a minute before smiling, or at least Izuku hoped that was what it was. Yes. Yeah, that could work. Of course, that is only if you want to take credit for it. Izuku moved to deny that, only having produced the card in order not to get arrested, but Aizawa interrupted him. He will. It was his choice to fight Stain, so he's going to have to live with the publicity. That's part of being a hero, might as well start early. Izuku wanted to argue, but found that his points were mute. Aizawa was right. The news story that night was aired alongside a video. The segment was titled, Future Hero Group Nightmare Takes Down Villain with Support from Retired Hero Gran Torino. Leader of the group Resurrection later defeats a Nomu in a heartbreaking reunion. The video showed the two old classmates saying their goodbyes, and the internet exploded with theories and discussion about the boy in question. A few even remembered where they had seen those robots before. And one in particular remembered what they meant. Time skip. Izuku hefted his suitcase as he prepared to head to the train station. His grueling training had finally come to an end. Aizawa hadn't been kidding when he said that Gran Torino was going to push him harder than before. He had just reached the sidewalk, when Gran Torino called out to him, Hey kid. What was your name again? Izuku's sweat dropped, but replied, Izuku Midoriya. Gran Torino shook his head, No kid, what's your name? Izuku was confused for a moment before understanding, Oh. I'm the leader of the hero group Nightmare. I'm the remnant hero, Resurrection. Izuku smiled proudly, and laughed when Gran Torino slouched back into his house, muttering something about DMN whippersnappers and their way too long names. The internships weren't too bad at all. Izuku was in trouble. He should have seen this coming, but he foolishly forgot what it meant to take down one of the most dangerous killers on the planet. What in the world were you thinking? Mei screeched, her eyes set in a furious glare. Izuku looked down and mumbled something about helping people. Foxy chuckled in the background at the teen's actions, but went quiet when an equally furious Midoriya turned to scowl at the robot boy. And you four? How could you just let him go through with it? The animatronics cowered under the harsh gaze of the green-haired woman. He could have died. Oh yeah, they were in trouble all right. The two women lectured them well past noon, berating them for their choices. It was not the way Izuku wanted to spend his day off. Finally they seemed to have made their point. Izuku's mother went to make a late lunch, and Mei collapsed onto the couch, still obviously angry about what the budding hero team had done. Izuku thought for a second before realizing that this might be his chance to get some brownie points with his currently set-off girlfriend. The claws W worked well, he said. You used them to deflect Stain's sword. Mei's head whipped around to look at him, her previous ire forgotten in light of a real-life field test for her baby. How did they hold up? Was there any tension in your fingers? Did it hurt? Did the sword break or crack? How hard did he swing? She continued to pester him with questions for about an hour, but Izuku was more than happy to indulge his girlfriend in her hobby. By the end of the day everyone was calmer about the whole thing, enough that Foxy was able to give a very detailed description of the events surrounding their internships. Inko was a little faint at some places, especially when Izuku got grabbed by the Nomu, but once Izuku and the gang explained to her that they had everything under control, she felt better about the whole thing. It was a shame that the Midoriyas, and future Midoriya if May had anything to say about it, didn't watch the news. They would have seen just how famous Izuku had gotten, and maybe what happened next could have been avoided. The next day, Izuku and May walked to the train station as usual, but this time something was off. They couldn't quite put their fingers on it, but they felt like they were being watched. Finally they got on the train. They found some seats and leaned against each other, May wishing that she had gotten more sleep, having been up later than normal designing upgrades to Izuku's costume. That's when it happened. "Hey, you're that kid. The one who took down the hero killer," a man said, pointing at Izuku. With that, the heads of every person on the train turned to look at the poor teen. Suddenly everyone was crowding around him, shouting questions at him and begging for his autograph. May saw that her boyfriend was clearly having a panic attack and pulled out a baby of hers. She pressed Izuku's head to her shoulder with her free hand, doing her best to shield his ears. She then raised the baby in her other hand and pressed the button. It let out a loud shriek, causing everyone in the train car to cover their ears. After it stopped, she yelled out over the crowd, "Go away. You're overwhelming him." The people looked around and winced, realizing that they had done exactly that. They murmured apologies and began to disperse, giving the two teens some room again. Well, not everyone. One girl walked up to the boy and moved an envelope out towards him. Izuku looked at it in confusion, asking, "What's this?" The girl looked up at him and gave him a bright smile, a love letter. Both Izuku's and May's jaws dropped. Was she serious? "I saw you on TV and it just got me so. She shuddered, the smile on her face turning crooked and odd-looking. "This has my number, email, address, and some pictures," with that last part she winked. Izuku could already feel May wanting to tear the girl's head off, but he just laid a hand on her leg. She calmed down a bit, now just simmering with anger. "I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend who I love very much." May turned to him, a glowing smile on her face. "Oh, I don't care about that." Both Izuku and May looked at the strange girl in surprise again. "I don't mind being whatever you want from me. A girlfriend, wife, booty call, side piece, SLV. I'll be whatever you make me." Resurrection. The girl's smile had turned manic now, and Izuku was very afraid. May reached a hand up her skirt where Izuku knew she kept her gun, but Izuku grabbed her hand to stop her. He reluctantly took the envelope, watching the girl's grin grow somehow wider. "How about for now we'll be strangers, but if I ever need you, I'll contact you," Izuku said, wincing throughout the sentence. The girl nodded eagerly, scurrying off with a wide smile. May turned to Izuku with a dangerous look in her eye, but before she could say anything, Izuku tore the envelope in half once, twice, 3 times, making sure the psycho girl was gone before tossing it out the open window behind him. He turned back to May to see her looking shocked. "What, you think I was going to take her up on her offer?" "I don't need anyone more than you." May smiled and hugged him. Izuku thankfully didn't get recognized the rest of the way to UA, and the two teens parted with a hug and a kiss. Izuku was smiling when he reached his class, opening the door and strolling in, once again having forgotten that he was now sorta famous. "Midoriya," Kaminari said with a large smile, "Dude, you were so cool." Izuku stopped in his tracks as the class turned to look at him. "Not only did you take down Stain, but you killed that Nomu. Bro, that was awesome. And those glowing figures? That was wild, man." Izuku flinched, thinking about Tsubasa and his fate. "Kaminari," Yaoyorozu said, realizing that Izuku was not comfortable with that subject. Oh, I am sorry, man, I shouldn't have brought it up. "It's okay," Izuku replied, his face set in a frown. "One of those figures was my friend a very long time ago." Those were his last words. The class was dead silent at that, not having pieced together the significance of those spirits. Izuku slowly walked over to sit in his seat. The class broke off into small groups and whispered among themselves. Izuku stared out of the window, thinking about Tsubasa's fate. It wasn't fair. The boy was mean to him, but that didn't mean he deserved what happened to him. Whoever did that to him was going to pay. Elsewhere. His springs creaked as he shifted in his seat. He was looking at a still frame. In it were the animatronics. Those animatronics. The ones he built so long ago. Despite being well over 200 years old, he could still name them. Freddy. Bonnie. Foxy. Chica. He quivered, the springs and locks, the screws and bolts shuddered. Was it fear or anger? Even he could not tell, but he knew one thing for certain. He needed that boy. He was like her, and the centuries-old being wasn't going to let another like her slip away. Oh make. Izuku smelled his breath, checking it to make sure that he didn't stink. Once he was satisfied, he straightened up and fixed his tie. He opened the door to the old pizzeria and smiled as he walked in. He found Bonnie on the couch flipping through the TV channels restlessly. Foxy was doing his best to make Valentine's Day crafts, and Freddy glanced up from where he was decorating Chica with flowers and hearts. "Zuzu! You look great. Mimi is going to love it," Chica exclaimed with a large smile. Then she saw what he was holding and gasped, "Is that what you got her? Ah, that's so sweet." Izuku was holding a heart-shaped box of chocolates, a teddy bear, not Fredbear. He was sitting on Izuku's shoulder, and a bouquet of flowers. Roses, of course. Izuku smiled and was about to thank her when a door opened and Mei walked out. She was dressed in a nice red dress, a little bit of makeup, and the silver necklace Izuku had gotten her clasped around her neck. Her hair was down, and the way her pink curls hung around her face made Izuku's heart skip a beat. She gave him a small smile, and Izuku smiled back. He handed her the flowers. "Will you be my Valentine?" he asked shyly. Mei rolled her eyes and gave him a little peck on the cheek. "Of course I will. You're my #1 minion, remember?" Izuku chuckled and nodded. Chica bounced over and scooped the gifts out of their hands, a large smile on her face. "I'll take care of these, you two go have dinner." Izuku nodded and gently grasped Mei's hand. Mei huffed and pulled him along, spinning him in place a bit as they headed for the door. Izuku barely got to wave goodbye to the animatronics before they were outside. "So where are we going? Someplace fancy? Someplace low class? Italian? French? American?" Mei asked, the hand not holding Izuku's placed on her hip. Izuku smiled and tugged her along gently. "I have something set up already, come on." Time skip. They arrived at Dagoba Beach, and found a picnic blanket and basket already set up for them. Izuku led Mei over, quickly snatching up the note that read, "I hope you and young handsome enjoy." Mei sat down with a smile and watched as Izuku pulled out a glass bottle. "Aren't we a little young to be drinking champagne, Izuku?" Mei asked with a wry smile. Izuku gave her a nervous smile in return and looked closer at the bottle. "No way, Almi, whoa. It's just apple cider," he said, rubbing the back of his head. Mei nodded and chuckled a bit. Izuku popped the cork off and filled up the 2 champagne glasses that he found in the basket. He handed one to Mei and set out the rest of their meal. He was just raising his glass to make a toast when Mei stopped him. She face-palmed. "I almost forgot." She reached into her purse and brought out a small box. "This is for you." Izuku smiled at her and carefully opened the box. Inside was a bronze-colored metal band. "What's this?" he asked, gently pulling it out of the box. "Put it on," Mei said with a large smile, gesturing to his wrist. Izuku shrugged and wrapped it around his wrist. It tightened itself automatically, not too tight, but not loose enough to slide around on his wrist. Suddenly Mei brought him into a side hug and took a picture of the two of them together. She pressed a few buttons on her phone before setting it down. "Now double tap it." The excited look in her eyes made Izuku smile. He complied, and was shocked when a hologram appeared. It was the picture that they just took. "If you tap it twice it will show you one of our pictures at random. You just need to save them to our album." "I already saved the ones that I took," Mei fiddled with her fingers, apparently a little nervous. "I love it, Mei," Izuku said, giving her his widest smile. As the sun set, they toasted and ate. Happy to have the other person in their life. From his vantage point on a nearby pier, Toshinori smiled. "Excellent work, young Midoriya." He walked off, satisfied with his part in the plan. Inko lowered her binoculars and sniffed. "My boy's all grown up." She sat there in silence for a few minutes, tears streaming down her face. Then she smiled. "I wonder how many grandbabies I'm going to have. Oh, what are their names going to be? Maybe Kanoko for the first girl and Makoto for the boy, but after that maybe Dash." She was a little excited, but when she finally got her grandbabies, she would be the happiest grandma in the whole world. The students were lined up in front of their teachers looking around in confusion. When Aizawa had told them that those who failed their exams would not be going to the summer camp, many of Izuku's classmates got nervous. Their nerves had been calmed when Kendo had told them that they would be fighting robots again, but as they sat there in front of their teacher they realized that that was highly unlikely. "Welcome all," Principal Nedzu said with a sadistic smile as he popped out of Aizawa's scarf. "I don't suppose any of you would like to hazard a guess as to what your exam might be?" The students looked to one another, a look of fear present in most of their eyes. "No? Well, that's all right. You will be fighting your teachers. You've been partnered up with someone and together you must either escape from the arena or handcuff your opponent." This was going to be much harder than expected. Izuku was about to panic when he looked down at the small bear in his arms. His eyes then panned to the animatronics, and he knew that he'd be just fine. Aizawa took a step forward and held up a piece of paper. Kirishima and Sato will be against Cementos. Ashido and Kaminari will be against Principal Nedzu. Uraraka and Ioma will be. Izuku's face fell as he heard the names get called out one by one until finally, Ibra and Zero against Midnight. Midoriya and his animatronics versus Dash. Me! All Might said as he crashed to the concrete in front of Izuku. The smiling hero stood from his crouch slowly, his shadowed eyes glinting blue for a second as he stared down at his protege. Wait! Mr. Aizawa, that's not fair to Midoriya. He would be all by himself to fight the number one hero. Uraraka called out from her position with 13 and Ioma. Izuku shook his head. I'll be alright. I have my friends with me. The animatronics moved to stand behind Izuku, their metal weapons gleaming in the sunlight. All Might's smile just got wider. That's the spirit, young Midoriya. I look forward to fighting you. Izuku smiled in return. Me too, All Might. The class watched on as the two wielders of One for All stared at each other with determination. Soon the students were loaded into buses with their respective combat partner and teacher. Izuku and the animatronics sat in the back of the bus, hurriedly whispering plans to one another. All Might just smiled at the front of the bus, excited to see how his successor and his companions would fight together. Toshinori moved to the opposite end of the arena and prepared for battle. He did his best to slip into a more villain-like persona, but it was hard considering how long he had been a hero. Man, he was old. He gave his best approximation of a villain's laugh and threw a massive punch down the street in front of him, shattering windows and sending debris flying. After the shockwave of air passed, Toshinori saw a red blur come strkng at him from down the street. A blade flashed at him and he sent a heavy hand into young Foxy's skull, knocking him to the floor. Toshinori then dodged the guitar that whizzed by his head. He threw a punch at young Bonnie, but it was blocked by young Freddy's shield, a loud clang ringing through the air. Young Freddy lunged at the hero, but he grabbed the bear animatronic by his shield and slammed him into young Foxy, who had been recovering. Young Bonnie made another swing towards Toshinori's stomach, but the large man blocked it. The hero swung at young Bonnie, but was cut short by young Midoriya's claws ripping past his face. He grabbed at his successor, but the boy slipped between his hands gracefully, black lightning crackling off of him. The animatronics shifted into their nightmare forms and lunged at him once again. Young Freddy jumped forwards with his shield up, young Foxy ducked low and slashed his knife and hook at the hero's legs, and young Bonnie swung his guitar at the giant man from behind. Toshinori leapt into the air, flipping and landing a few feet away from the band of heroes in training. The animatronics and young Midoriya got into ready positions, their eyes glowing white. Young Foxy sped at the mighty hero, slashing his knife at the hero's chest. Toshinori dodged and swung a fist down at the fox animatronic, but young Freddy jumped over his companion, shield ready to knock the hero off his feet. Toshinori backed up, hand outstretched to grab the bear when young Bonnie's guitar passed within an inch of his head. Before the hero could even try to attack, young Midoriya was already leaping off young Freddy's back and slashing at Toshinori. No matter what the giant man did, the four teammates harried him with practiced ease, covering each other's weak spots and highlighting each other's strengths. Finally Toshinori was able to find an opening. He clapped his hands as hard as he could, one for all raging through his veins and blowing the animatronics and the boy back. Toshinori huffed and puffed, tired from all of the work. His eyes flickered over his four-stewed, wait. Four? Young Chica. The large man realized, his eyes blowing wide. He turned to rush towards the exit gate once more when he was struck on the back of his head. Susie watched and waited for her time to strike. She smiled at how graceful and strong her friends were, chasing the hero down and wearing him out. Finally she saw him stop and count his attackers. She leapt from the tall building, mace at the ready. Young Chica! The hero shouted, preparing to chase her down wherever she might be. She slammed her mace down into the hero's head, knocking him to the ground with a heavy thump. The boys of the group rushed past her to hold All Might to the ground, and Susie grabbed the HNDCFFS from her belt. She barely had enough time to click them over the hero's wrists as he leapt to his feet, ready to get back to fighting. Izuku Midoriya has passed, a robotic voice called out, stopping the hero in his tracks. He had broken the HNDCFFS and the weights designed to slow the heroes down, and had Gabriel in one hand and Bonnie in the other. No doubt the man was ready to really start fighting them. Well done, kids! All Might said, giving them an awkward laugh as he gently set down the two animatronics. You were outstanding. Few hero teams can work together as well as you do. Truly wonderful. The hero team. Nightmare basked in the well-earned praise, exchanging high fives and smiles, though Bonnie was as stoic as ever. Time skip. The students returned to their class, most coming in with smiles and epic tales of how they took down their respective foe. Then Sato, Kirishima, Ashido, and Kaminari walked through the door, heads hanging sadly. They moped around, saying things like, "Have fun at the summer camp for me," or "Bring me back a souvenir, would you?" By the time Aizawa entered, the mood of the room was very dreary. "What are you all sad about?" he asked incredulously, or at least as incredulously as he could get with his tired voice. "We don't get to go to the summer camp," Ashido said, almost melting into her desk. "Oh yeah. That was a logical ruse," Aizawa said, no longer even looking up at them. The class exploded into chatter before Aizawa gave them a glare. They fell silent and he spoke once more. "Those who failed are in need of more training than the rest of you, so you will be going, but you will be taking extra lessons with Vlad King and I instead of doing the more enjoyable activities." At that Aizawa sat at his desk and allowed the students to talk amongst themselves. "We should all go to the mall together," Ashido cried, bouncing around close to Izuku's seat. His classmates all agreed to go together, and Izuku thought that it would be fun, so he said he'd be there as well. That was when Mei burst through the door. "You!" she shouted, pointing straight at Izuku. He looked behind him, but unluckily there was no one else that she could be talking to. He turned back around to see the pink-haired girl standing in front of him with a glare. "You didn't text me how it went." Izuku's sweat dropped, glancing around her to see his classmates laughing. "Mei, I just got dash. No buts. Now you're coming with me," Mei cried, grabbing him by the front of his shirt and pulling him along behind her. "And as your punishment we are going to be making babies later instead of watching a movie." At this the class's mouths dropped in unison. The door slammed shut as the animatronics laughed, Foxy and Chica full on cackling, even Bonnie's shoulders were shaking with barely restrained chuckles. Aizawa looked up from his papers and sipped his coffee loudly. "I don't get paid enough to deal with that." Ashido had invited everyone from Class 1A to go to the mall and pick up the things that they needed for the camping trip. Izuku was excited to go, but felt a little awkward because, "Hey Pinky, some of us need to get things that the others already have, so what should we do?" Mei called. She had invited herself, she had tagged along when Izuku had said that he was going to the mall. Maybe he should have been more clear that it was just for his class, but who was he to stop his girlfriend from coming along? Ashido pondered for a second before shrugging. "I guess we'll just have to split up then." "Alright everyone, meet back here in 2 hours. If you're not here by then we'll just move on without you. Go." The teens all wandered off in different directions, and Izuku turned to find that Mei had already ran off towards an electronics shop. Izuku needed to get a few things, but it seemed like no one was going the way that he was. "Where are you off to, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked, Ida nodding behind her. Izuku listed off the few things he needed and Uraraka looked bummed out. "Oh well, I don't have anything off in that area, so I'll just see you later then." She and Ida walked off, also having things in a different section of the mall. Izuku kicked at the ground, feeling lonely. "Perhaps we could get the pink 1A gift while we shop," Cassidy said to Izuku, the Fredbear plush sticking out of Izuku's backpack. Izuku perked up a bit. Maybe Mei would give him an extra big kiss if he did. Izuku strode off towards the shops he needed when a man stepped in front of him. "Hey, aren't you that kid from the sports festival?" Izuku paused, that voice was familiar. "Can we talk for a bit? I have some questions for you," the man said, slinging an arm around Izuku's neck. The man's hand came to rest against his throat, and he knew who it was. "Shigaraki," Izuku hissed, black lightning flickering around his eyes. Ah. Shigaraki warned, his fingers twitching threateningly. "If you try to escape or fight then your throat will be gone before you land a punch. Even if you do survive, I could take out at least 15 to 20 people while escaping. I just want to talk, so let's talk, huh?" Shigaraki led Izuku to a bench and the two sat down. There was silence for a while. Finally Shigaraki spoke. "I just don't get it. I unleashed my Nomus all over Hosu, but the only thing that people want to talk about is that Dmed hero killer. Why? I caused way more damage than him." Izuku glared at the villain. Well, Stain had conviction. He had a reason. He wasn't destroying to destroy like you are, he was trying to make the world a better place. He had a message. "You have nothing." Shigaraki seemed to take his words into consideration. Mei whistled a random tune to herself as she skipped along. She had gotten some important parts for her surprise for Izuku. Suddenly she froze. Izuku. She just left him all alone. That wasn't very nice. She should have at least asked him if he wanted to come along. She glanced over the railing, hoping to see her boyfriend. And she did. But who was that with him? "Wait." Shigaraki snapped with his other hand. "That's it. The media doesn't understand what I'm after. I just need to show them that I have a reason." "What are you trying to do?" Izuku questioned warily. Before Shigaraki could answer, a voice rang out. "Midoriya?" Both Shigaraki and Izuku turned to see Uraraka standing close by with a confused look on her face. Shigaraki got up and walked off, leaving Izuku to carefully rub his neck and watch the villain leave. "Watch your back, boy, the next time we meet I'll kill you." Uraraka rushed over, pulling out her phone and dialing the police. She talked to Izuku while the phone rang, but he assured her that he was fine, just a bit rattled. Out of nowhere Mei charged in, whipping out her pistol. "Where did that fucker go? I'll blast his butt into the next century." In the end there was no trace of Shigaraki, and the security cameras didn't see where he went, likely the work of Kurojairi. How had he known that Izuku was going to be there? Was it just dumb luck? Or was there something more sinister at play? Finally it was time for the class to leave for the summer camp. Izuku and the animatronics showed up early, beaten only by Ida and Yaoyorozu. They made small talk while their classmates arrived. Ida guided the teens onto the bus, happy to find that this one had ordinary bus seating. The trip took a long time, but thankfully the students had plenty of things to talk about while on the road. After a few hours, they left the city behind and entered the mountains. The bus pulled over to the side of the road, and the students exited the vehicle, grateful for the chance to stretch their legs. That was when they noticed two costumed heroes. "Long time no see," Aizawa said in his usual monotone voice. The women smiled and did their signature poses, announcing themselves as the Wild Wild Pussycats, half version. Izuku started to gush about their extensive heroics career when Pixie Bob grabbed his face. "I'm 18 at heart," she growled. The animatronics loomed behind Izuku ominously, and Pixie Bob let go of the young man's face. "It's about 9:30, so if you all hurry you might be able to reach camp by noon," Mandalay smirked, her claws flashing in the sunlight. The students caught on to what was going on and made a break for the bus, but before they could reach the automobile, the ground beneath them erupted and sent them flying over the safety railing. The teens coughed and cried out in irritation at the training that Aizawa had no doubt came up with. Izuku and the animatronics were helping their fellow classmates get out of the dirt when they noticed a large beast looking at them. Kuda approached carefully, asking the massive animal if it could help them in their journey to the camp. The monster ignored the shy boy's words and made to bat him to the side with its enormous paw. Gabriel blocked the attack and gently pushed the teen out of the way, acting as a springboard for Jeremy. The bunny animatronic performed an axe kick, crushing the beast's skull into dust. That was when the rest of the class realized that the animal was made of dirt. Izuku lit up with black lightning. "This is a test, guys. Let's prove to the Wild Wild Pussycats that we're worth their time." The other students nodded and gave cries of agreement. Time skipped to just before sunset. The Pussycats were waiting as Class 1A dragged themselves out of the forest. They were covered in dirt and grime, and they looked like they were ready to pass out. Well, most of them. Izuku, Ida, and Shudo looked winded, but otherwise fine. The animatronics didn't feel exhaustion, so they were completely unaffected by the day's activities. "I call dibs once they're old enough," Pixie Bob said, licking her lips and looking pointedly at Izuku. Izuku's sweat dropped and shook his hands. "I'm sorry ma'am, I'm very happily taken." Pixie Bob pouted, but she'd get over it. Izuku noticed a little boy that had been with the Pussycats earlier. The boy reminded him of a certain explosive blonde. He approached the boy and stuck out his hand with a smile. "Hi there. I'm Izuku Midoriya, what's your name?" Instead of replying, the boy took a potshot at Izuku's family jewels. Thankfully the teen had enough self-preservation to catch the child's fist before it made contact with his privates. Mei would be very upset if he got hurt, especially there, though Izuku didn't know that. The Pussycats had made them a delicious dinner, though they promised that this was the only time that they would be making them a meal while they were at the camp. After a very satisfying meal, they headed to the hot springs and relaxed for a while. They were all very glad that Mineta wasn't there, as he would have likely tried something very stupid. That hadn't stopped something from going wrong, however. Koda, the little boy from earlier, was patrolling the divider between the male and female sides of the hot spring when Mina called to him. He made the mistake of looking over as she thanked him. The sight of so many naked women caused him to fall over the divider. Izuku leapt up and caught him. He rushed to find the Pussycats, worried for the young boy. Finally he found Mandalay, and she told him why Koda was so jaded. His parents had sadly passed away in a villain attack. They had been the firehose heroes, but when they died it had confused their young son, causing him to hate heroes. Izuku frowned. It was a very sad story. Time skip, the next morning. Class 1B woke up pretty early. They excitedly chattered about how they would beat 1A by working harder than them. Bakugo had already left to train, but they had just thought he was trying to redeem himself. When they exited the building, they saw that 1A was already pushing themselves as hard as they could, each using a personalized area to practice their quirks. The two classes spent the whole day putting their noses to the grindstone and surpassing their limits. Once the sun began to set, they made their own dinner. They discovered that Bakugo was a surprisingly good cook and that the only thing Todoroki could make was cold soba. Once they had finished making their meal, Izuku noticed Kota going off on his own without food. The teen frowned, but had an idea. He grabbed an extra bowl of curry and followed after the boy. Kota was sitting by himself in front of a cave and grumbling about heroes. Izuku sat down next to him quietly, spooking the boy a little. "What do you want?" Kota hissed. "I was bringing you some food. I saw that you walked off without eating anything." Izuku replied. He set the bowl down and looked off into the distance. "You know, being a hero is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world." Kota scowled, not caring much for the green-haired hero's words. "The thing is, someone has to do it. Just like someone has to clear out the garbage, or study how nuclear radiation affects the environment. It is just a sad fact that sometimes people get hurt because of it." With that, Izuku left the boy to his thoughts. Once night had fallen, the Pussycats announced that the classes would be having a little competition to see who was braver. One class would go into the forest to try and spook the other class when they entered in pairs. 1B was the first to be the spookers, but before the classes could be split up into their pairs, the students who hadn't passed the exam were taken inside for remedial lessons. Izuku was excited to go through the gauntlet, and his weekly scary movie night would help him stay calm. It was in this state of excitement when Izuku noticed the smoke. And where there was smoke, there was fire. Immediately Izuku was on high alert. "Mandalay!" he called out, rushing towards the brunette heroine. "Something's wrong." Before he could get any closer, two people emerged from the forest. One was a burly woman with a large magnet, the other was a lizard man who wore a costume that was obviously styled after Stain the Hero Killers. Pixie Bob was yanked towards the two people by an unseen force, the woman with the magnet knocking her to the floor and pinning her unconscious body with the large object. Everyone froze, not knowing what to do. "Who are you and what do you want?" Mandalay finally said through gritted teeth. "We are from the League of Villains, and we're here to spread Stain's will," the lizard man said, looking crazed. Izuku's eyes widened. Before anyone could say anything, Izuku gave out rapid-fire orders. "Jeremy, you help the Pussycats take down these two. Gabriel, you go help out our classmates. Susie, go get Aizawa. Fritz, you're with me, I need your speed." The animatronics nodded and set off on their duties. Jeremy hefted his guitar and stood next to the remaining members of the hero team. Gabriel took off into the forest, lumbering the bear he was. Susie ran off to the building where Aizawa and the other students had disappeared. Meanwhile, Izuku tucked Cassidy into his sheet and jumped onto Fritz's back. The fox took off into the forest, following Izuku's directions. The three blurred through the forest, dodging trees and rocks. Finally they arrived at the cliff that Kota used as his secret base, where they saw a scene that would make Izuku very glad for Fritz's super speed. There was a large man standing over the boy. Fritz spun and threw Izuku at the man. Izuku slammed into the Goliath of a man, knocking him back a few steps. Fritz then took a swipe at the man's face with his hook. The villain backhanded Fritz and reached for Izuku. Izuku lit up with black lightning and jumped back, grabbing Kota on the way. "Here, take Cassidy," Izuku said, handing the boy the Fredbear plush. "As long as you hold this, no one will hurt you. Cassidy, keep him safe." With that, Izuku raced back to the villain. By now the large man had shed the coat he was wearing and had grown massive muscles. He took a swipe at Foxy, trying to catch the speedster. Izuku slid under his legs and leaped up to spin kick the man's head, but the villain turned and grabbed his ankle. He threw Izuku to the ground with a laugh. "This is the most fun I've had in a while. What are your names, kids?" "I'm Muscular. The boss told us to be on the lookout for kids named Midoriya and Bakugo. Are those you?" Izuku got up and brushed himself off. "Fritz, take Kota and head back to the camp. Tell them the villains are after Kaken." "But Fritz began. "Just do it," Izuku cried, pulling more of one for all into himself. He sped forwards and punched Muscular as hard as he could. The giant laughed and smacked him away. He crashed into the side of the mountain. Through the blood trickling over his eye, Izuku yelled, "Go!" Fritz grabbed Kota and sped off, despite Kota's protests. He understood now what his aunt had been trying to tell him. Heroes, true heroes, would save everyone no matter the cost. Izuku pulled himself out of the rock and Muscular knocked him away. "I'm guessing by the fact that you didn't mention Midoriya to that thing that you're him. Well, the boss did want you back alive, but I can bring you in roughed up, as long as you're still breathing." The villain laughed uproariously and moved to smash Izuku. Izuku leapt out of the way and dodged the man's attacks. He backflipped over a punch and ran up the villain's arm, lashing out with a hard right kick. Muscular grabbed his foot and slammed him into the ground. Izuku coughed up blood. At least 2 broken ribs, likely 3. That was when he felt it. Strings. He grabbed them and pulled, but the sensation was different. The strings weren't connected to anything. That was when two figures appeared on either side of him. They had matching red vests and glass helmets with what looked like snorkeling gear attached. "What the hell?" Muscular said, taking a step back. "I killed you too." Izuku sat up slowly, the heroes reaching down to help him. "The water hose heroes? I need your help," Izuku said. The two heroes looked towards the villain in front of them to defeat him. "We've got your back," Kota's mother said. She grabbed Izuku's shoulder, and something strange happened. The pressure of one for all lessened significantly. Izuku had an idea. "I need you two to hold on to me. I'll be able to use my quirk better." The heroes nodded in confusion and latched onto his shoulders. Izuku boosted one for all's power from 25% to 45% and he felt the same as when he normally uses 25%. "Hold on you guys," he said. He blurred from where he was to be in front of Muscular. He unleashed an earth-shattering punch, knocking the villain into the air. Izuku pushed off of the man's chest and sped behind him. Muscular grew more muscle fibers to cover his back, but Izuku lashed out at his ankles, breaking one of them for sure and definitely injuring the other. The villain hit the floor and swept his hand at Izuku's legs. Izuku jumped over the attack and spun, his fist coming down like a hammer. He slammed Muscular's head into the ground, and the giant lay still. Izuku gritted his teeth and clutched his ribs. The water hose heroes watched the villain carefully, wary of his durability. Muscular slowly rose to his feet. "You're tough kid, I'll give you that. I don't know how your quirk works, but now I really want to kill ya." More muscle fibers grew off of the villain. "I'll just tell those bozos that you killed yourself by accident while fighting me." Izuku moved out of the way as Muscular tried to hammer Izuku's head in with a fist. Izuku bounced off of a nearby tree and swung around the villain's thick neck, slamming his feet into the man's face. Muscular stumbled to the side and Izuku swept his feet out from under him. Muscular fell to his hands and knees, and Izuku used his back as a springboard. He spun in the air before coming down with a massive axe kick. The man face-planted, his arms not able to hold up to the strain. Finally he was unconscious. Izuku sat down heavily, breathing a sigh of relief. "Kota is okay," Izuku said softly. The two dead heroes turned to look at him. He has a hatred for heroes. He seems angry and spiteful, but really he's just scared. He'll be okay given time. "He missed you too." The heroes embraced each other. "Thank you," Kota's father said. With that the two spirits faded, but Izuku could tell that their strings were floating in the direction of the camp, off to see their son again. No doubt. Izuku stood up in immense pain. "I've got to go help," he thought, seeing the amount of fire spreading throughout the forest. He got a running start, missing the amount of one for all he could control with the help of the deceased heroes, and he bounded through the forest, looking for anyone he could. "Bakugo, the villains are after you, get back to camp immediately. Class 1A and 1B, in the name of Pro Hero Eraserhead you are granted permission to use your quirks in combat." Mandalay's quirk rang out in Izuku's mind. Izuku's face turned determined. He wouldn't let anyone get hurt, but first he had to find Kaken. He searched and searched when suddenly he was grabbed by an unseen force, a hand over his mouth. He was about to jab the person in the kidneys when Shoji's voice quietly whispered in his ear, "Wait. Don't make noise. Dark Shadow is out of control. We've got to find Yaoyorozu, Ioma, Todoroki, or Bakugo. They're the only ones who can make enough light to calm him down." Now that Izuku was still and quiet, he could hear Tokoyami yelling to stay away as Dark Shadow screeched. Izuku gently moved Shoji's hand from his mouth and said, "I've got an idea." Shudo and Ibra were battling a man who could extend his teeth and use them as weapons when Izuku and Shoji burst into the clearing with Dark Shadow hot on their trail. Dark Shadow changed its target to attack the villain. After the villain had been defeated, Shudo unleashed a large gout of flame, shrinking Dark Shadow enough to get it back under control. Izuku explained the situation and the group set off to find Bakugo. When they did they found him and Gabriel looking like they were about to fight. "What are you doing?" Izuku asked. "Did you not hear that they're looking for you, Kaken? I don't give a f-dash. And get this creepy fucker away from me." Kaken growled, miniature explosions coming off of his hands. Gabriel huffed and walked over to stand near the group. The teens all decided to head back to camp together, strength in numbers of course. That was when they stumbled on Uraraka and Tsu being attacked by a female villain with blonde hair. They chased the girl away and were about to continue on their way when Shudo spoke up. "Where are Bakugo and Tokoyami?" They then saw a villain in an odd mask and magician's get-up. "I'm Mr. Compress," the villain announced, giving them a bow. "I'm afraid I must bring your friends to my superiors. They wish to give them a stage where they will really shine." With that the man ran off, bounding from tree to tree. The teens gave chase, Tsu launching Izuku, Shudo, and Shoji to crash into Mr. Compress. "Give them back!" Izuku cried. A man with black hair and scars blasted blue fire at them, forcing them to dodge. Izuku moved off to the side, and the blonde girl from earlier raced towards him. She swung out a knife, trying to cut Izuku's face. Izuku dodged, getting closer to the villains. The girl introduced herself as Toga Himiko, saying that she wanted to see him bleed. Suddenly Shoji spoke up, "I've got them." He raised one of his hands and showed that he was holding two of the blue ball that were a part of Mr. Compress's quirk. "Let's run." Todoroki made an ice wall between himself and the fire villain and congratulated Shoji. Izuku saw the ball in Shoji's hands, but couldn't feel Kaken or Tokoyami's strings attached to them. They were still with Mr. Compress, who was now by the black-haired villain and the weird black and white villain. Izuku raced towards the men and Ioma shot a laser from the bushes, hitting Mr. Compress in the face. Mr. Compress spat out two of his ball, and Izuku grabbed them. He threw them to Shudo and Shoji, but just as he was sighing with relief, he felt a hand wrap around his throat. It was the fire-wielding villain. Kurogyri. Now, the last thing Izuku saw before he passed through the portal was Gabriel thundering towards them, hand outstretched and an outraged expression on his face. Time skip? Izuku woke up in a dark room. He was strapped to a chair, quirk-suppressant cuffs were placed around his wrists and ankles. He looked around, but he couldn't see anything that could tell him where he was. Then a voice called out from the darkness, "Hello there. I've been expecting you." "Who are you?" Izuku asked, trying to keep the fear out of his voice. "Where are we?" "All in good time. You should know of me. Has All Might not told you? I am All for One." Izuku gasped, recognizing the name. All for One chuckled softly, "Join me. With your quirks and mine, we can rule this world. We can make it a better place." "Never," Izuku spat, "when All Might gets here, he'll finish what he started. He'll end your reign of terror once and for all." "Didn't they tell you?" All for One asked, a creaking sound coming from the darkness in front of Izuku. "Who?" Izuku asked, leaning back in his chair as the villain grew nearer. "Why, Susie, Fritz, Jeremy, Gabriel, and little old Cassidy, of course." From the darkness, a pair of ragged bunny ears emerged, followed by an animatronic head. "I always come back." William Afton, Springtrap, All for One, smiled. May was in her workshop finishing up her surprise for Izuku when it happened. She had just returned to the pizzeria from the Midoriya household. Mamadoriya had invited her over for dinner, and the two had had a lovely chat about Izuku and how cute he was as a baby. May had been feeling lonely, so it was nice to have someone to talk to. She missed having the animatronics there to keep her company, especially Susie. The chicken robot had always been more than happy to help her around the shop. As she was putting the finishing touches on the gift, she heard an unearthly wailing coming from deeper in the old pizza shop. Then her mind felt as if it were being torn to shreds. So many thoughts that were not her own filled her head. She couldn't process anything, just 3 words. They took him. After what felt like centuries, the thoughts receded, and May found herself on the floor. She slowly sat up, her head still throbbing, and saw the animatronics. Something was off. The robots weren't talking, but the room was filled with noise. Heavy labored breathing resounded from the long-dead children, and they creaked as they moved about the room. They each picked up their support gear, as well as other prototype weapons that May had been working on. In the corner of the room, Cassidy's true body shook and twitched and writhed in anger. The fury was palpable, as if they were wading through a thick soup. May knew that something was very wrong. "Susie," she called, stopping the animatronic in her tracks. She shook as she turned to look at the teen. "What's going on? What happened?" All at once her mind was again filled to the brim, 3 new words the only thing that she could focus on. Izuku was taken. When her mind cleared, May got up quickly. She tightened one last bolt on the gift that she had been making for Izuku and it was done. "You say Izuku was taken? Then we're going to get him back. Do you know where he is?" The animatronics shook their heads. "Would you like to find out?" May asked, holding up a device with a blinking dot in the center. Meanwhile, Katsuki couldn't believe it. That Dmed nerd. That brat sacrificed himself. He did it to save him. The blonde stood around and listened as Class 1A argued about something or other. He wasn't paying attention. Then Shitty Hair turned to him. "Baku bro, can you really just sit there and wait for the heroes to save him?" Katsuki felt his anger rise. "Of FING course not, but what else can I do? Yaoyorozu can make a tracking device. She stuck one onto the Nomu. We can go and save Midoriya." The redhead exclaimed. Katsuki thought on this as the students argued once more. Then he nodded. "I'm in Shitty Hair. When are we going?" The sharp-toothed boy smiled. "Tonight. Meanwhile, join me boy, and we can rule this world. We can make it a better place. You have the quirk that I created, and a power I've sought for centuries." Afton leaned forwards, his springs creaking with the effort. "Power over life and death. Power over Remnant. Never. Izuku spat, you're a monster. You've killed countless people, including my friends. We'll destroy you, Afton, if it's the last thing we do. Afton sighed and sat back. You are merely confused. I have only harmed others in the name of peace. This appearance makes me out to be more insidious than I am. After my last disagreement with All Might, I was forced to once again use this body. The one that had faced All Might didn't hold. The monster shook his head, his ears flopping sadly. You have had a difficult few days. Huh. A difficult life, from what I hear. I will give you some time to rest among friends. Perhaps then you might be more willing to hear what I have to say. Izuku's eyes widened. Kurogiri, old friend, if you please? Goodbye, Mr. Midoriya. I hope to meet again soon. The last thing Izuku saw before he fell through the portal was the smiling head of Springtrap, its teeth a bright white despite the years of torture they had caused. When Izuku opened his eyes once more, he was in a bar. It looked cozy, if not for the villains that stood about it. Shigaraki was perched on a stool at the bar and turned to face the young hero when he was placed there. So, I see that Sensei was unsuccessful in showing you our side. The man hissed, I don't like you. You destroyed my party at the USJ, you secret mini-boss. But Sensei says that you could be a powerful gacha pick, we just have to spend the coin on spinning for you. I hope you don't disappoint. With that, Shigaraki turned to the rest of the bar. Introduce yourselves, then we'll watch the news. The girl who had called herself Toga leapt forth. I've already told you who I am, Zuku, but I'll remind you in case you forgot. I'm Himiko Toga. I can't wait to see you bleed again, she smiled, flashing her large canines. I'm Twice. The man in the black and white jumpsuit said, pushing Toga out of the way, pleased to meet you. No, I'm not. Izuku stared at him in confusion, until another villain piped up. I'm Spinner. You took down Stain. Personally, I don't trust you. The lizard man squinted at him, evidently telling the truth. Oh, don't listen to him, honey, a woman called from her seat next to the man. He's just sad that his hero got locked up. The name's Magna. I hope that you see our way. It would be much nicer to have your support. Hello again, young man, Mr. Compress said. I apologize for my aggressive performance, but orders are orders, you understand. Izuku looked to the last villain in the room, the man with black hair and burned scars. The scarred man gave him the side eye before grunting out a simple, Dobby. Shigaraki sighed, apparently this behavior wasn't new. Finally, let's see what the media thinks of this, Shigaraki exclaimed, flicking on the TV with a remote. The second the TV had sound, Izuku could hear the press going wild. On the screen were Aizawa, Blood King, and Nedzu. The reporters were screaming questions at them about how they could let this happen and who was responsible. Finally Aizawa stood up. The gruff man looked over the now silent crowd before bowing to them. I'm sorry. Midoriya was taken on my watch. The villains somehow figured out where we were, and I could not protect all of the students. I accept full responsibility for the incident. The media went wild once more, but Nedzu calmed them down. He called on one reporter, who asked, could it be that the League of Villains hopes to corrupt Midoriya? After all, he is always with those creepy robots. There were loud murmurs of agreement among the other press members, but Aizawa spoke up once more. If you truly think that Midoriya could be swayed to the side of evil, regardless of the way his quirk manifested, then you need to re-evaluate the way you view that young hero. He would rather die than join anyone who fights for injustice and lawlessness. He is a true hero, Aizawa said, scowling at the reporter who had asked the question. The League turned to look at Izuku, but before anyone could do anything, there was a knock at the door. Pizza DLVRY. A voice called out from the other side. The villains looked to where the voice had come from in confusion. Toga got up and walked over to the door. Just before she opened it, one of the walls collapsed in on itself, and a voice called out, Smayas. All Might burst through the wall, his usual smile set on his face. The League prepared to retaliate, but they were quickly taken care of by the multitude of heroes that flooded in after All Might. The giant hero himself ran up to Izuku and broke off the quirk suppressant cuffs that he had been wearing. The bracelet that May had given him was glowing and beeping. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but you're safe now. Because we are here. All Might said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku did his best not to geek out at the heroes surrounding him. They were so cool. Are you okay, kid? Gran Torino asked, perching on one of Kamui Woods' branches. Kid? When Izuku didn't respond, the heroes turned to look at him. Izuku's mouth was full of a dark gray sludge that was slowly suffocating him. Before he could even reach out to All Might, the slime enveloped him completely. No! All Might roared, his voice shaking the room. The villains also began to cough up the same substance, and one by one they disappeared. All Might scowled, and before any of the other heroes could stop him, he launched himself towards the other site. When Izuku could breathe again, He found himself in what appeared to be a crater in the middle of a city. All for One stood nearby, the fur of his body splattered with both old and new blood. After a few seconds, the League came out of the same sludge that Izuku had. Tamura, Afton sighed, it is unfortunate, but I'm afraid you will have to go on without me for a while. It is all right, my dear boy, you may try again as many times as you like. I am here simply to help you find your destiny. Shigaraki looked at Springtrap like he was some sort of god, and Izuku felt like he was going to be sick. Now take Mr. Midoriya with you. I hope to talk with you all again soon. All for One forcibly activated Kuroji's quirk, and Izuku looked around at the villains surrounding him. I'm not going anywhere with you, Izuku growled, black lightning already spiraling off of him. Mr. Midoriya, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to fight you. But how do you expect to win all alone? He's not alone, a familiar voice called out. With the sound of a jet engine, Mei landed next to her boyfriend, a teddy bear strapped to her chest. Above and behind Izuku, a portal opened. Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy thudded behind Izuku, already in nightmare form. Then one last animatronic landed directly behind Izuku. Because we are here, Fredbear announced, standing tall for the first time in centuries. The League took a step back at the appearance of the animatronics. Afton, we have come for our revenge, Cassidy growled, no longer relegated to speaking directly into people's minds. The other animatronics readied themselves as they glared at the man who had killed them 300 years ago. Afton took a step back, his robot eyes widening in shock. But you were destroyed. I saw it. And so were you, but here we all are. Gabriel replied, the freckles attached to his nightmare form writhing and chattering angrily. Before anyone else could act, a portal opened in front of Afton, and from it came Jeremy. The blue bunny swung his guitar into Springtrap's gut, launching him through the air. Another portal spiraled into existence behind the villain, and Fitz emerged as a plush doll before growing into his full form. He planted a super-speed foot into the ancient murderer's back, stopping him. Fritz launched a flurry of punches into All for One, ending off with one big kick. The golden bunny bounced along the ground as another portal opened above him. From this portal Gabriel fell, landing harshly on Afton's back. He raised his hand, one of Susie's cupcakes sitting angrily on his palm. He slipped it into Springtrap's mouth and pressed the man's head to the ground with his foot. Now die for us, Gabriel whispered. A massive explosion tore through the villain's body, covering the two animatronics with smoke. For a few seconds there was silence. Suddenly Gabriel came flying out of the smoke. He crashed to the ground in front of Izuku, Mei, and Cassidy. Afton emerged from the smoke, looking no worse for wear besides the scorch marks on his face. I've grown bored of you children. I wanted your quirks, but now that I've had them for so long, I see that they are truly weak. No way. We threw everything we had into those attacks. Susie gasped, a frown on her face. And that just proves my point. You are nothing. You are useless. At those words, Izuku jerked, not unlike the way the animatronics used to. Guys, I need you to face the League. What? What are ye talking about, matey? Fritz asked. I'm going to take Afton down. No one insults my friends. With that, Izuku pulled on two of the many strings that were surrounding Afton. Ever since the cuffs had come off, the strings had seemed to be begging for him to pull them. Two figures appeared next to Izuku, one the visage of a tired, frail man with white hair. The other was that of a little girl. Seeing her, the animatronics froze. We've got this, Izuku announced. His friends nodded and moved to confront the League, though the animatronics seemed hesitant to turn away from Izuku and the apparitions. Hello there, old friend, the older spirit said, I believe I told you not to keep the devil waiting. It's no use, Daddy, you know Uncle will never listen to you, the younger spirit replied. Henry. Charlotte. Afton replied, his eyes widening. In shock or in terror, Izuku was unsure. Before anyone else could make a move, All Might appeared, clashing with All for One. The ancient villain merely caught the hero's attack with an annoyed growl. Can't you see that I'm busy? Springtrap roared, throwing the giant towards Izuku. The hero was barely able to land on his feet next to his young apprentice. Young Midoriya, are you alright? All Might asked, his eyes quickly scanning the battle between the League and the animatronics. I'm fine, All Might, but I need some help. Izuku said, looking up at his mentor. What can I do, my boy? Help me beat up a 300-year-old man, Izuku answered, reaching out his hands. All Might chuckled, it is dangerous for you, young man. You cannot use 100% of one for all. Not by myself, but luckily I'm not. Izuku then pulled all of the strings surrounding Afton. The images of hundreds of murdered people appeared to surround the golden bunny. They turned to Izuku, sensing his intentions, and nodded. They reached out to the boy and grabbed onto his arms. Afton watched in horror as the spirits of his past victims gathered to help get their revenge. We will handle the recoil of One for All, the ghost of Henry told the two current wielders of One for All, grasping Izuku's right wrist, so don't hold anything back. Then I guess I have no more objections, All Might laughed, let us go young Midoriya, Izuku nodded. The boy and his mentor blurred forwards to face All for One. Meanwhile, Mei dodged another swipe from Toga, her knife gleaming. Zuko is so cute. We just have to take him with us. I'll cut him up and make him look so pretty. The crazed girl smiled. She had, unknowingly, just stepped on a very big landmine. This landmine's name was Mei. Handsome. No one hurts my boyfriend. Mei roared. She dodged the incoming blade, whipped out the gun from under her skirt, pressed it under Toga's chin, and with a dark night beach, pulled the trigger. A loud crack echoed through the battleground. The League and the animatronics turned in surprise at the girl's violence. Oh, she'll be fine, they're rubber? I think as the battles continued, Mei quickly checked. Yep, they were rubber. Spinner swung his sword at Suzy, doing his best to take her head off. Suzy ducked under the overly large weapon and tossed a cupcake bomb at the man. He jumped back just before it exploded. They were running at each other when the gunshot went off. They paused to look at Mei. She really needs to think before she acts next time, Suzy sighed. Wait, Spinner frowned, you're just a kid. I can't fight a younger dash. Before he could finish his phrase, Suzy smacked him dead in the face with her serving tray. The Gecko Man gave her a loopy smile as he fell to the ground. For your information, I happen to be quite old, Suzy scowled at the unconscious man, her hands on her hips. Wait, I shouldn't admit that, she gave the villain one more kick for good measure. Dobby growled as he let loose another burst of fire. Just like the last one, it was blown away by a sound wave. Jeremy boredly watched the young man as he sent yet another rush of flames his way. He strummed his guitar, the sound wave blowing the blue fire away again. Listen man, we're obviously not good matchups. Can't you just stop? We can just stand here and watch our friends be idiots. Dobby froze at that. What? But you're a hero and I'm a villain. Jeremy huffed, yeah, but I can tell that you're a lot like me. Lazy. Besides, your side is definitely going to lose. How do you know? Dobby snarled. As he finished his sentence, Mei popped a cap in Toga's butt. The black-haired man scratched his scars a bit, then nodded, all right fine. Temporary truce? Whichever side loses has to surrender. Works for me, Jeremy shrugged. The two watched as their friends beat the sheet out of each other, silently wishing they could just go to bed. Stop moving around you little weasel. Mr. Compress growled as Fritz turned into a plushie once again, dodging the magician's attempt to use his quirk. Yar, not on your life. Fritz replied. The fox animatronic swung his backup knife at the villain, only for this one to disappear like the other had into Mr. Compress's quirk. And I'm a fox. He swiped the magician's feet out from under him, but had to retreat a bit as Mr. Compress tried to use his quirk on the weasel fox animatronic. At the gunshot, both stopped. Then immediately returned to fighting each other, insults hurled about mothers being hamsters and fathers smelling of elderberries. Please don't make this harder than it has to be, Magna sighed, using her quirk to pull Cassidy towards her. Much to her surprise, the animatronic allowed it. Cassidy flew through the air at speeds that were much faster than Magna had anticipated. She raised up her magnet, prepared to hit the golden bear, but Cassidy suddenly disappeared through a portal. Before Magna could wonder where the animatronic had gone, a large foot collided with her back. Magna bounced along the ground with a groan. She got up and saw the portal closing behind Cassidy. The child wants you defeated. He shall have anything that he wants, Cassidy said, glaring at Magna. The villain gulped. This was just not her day. Shigaraki swung at Gabriel again, frustrated that he couldn't hit the surprisingly agile animatronic. Even the gunshot did not halt their fight. You'd med NPC. Just die already. Sensei is in trouble and I want to kill that med boss. Maybe once I do I'll meet the requirements to add the mini-boss to my party. Gabriel grabbed the man's outstretched wrist and pulled him into a solid punch. Shigaraki gasped as the air was driven from his lungs. I will not fail Zuko. Not again, the animatronic headbutt Shigaraki, causing the young man to stagger back. I'm going to enjoy turning you into dust. Shigaraki hissed, racing towards Gabriel once more. Afton ducked under All Might's haymaker. The villain attempted to strike the hero's weak point, but Izuku blurred in to defend his teacher. Izuku's fist met with Afton's, and the two were blown back. Izuku disappeared from in front of All Might, reappearing next to All for One, kicking the man towards All Might. The giant man swung at his foe, but the animatronic dodged the blow. You've gotten slower, All Might, Springtrap chuckled, even the boy and I can outpace you. Afton swung at All Might's injury again, but again Izuku was there to defend his master. He blocked the strike, the many arms clinging to the boy accepting the damage from the blow. That may be true. But I will always have enough speed to defeat villains like you. All Might smiled, slugging Springtrap in the gut. The villain coughed and slid back. Now let's do this, young Midoriya. Yes, sir. Izuku replied, his own smile shining brightly. Together the two heroes cracked the ground as they rocketed forwards. Afton swung his fists towards them, but Izuku popped in between his arms. He did a split kick, widening All For One's arms and causing the villain to miss his attack. All Might ducked under Izuku and brought a massive uppercut into Afton's jaw. Springtrap flew back, barely managing to land on his feet. Before he could regain his balance, Izuku was behind him, his green eyes shining with the power of One For All as he drove his fist into the villain's back. Afton hurtled forward into All Might's outstretched arm and spun off of it as he was clotheslined. I grow tired of this. All For One roared. He turned and saw Mei standing over the unconscious form of Toga. He aimed at her and shot a powerful laser. Izuku quickly moved her out of the way, but it was all part of Afton's plan. While Izuku was distracted, he got a good punch into All Might's injury. The hulking man spat out blood, coating Springtrap's smiling face. The giant man's body let off a burst of steam as it transformed into his emancipated form, only his arm and leg remaining in their buff forms. Look, All Might. The world can see their hero fall. All For One pointed at the news chopper that was flying above them. That they might, but they will surely see a new hero rise. The hero chuckled wetly. Afton wondered what he meant when he felt a presence behind him. He was just barely able to turn and see Izuku. The young man was furious. Stay away from my friends. Izuku thundered. He launched the villain away from his master with a mighty smash. Springtrap rolled to a stop, but before he could get up, Izuku was there. The angered teen delivered a massive kick to the underside of Afton's jaw, sending him flying with a Vermont smash. Izuku leapt after All For One, but the villain was able to swing his arm at the boy, the wind pressure causing him to crash back to the ground. Afton used this chance to try and attack All Might again, but Izuku intercepted him with another kick to the face. The two stared at each other angrily. Can't you see, Mr. Midoriya? The Society of Heroes is fake, just as All Might is. This world is already crumbling. All I want is to restructure it so that when it falls there will be something left. Help me to do that. I'll never trust you. Izuku replied, if that had been your goal, then you would have done so already. You just want to rule the world. And if that is what this society needs? Then I'll change it. Izuku cried, speeding towards the villain once more. Afton swung his arm, a blast of air following its trajectory. Izuku flicked his finger and yelled, Delaware Smash. The two forces collided and blew the men back. Well said, young Midoriya. All Might beamed from behind Springtrap. He had regained his hero form and snuck around the villain while his focus was on Izuku. He punched Afton in the back, sending him flying. I have done our society a great injustice by shouldering all of its problems. Now, with your help, my boy, we will teach the heroes of the future to share it equally. All For One growled as he stood up. He glanced over at the league and noticed that most of them had been taken out. Magna, Tamura, Dabi, get the league out of here. I'm afraid I will have to meet up with you later. But Sensei Dash. Shigaraki cried. Go Tamura, I will not be long, Afton said, cutting off his apprentice. He activated Kurojire's quirk, and Magna used her quirk to summon the villains to her. Together they escaped, Shigaraki glancing back once more before the portal closed around them. Before I kill you, All Might, I want you to feel true despair. Tamura Shigaraki is the grandson of your mentor, two people you will never be able to save. All Might roared in frustration and rocketed at Springtrap, a punch aimed at the man's head. Afton dodged and struck out at All Might's wound. Izuku tried to block it once more, but this time the murderer was prepared. He lashed out with his other arm and knocked the teen back. All Might flew back, covered in blood as his stomach reopened. All Might! Izuku cried. Afton rushed behind the distracted boy and raised both of his hands up for a hammer blow. He brought them down, but just before he could hit the young hero, a portal opened in front of him. Gabriel took the blow, sinking to his knees from the force of it. Jeremy used his back as a springboard to launch himself above All For One and tried to return the attack. The villain simply moved out of the way and used an airblast to shoot the animatronic away from him. He turned to face Izuku once again, but Fritz leapt up and grabbed his ears, spinning him in a circle from the force. Afton shook his head, sending the fox careening off to collide with Jeremy. Freddy attempted to grab him from behind, but All For One simply reached over his shoulder and plucked the bear off of him. He threw the animatronic to the side in annoyance and was about to turn when a portal opened in front of him. So we meet again, Afton, Cassidy said, emerging from the spinning vortex. So it would seem, you impudent child, Afton replied. Do you like what I've done with your quirk? It was only truly useful once I modified it, seeing as how it could only teleport non-living objects and all. Cassidy began to slowly walk towards Springtrap, a scowl present on the bear's face. My quirk is not useless. The child has shown me that. Ah yes, Mr. Midoriya. It seems as though he won't be joining me. A shame. But this means that once I steal his quirk I can tear him to shreds. The once-man sighed. Cassidy gave off a metallic shriek and swiped at the villain. Afton moved his arm to intercept the blow, but he was surprised to feel it strike him anyways. He stumbled back, blinking in confusion. He threw a punch into the other animatronic's stomach, but Cassidy showed no signs of injury. Instead, All for One found that the golden bear was yet again able to hit him in the face. Another punch hit him in the stomach, and another to the back of his knee brought him to the ground. Cassidy had been using portals to land each punch past his guard. They didn't truly do much to him, but the shock of it all made each hit feel like a freight train. He looked up at Cassidy as the animatronic loomed above him. Now that I am dead, my quirk works on me. I am also able to use it on my friends. I have you to thank for that, Afton. You made me strong. Portals opened all around the fallen villain, and the animatronics fell through them. They proceeded to beat down upon their killer. The centuries-old murderer was frozen with the realization that he had spelled out his own demise. With an angry growl, he threw them off of him. They fell to the ground, and Afton loomed over them. Then I guess now is the time that I kill you children once and for all. Not on our watch. All Might roared. Springtrap turned to find the hero returned to his buff form once more. He was still bleeding, and he was obviously struggling to stay standing, but he was standing, his classic smile shining for all to see. Now young Midoriya. Let us finish this. Yeah. Izuku agreed, crouching into a ready stance. While the other animatronics had been keeping All for One distracted, Suzy and Izuku had been helping All Might back to his feet. Now, with Suzy's strengthening food, they were ready to end this fight for good. The two raced towards Afton, black and yellow lightning crackling off of them like storm clouds. Double dash, All Might yelled, pulling back his left fist. Detroit dash, Izuku continued, readying his own right hook. Simeash ha! The two heroes roared, punching their foe in the face. They slammed him into the ground and wind spiraled around them. The news helicopter struggled to remain in the sky as the winds whipped around it. Blood burst from the heroes' arms as they finally defeated the greatest evil their world had ever known. As the winds died down, the chopper was able to righten itself. The camera focused on the two heroes as they stood in a crater of their own creation. They lifted their broken arms to the sky in triumph as the unconscious body of William Afton, Springtrap, All for One laid at their feet. Finally, his reign of terror had come to an end. After the Afton was defeated, the souls that had been helping Izuku began to float off into the sky, their colorful forms reminding Izuku of colorful balloons. Finally only two remained. Henry and Charlotte. Thank you, Midoriya, for helping us finally get revenge on Afton. Henry said, hovering in front of the tired boy. Of course, sir. I was just doing what I could. Izuku replied, his smile a little lopsided from exhaustion. What will happen to you now? Uncle Will has a habit of coming back when you least expect it. So we'll be keeping watch over him. Right, Daddy? Charlotte asked, peering at her father. Henry just nodded. He looked over to see the animatronics and sighed sadly. It seems my plans to release your spirits went awry. I suppose that was to be expected. No, Mr. Emily, your plan worked. We came back because Zuzu called for us. Suzy explained, giving the old inventor a sad smile. The animatronics stood in an awkward silence as they looked at their former reviver. Hello again everyone, Charlotte said, breaking the ice. Greetings, OLD friend, Cassidy replied with a lurch. I see you T-dash. You haven't changed Cassidy, Charlotte commented with a tight smile. The golden bear didn't respond, but Izuku could tell that there was some sort of secret conversation passing between the two of them. That was when All Might began coughing up a lung. With most people that would be a hyperbole, but with All Might? That was a very real possibility. Go now. I am glad that you found your places in this world. Maybe we'll meet again sometime, Charlotte stated, offering the animatronics one last smile. With that the two apparitions turned into their colored strings and disappeared. Izuku and the dead children quickly helped All Might to the ambulance, pointedly ignoring the reporters that had started to swarm the area. Izuku and Mei got into the ambulance with the giant man, but not before Cassidy made sure that Izuku had the Fredbear plush tucked into his arms. Cassidy then ushered the animatronics into a portal back to the pizzeria. The rest of the night was filled with questions from the police, lectures from concerned heroes, checkups, healings from Recovery Girl, more lectures, and finally some sleep. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Izuku and Mei managed to find a quiet corner of the hospital to curl up together and fall asleep in. The next morning, the two teens were awoken by All Might. The man was in a wheelchair and was heavily bandaged. Good morning. Or should I say afternoon? The hero chuckled weakly. Izuku quickly separated himself from Mei, much to her annoyance. Young Midoriya, I would like you to come with me. Why's that sensei? Izuku asked as he and Mei followed their teacher down the hallway. You can call me All Might my boy, that's what this press conference is about. The battle last night, Izuku's face fell into a determined scowl, but All Might shook his head. It's alright young Midoriya, everything will be fine. Now let's smile to show them that we are here. All Might grunted and stood up slowly. He buffed up into his hero form and pushed the door open. The room exploded into chaos as All Might and Izuku walked in. Questions were hurled, pictures were taken, and the heroes in the room had to hold back the press as they pushed forwards to interrogate the one-for-all holders. When All Might reached the podium, he raised his hand and the room fell silent. I will answer as many questions as I can, but you must all stay seated and quiet so that we can get to everything. He called out before bursting into a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, it revealed him in his true form and the reporters were whipped up into a frenzy again. After they had calmed down again, All Might began his story. He described his original fight with Afton and how he was injured. He told them of his time limit and how he had slowly begun removing himself from the limelight. The only thing he really left out was anything related directly to One for All. Once he was finished, he opened the floor to questions. Will you be retiring? That was the first and most prominent question on everyone's minds. All Might sighed sadly. Yes, I'm afraid I cannot use my quirk as much anymore. But do not think I am gone yet. I will always be here to offer support whenever I can. Whether that be as a hero, he smiled over to Izuku, or as a teacher. The reporters continued to ask questions of All Might, until one strayed from the herd. Mr. Midoriya, why were you taken by William Afton? What did he do to you while you were there? Both All Might and Izuku looked shocked at this new line of questioning, but Izuku walked up to the podium and leaned towards the mic. William Afton is a serial murderer. My quirk allows me to have limited control over souls. The animatronics that form my team were children that he killed hundreds of years ago. When he saw them, he recognized them. He was trying to get to my quirk, as it's something that he has been searching for a long time. Izuku said, trying to be as concise as possible without letting on about One for All. Did he run experiments on you? One reporter called from the back. And no. He tried to convince me to come over to his side, but I refused. Izuku stuttered, caught off guard. Why does he want your quirk? Why has he been searching for it? Another reporter cried, pushing other reporters to the side to be seen. I don't know. He has JJ just been searching for something similar to it for a while, Izuku answered, the rapid-fire questions beginning to overwhelm him. Is it possible that he brainwashed you while you were unaware? A reporter shouted. Another reporter hurled a question at him at the same time. Are you sure that this villain isn't controlling your animatronics in an attempt to deceive you? No. Yes. Before Izuku could get his words right, the reporters whipped themselves into a frenzy. Questions were screamed at the poor boy from all sides. They questioned everything about him and the animatronics and their relationship to All for One. Tashinori saw that his successor was completely engulfed in their fervor, so he decided that enough was enough. Silence! He roared, puffing up to his hero form. The reporters froze in their verbal attacks and Tashinori returned to his true form. That is quite enough. I understand your concern, but rest assured that young Midoriya and his friends were not affected by All for One. I have worked with them extensively, and I know them well. Young Chika is a pure-hearted and sweet young lady. She helped me get through many days when I was feeling unable to continue my work. Young Foxy is a mischievous, but kind young lad who seeks only to make people laugh. Young Bonnie may be a bit lazy and sarcastic, but when it comes down to it he is always there for his friends. Young Freddy is a quiet boy, but he stands up for what is right and will never let anyone be hurt if it is within his power. And finally young Fredbear. Despite being unable to move for a long time, young Fredbear is always there to make sure that young Midoriya is never harmed. None of them are perfect, but they are all wonderful students, and they will become an amazing hero team by the time they graduate. Tashinori said, smiling to the young man next to him, and young Midoriya is one of the most heroic people I have ever met. The day we met, he rushed in to save a classmate of his, despite the fact that he himself did not realize that he had any strengths of his own. All Might, a reporter said, standing up, you said that you've worked with them extensively, but you have only been their teacher for a little over half a year. Besides that you say that Chika has helped you when you were unable to hold your hero form. Could you comment on this? Tashinori froze. He cursed under his breath before replying, I mentioned the day that I met young Midoriya. That was about 10 months before the UA entrance exam. On that day I was unable to keep him from seeing this form. After we parted ways, we met again later that day when a classmate of his was being attacked by the slime villain. After that I saw potential in him, so I offered to help him prepare his body and mind to become a hero. And with that, I believe that the two of us have answered as many questions as we are able to today. I will be setting up another press conference soon, so please allow us some time to rest. The two wielders of One for All had never left a room as quickly as they did then. After the hectic showing at the last conference, All Might did not invite Izuku to any more meetings, something that the boy was very grateful for. That meant that he could focus on other things, such as his mother currently bawling hysterically in the lobby. "Mom, it's all right. I'm all right. Please calm down," Izuku begged, his voice strained from the strangling hug that he was trapped in. "Yeah, Midoriya, everything is going to be okay." Mei wheezed, also caught in the death grip. Mom listened to their cries and finally calmed down after a while. "Izuku, I'm not sure that I can do this anymore. This is getting to be too much." Izuku was about to interrupt when Freddy stepped in. "Mrs. Midoriya, it was my fault," the large bear said sadly. "I was not there to protect him." "No, it'd be my fault," Foxy declared. "I left the lad alone to fight. I should have been there." "You were protecting Kota," Chika interrupted. "I should have gone with you guys to help." "You were getting Aizawa, Suz. I should have taken down those villains quicker. I could have helped out," Bonnie lamented, his usually annoyed tone replaced by one of regret. "Stop!" Izuku exclaimed, a small scowl on his face. "It's not your fault, any of you. It's not your fault, it's not UA's fault, and as much as I played a part in my own kidnapping, it's not my fault. The blame should rely solely on the villains. And Mom, I turned out alright, but someone else might not have. It is horrible that I had to deal with that, yes, but I'd rather it be me than someone else. Someone like Midoriya," a small voice cried. Before anyone could do anything, a small body collided with Izuku's, temporarily throwing the boy off balance. When Izuku looked down, he noticed it was Kota, the little boy from the training camp. "Midoriya, I was so worried. I'm sorry for being mean to you. Please don't get taken away again." Kota sobbed, clutching Izuku's shirt as tears poured from his eyes. "Oh no! Kota!" Mandalay gasped, running up to the group with the rest of the PP cats. "I'm so sorry, Midoriya, he just wanted to come see you and Dash." "It's all right, Ms. Mandalay," Izuku replied with a small smile. He then looked down at the shaking child in his arms and patted the boy on his head. "Everything is okay, Kota, because I am here." The animatronics chuckled at his obvious All Might reference, but his mother looked troubled. She could see the way that Kota was clutching onto Izuku as if his life depended on it, and realized that had he not been there that day, this little boy would likely not have made it. "Izuku," she began, drawing the attention back to herself, "I don't like the danger you will be in, and in all honesty I wish I could pull you out of the course and keep you safe at home for the rest of your life, but I see that that's the wrong decision. I trust you to be strong and to save people, but I'm still your mother and I will still worry about you, no matter what. So just promise me that you'll be safe, alright? And that you'll keep me in the loop about everything?" Izuku smiled at his mother. "Of course, Mom. Don't worry, Midoriya, I'll keep him in line," Mei announced proudly, "and we'll make plenty of babies to make sure he stays safe." The animatronics and Izuku's mother knew what that meant, but for the PP cats, Kota, and the nursing staff that overheard, this was a very bold proclamation of love that the boy didn't seem to object to. They just hoped that the girl had meant a few years from now, though with the look in her eyes they weren't so sure. When All Might and Aizawa showed up to the Midoriya residence the next day, the family was a bit confused. "We're here to discuss safety measures for the students," Aizawa said simply as he slumped on the couch. "Principal Nizu is creating dormitories for all UA students and faculty. That way there are always pro-heroes around to protect anyone that might be the target of a villain attack, like Midoriya." Mom looked troubled by this, but Mei set a hand on her shoulder and gave her a small smile. "Principal Nizu actually asked for my input when it came to some of the other defense systems for the dorms and the school. I talked to Power Loader about some ideas to keep everyone safe." This did seem to reassure Inko, but she still appeared hesitant. "I'm just worried. My baby was kidnapped not even a week ago and now you're asking to separate us by having him live in the dorms? I'm not sure that I can take that," Izuku's mother replied, her brow furrowed, "and before anyone gets worked up, that doesn't mean that I'm pulling him from the school, it's just that I would rather him stay here. With all due respect, Mrs. Midoriya, there would be no safer place in the world than UA once all of the preparations are complete." All Might piped up. "Besides that, there is a reason that we came to see you first out of all of our students. Young Aizawa, would you care to explain?" Aizawa, who had just been about to doze off, glared at the man. Principal Nizu acknowledged that out of the heroes on staff, none are truly equipped to deal with kids in a more parental aspect, so he was actually thinking of employing some of the parents of some of the students as dorm chaperones. This would keep the dorms in better order, make sure that none of the students are feeling too cut off from their parents, and keep everyone in line. With that last point he shot a scowl towards Izuku and Mei, though his gaze lingered mostly on Mei. We were hoping that you would be the dorm mother for your son's class. UA would cover the end of your leasing agreement if you are renting, or if you own your home you could rent it out to another family. UA would also provide a specialty dorm for you and your son as well as a stipend to be used at your discretion. In essence you would be our poster child family for what we are hoping to accomplish. Mom frowned in consideration. That sounds lovely, but why me? All Might gave her one of his classic smiles. Principal Nizu knew that you would be one of the more reluctant parents to allow their children to stay at the dorms. Besides that you have the largest amount of children among the families of Class 1A. But Izuku is my only son? Izuku's mother looked puzzled. We count your son's animatronics as your children as well. After all, they were only kids when they passed, Aizawa replied. Besides that your household is one of the most comforting places I've ever been in, I'm struggling not to fall asleep right here. I agree, you and young Midoriya give off a very calming aura and that is exactly the kind of person that we need for this new initiative. All Might grinned. Izuku looked at his mother. Mom, I think that it would be an awesome idea. Please consider it. She looked over at him and sighed. When she looked back up at her son, she gave him a dazzling smile. I just can't say no, it is an offer too good to pass up. Could you explain further, Mr. Aizawa and Mr. All Might? All Might gave his mother a shy smile. Please, call me Toshinori, and of course we can discuss the details. The two adults blushed while Aizawa rolled his eyes. He looked over at the teens and sighed. Handsome, we will be visiting your parents next, would you like to ride with us? Mei looked shocked at first, then a bit hesitant. I would rather walk. It's not too far. Aizawa gave her a concerned look, but nodded. Mei and Izuku got up and walked towards the door. I don't want to see them, Izuku, not after what happened at the sports festival. Izuku nodded in understanding. I understand. Why don't we head over together and talk to them a bit beforehand, that way when Aizawa and All Might get there we can just have your parents sign the documents and we can be on our way. He threw up air quotes around the word parents and Mei gave him a small sad smile. She nodded gently and the two left the apartment hand in hand. I really need to come up with a baby that can hold on to Cassidy's smaller body better. That way we don't have to worry as much about you getting taken somewhere. Mei contemplated, drawing a nervous chuckle out of Izuku. Well, instead of that, maybe give Fredbear a tracking device so that, in the case we get separated, my location is always available, Izuku replied, adjusting the backpack that the plush in question was hanging out of. That option seems preferable. You placed a tracker on the child already. Give us access to that as well, Fredbear chimed in, suddenly appearing on a wall in front of the pair. A tracker? Izuku frowned, then suddenly it clicked, my bracelet. He looked down at the Valentine's Day gift from Mei. You put a tracker in my bracelet? Yes. But I promise it was only for emergency purposes. Mei replied hurriedly, nervous about what her boyfriend would think. Izuku scratched the back of his head with his free hand. It's all right, I know that you didn't do it to spy on me. I'm glad actually, otherwise the Kamino Ward incident could have gone really badly. There was a brief silence as the memories of the incident flooded them. After a bit Izuku spoke up again. I think it would be a good idea to at least give Fredbear some way to track me as well. That way nothing similar can ever happen again. Mei nodded and they continued on down the road, occasionally switching topics from future movie nights to possible inventions that Mei could make while at UA. It didn't seem like long before they were outside of the Hatsum residence. Mei took a deep breath and strode confidently into the house. As she walked through the halls, she realized that this was the first time Izuku had ever been inside her house. The last time he was there was to help her grab things from the garage to take to the pizzeria, and that was before the entrance exams. Mei looked back to see him frowning at the pictures on the walls. It took a second for her to understand. She wasn't in any of them, and Izuku had noticed this right away. Come on Izuku, Mei whispered, gently pulling on his hand. The brunette nodded, though Mei could tell that he was still upset from the realization of how little Mei's family cared for her. Together the teens entered the kitchen where Mei's little brother was at work. He was fixing up one of the Hatsum family's inventions that was made to wash the dishes for them. Using her quirk, Mei studied it from a distance. The bolts were coming loose and a few rods had been replaced, likely damage from wear and tear and not malfunction. This caused her to feel a rush of self-depreciation, but Izuku noticed and squeezed her hand, promising her comfort later. Where are mother and father? Mei asked, letting go of Izuku's hand to approach her brother. The boy lifted his goggles and for a brief second looked happy to see her, then he shook his head and frowned. They're working on something in the garage. It's good to see you again, Nay-san. He touched his fingers together in a nervous manner. May studied her brother carefully. They hadn't interacted much as May had already been ostracized from her family when he was born. Every time they had been alone together the boy had seemed hesitant and distant, as if he didn't know how to act. Just when it had seemed that he worked up the courage to approach her, their parents would come in and separate the two of them. May had always thought that the boy hated her like the rest of their family. Matsu, May began, but before she could continue talking her sister stormed into the kitchen. Are you almost done, Matsu? Mom and Dad said that you have to help me on my project since they're busy. Don't make me go get them. Her sister threatened. Almost done, Meiho, Matsu replied. I told you to call me Nay-san. Meiho snapped. She tossed her hair in a huff before she saw the two teens staring on in shock. Ugh, it's you, what do you want? The girl sneered. May bristled in anger, an oddly protective feeling clawing at her stomach as she saw Meiho berate Matsu. Before she could say anything, the boy squeaked out an answer. They came to SSC Mom and Dad Ma. Nay-san, he flinched when the girl's head whipped to look at him. Whatever, just talk to them about whatever it is and get out of here, Meiho scowled, and when you're done with that come help me Matsu, that's an order. She stomped out of the kitchen. May turned to her brother to see tears rolling down his face. Matsu. Jay just talked to Mom and Dad, Nay-san, then you won't have to stay for too long, Matsu interrupted, his eyes full of concern and sadness. May, Izuku whispered from beside her, if you want I can go talk to them so that you can help Matsu. There was an underlying tone to his voice that made her feel both safe and worried. Safe because she knew that he would protect her and worried that it would be less of a discussion and more of a lecture on how not to be a horrible person. No, that's all right, Izuku. Actually, do you mind helping Matsu? I feel like this is something I have to do, on my own, May replied. Izuku studied her carefully before nodding. He gave her a peck on the cheek and blushed a bit. I believe in you, May. May smiled for the first time since they entered the house. I love you. I love you too, Izuku grinned. Matsu groaned playfully in the background, his tears slowly drying as he smiled at the two teens. May walked over to her brother and pulled him into a hug, something that seemed to surprise the boy. With that she walked towards the garage, a determined look on her face. Izuku and Matsu stood in awkward silence for a few seconds as May left the room. So, how can I help? Izuku asked, setting his backpack down. He rolled up his sleeves and flexed his arms in a playful manner. I am not nearly as good with machines as Ma is, but I can do some heavy lifting or cranking. Matsu chuckled a bit. I could use a hand tightening a few bolts. I'm not the strongest, so these can be a bit hard to turn. Izuku gave him a wide smile and nodded. Matsu showed him where the bolts were and handed him the wrench. Izuku easily cranked them into place. Matsu gaped as the teen's muscles bulged from the minimal effort that he put in. They were massive, especially for a 15-year-old. Anything else need tightening or some brute F-force? Izuku asked. No, that should be good, Matsu replied. Izuku slid himself out from under the counter and stood up. Then he realized that he had set the wrench down. Nuts. Fredbear, could you grab the wrench F for me please? Matsu raised an eyebrow in confusion, but when the plushie appeared on the counter next to Izuku with the wrench his eyes widened. How dash? Oh. It's part of my Q quirk. Say hi to Fredbear, Izuku replied, picking the plush up from where it was sitting. Can you tell me about it? Matsu exclaimed, getting close to Izuku's face in a manner not too unlike a certain girlfriend he had. I've always been super interested in quirks. Izuku gave him a sheepish smile. Sure. Where to begin? The two boys proceeded to chat back and forth excitedly about Izuku's quirk before switching to the quirks of other heroes. They failed to notice another pink-haired person lurking angrily just outside of the kitchen. Meanwhile, May entered the garage and scowled at what she saw. She had taken most of her things with her when she moved into the pizzeria, but a few things got left behind. Namely things like some of her tables and babies that had become obsolete with the invention of newer babies. It wasn't that she didn't want or like them, she just didn't want to clutter the pizzeria more than she already did. When she exited the kitchen and entered her old workshop, she was greeted with the sight of these old babies torn apart and scattered around the space. They had been ripped to shreds as her family had scavenged them for parts. The worst thing was that she knew neither her parents, nor Meiho needed the pieces. They could easily buy the parts or even get them for free from her parents' workshop. They had destroyed her babies for the sole purpose of destroying them. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. She just needed their signatures and then she'd never have to see them again. She strode deeper into the garage and found her parents. They were at a table tearing apart yet another of her babies. She quelled the fury inside of her and marched up to them. "Mother, father," she called out, stopping the two in their tracks. They turned to face her with disdain in their eyes. Before either of them could speak, May continued. UA is creating a dorm system so that their students will be safer and more protected from villain attacks. I need your signatures so that I can officially reside there. Once I have that, I will get out of your hair. Her mother and father looked at each other. They seemed to communicate with their eyes, something that May was sure happened in most loving families. Unfortunately for her, she did not understand what they were telling each other. Finally her mother signed, "Fine then. But if UA kicks you out, then you'll need to find someone else to take you in. We will not let you stay here." May desperately wanted to reply with the fact that she hadn't been living there for months, but she held her tongue. "That sounds agreeable to me," she said simply. They walked together into the house and heard voices speaking happily in the kitchen. When the garage door behind them slammed shut, the voices cut off. May followed her parents to the living room just in time for the doorbell to ring. May noticed her parents moving towards the couches in the family room, so she quickly walked to the door. She opened it to find All Might and Aizawa standing outside. "Great to see you, young handsome. May we come in?" All Might asked with a massive smile. The pink-haired girl nodded and opened the door wider so that they could enter. All Might took off his shoes and immediately made his way to speak with May's parents. Aizawa on the other hand took his time walking through the hallway. He studied the pictures for a brief moment before turning towards the living room as well. May entered with him and sat in a chair away from her parents. "Greetings. I am here to bring some documents. I assume that young handsome already talked to you too about the dorm program." All Might chuckled, using his catchphrase as a way to break the ice. The handsome adult seemed unfazed. Her father nodded. "She has. May we have the forms?" All Might took them out of the briefcase and handed May's parents a pen. "Do you have any K-? "No, we are more than happy to send her to live on campus," May's mother replied, cutting the hero off. All Might blinked a few times as May's mother signed the forms before handing them to her husband. "Oh. Well, all right. Your daughter is an amazing inventor, you know," All Might announced, trying to save the conversation. Aizawa nudged him, sensing that something was off and that the large man should stop talking. In fact, Principal Nizu consulted her on the security measures for the dash. May's father ended his signature with a pen slide that was a little bit too hard and Aizawa stepped down on All Might's foot, hard. The hero winced in pain and turned to question the scruffy man when May's father spoke. "We do not care for May's accomplishments. In fact, we feel as though someone else should look over the dorm security if May designed parts of it." All Might looked at the other man in shock and Aizawa scowled at the words. They were unable to say anything as May's mother added her own thoughts. "In fact, we apologize for the fact that you need to pity May as much as you do. We know that it is hard to keep someone as unsuited for inventing as her at UA, so thank you for your generosity. Here are the documents. Please make sure that she stays out of trouble." The heroes were flabbergasted at the casual way May's parents threw insults her way. All Might was about to reprimand them when the two adults suddenly shot up straight, their eyes wide. "I thought I told you not to discourage her again," Izuku said, his voice scraping the insides of their heads like a knife. He stepped from around the corner with his hand raised, two black strings pulled taut on his fingertips. May's parents watched him out of the corners of their eyes and he glared at them for a moment before letting go of the strings. They slumped over and moved away from him in fear. "Sorry about that, All Might, but I believe that they've signed the forms, so you should head to the next household. Fredbear and I will make sure that all of May's stuff is ready to move." All Might looked like he was about to say something, but Aizawa nudged him again. "Understood. Thank you, Midoriya. We'll be taking our leave now." The heroes bowed to the Hatsumes before moving towards the door. As they did, Aizawa leaned next to Izuku's ear. "I'll let this one slide, but no quirks next time, problem child." Izuku nodded. "This was the one exception, sensei." Aizawa patted him on the shoulder and moved past him. When the two heroes left, May stood from her chair. "Thank you for signing the documents. We'll be leaving now as well." May's mother and father said nothing as the two teens walked out of the house hand in hand. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. They were thankfully given the days off because of the Kamino Ward incident, but that free time was spent packing and moving things around. Izuku and his mother had decided to rent out their apartment while Inko was acting as the dorm mother. It was difficult for them to part with the home that they had lived in for so long, but they were both excited for the change as well. Inko and Izuku climbed into the truck that Toshinori had brought to pick them up. Inko blushed a bit at the smile that the hero gave her and Izuku smirked devilishly in the back seat. They arrived about an hour before the official move-in time would start. This would allow Izuku and Inko to get their bearings and help the other students move in themselves. It would also make introducing Inko as the dorm mother less stressful. Tashinori led the mother and son through a quick tour of the dorm building, ending with their dorm on the top floor. Half of the floor is dedicated to your apartment, including a living room, full kitchen, office space, a room and bathroom for young Midoriya, and of course the master bedroom with conjoined bathroom for you Inko. The other half of the floor is dedicated to storage, a recreational room with games, and a larger office space for things like counseling or other potential large projects. Tashinori explained. He unlocked the door to their apartment and began to show them around. It was much larger than their old home and Inko began to feel a little panicked. Tashinori, this is too much. Inko, you are doing UA a huge favor. Principal Nizu wanted to make sure that you and young Midoriya were as comfortable as possible. Tashinori interrupted firmly. If it makes you feel any better, all of the dorms are structured this way. Now let's hurry and get you unpacked. Izuku and the animatronics brought boxes up from the moving trucks while Tashinori and Inko took things out of their boxes. They didn't get everything done, but it definitely took a weight off of Inko's shoulders. Finally the other students began to arrive and it was time for introductions and a tour. Inko and Izuku met with the class and Aizawa outside of the dorm building where Aizawa was giving them a lecture about behavior in the dorms. Now please say hello to your dorm mother, Inko Midoriya, Aizawa announced, gesturing to the green-haired woman. She will be in charge of you while you live here and her word is law. If you disagree with a rule that she makes, you can talk with a teacher, but obviously we trust her judgment in most situations. She and Midoriya will be living on the top floor, so if you have any questions or concerns you may reach her there. Please respect her as you would your teachers. He motioned for Inko to speak and she took a deep breath. Hello everyone. It is nice to meet you all. I hope that we will all get along well. The class greeted her back and she was sure she heard one of the students make a comment on how similar she was to her son. A pink hand shot up from the crowd of students. Aizawa motioned for the girl to speak. Mrs. Midoriya, can we call you Midoriya? Inko blushed heavily. She waved her hands, trying to think of how to answer. Before she could say anything, the pink-haired girl as well as an invisible girl gave her the puppy dog eyes and both repeated, please, so fast she couldn't keep up. Alright, she chuckled in embarrassment, why you can all call me Midoriya if you'd like. The majority of the class gave a little cheer while a bespectacled boy tried to calm them down. The pink girl shot the Midoriyas a smile, thanks for sharing Midoriya with us Midori. This is gonna be fun. Inko turned to see Izuku shaking his head with his face in his hands. With that the students began bringing their boxes inside. Inko spent the time looking for kids who needed help and introducing herself to each one personally. The pink girl, or Mina as she had insisted Inko call her, was much more enthusiastic than Inko had thought possible. After everyone had gotten their things to their rooms and unpacked, Inko called a meeting in the common room. Now we have to lay out some ground rules, Inko stated. A few of the students groaned, but Ida looked quite excited. For starters, I won't be cooking dinner every night, and we will not be ordering out every night. Instead we will switch off who cooks dinner for the class. I'll supervise and help out of course, but I'm doing this so that you all learn how to take care of yourselves. The class nodded along. Next there will be set times for bathing so that no one wanders into the baths when they're being used by the opposite gender. When the hour is even then it's the girl's turn, when it's odd then it's the guy's turn. For example, if it's 6:30 then the girls have a half hour to bathe before it switches to the guy's turn. But don't just walk in, make sure to knock and double check that no one else is bathing before you walk in. No funny business. Inko continued to explain some more rules ranging from chores to lights out. Now that that's taken care of, she said, at the end of the list, it's dinner time. I know that I said we wouldn't be ordering out every night, but I think that for tonight it will be alright. Write down what you want to get and we'll order everything. The class cheered and began chatting amongst each other. Inko smiled at them. She had a good feeling about this. May arrived at the 1A dorms just before their food showed up. Midoriya had felt bad that they hadn't ordered anything for her, but she told her that she had made herself some food before coming over. Together they all played board games and had a good time joking around for a few hours before Midoriya said that it was time to go to bed. The class grumbled but followed her orders after cleaning up their mess. Midoriya, can I stay the night? I don't really want to walk all the way back to my dorm. Plus I want to snuggle with Izuku, May asked, giving her boyfriend's mother her best pleading look. Midoriya sighed heavily, sure May, but no funny business. May gave her a massive smile. Don't worry, the only baby making we'll be doing for the next few years is in the lab. We need to get through UA first of course. Izuku's face turned a violent shade of red and his mother chuckled and shook her head. Come on, lover boy, I need cuddle time, May pronounced, dragging her sputtering greenette into his room. Time skip. The next day was the start of classes for the next semester and Izuku was excited. Of course he wanted some more time to relax and hang out with his friends and girlfriend, but now that they all lived in the same area that would just have to wait for the weekend. When the students arrived at their classroom, they found Aizawa already there in his sleeping bag taking a nap. They sat silently in their seats to avoid waking the undoubtedly exhausted man and communicated through notes. When the bell rang, Aizawa slipped out of his sleeping bag and stood at the podium. "Thank you all for letting me sleep," he said. "Now for the lesson today we will be reviewing the dash." The rest of the classes that day passed by smoothly. It seemed that their teachers were trying to ease them back in a little, something that all of them were grateful for. That was until heroics class. "Alright everyone, get suited up and meet at Gym Theta. I'll explain more there," Aizawa ordered, leaving the room swiftly afterwards. The class quickly picked up their cases and raced to get changed. Aizawa clearly appreciated their speed judging from the lack of comments on how late they were. The students gazed in awe at the massive concrete mountain that took up the majority of the gym, and most of them were excited to see what they were there for. Soon you all will be taking the licensing exam. Because of this you need to develop super moves. Not only are they important for going all out against some more difficult villains, but they are also a part of your brand. Aizawa began to explain. For example, dash. Every time I use one of my signature smashes, All Might interrupted, coming to stand next to Aizawa. Super moves are a very important piece of any hero's arsenal, so for the next 2 weeks you will be coming up with at least 2 under the guidance of us teachers. If you have any questions or need any pointers, we'll be around to help out. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the interruption, but carried on. As All Might said, you will be required to have 2 super moves by the end of next week, which is when the licensing exam is scheduled. You can use the mountain as much as you want, Semitos is able to easily repair it. Dismissed. The first week passed quickly and most of the students had figured out plans for their super moves by around that Thursday. Putting them into practice was where almost all of them struggled. The only ones who didn't have much trouble were Izuku and the animatronics. They had been waiting for this day for years. "Alright Midoriya," the ectoplasm clone said, "let's see what you guys have come up with. What's the name of this first one?" "Chika's birthday bash," Izuku replied. The clone nodded, walked off a few feet, and turned back to face the team. When he did so, Chika raced up towards him in her nightmare form and threw her cupcake into his face. The treat exploded into a bright light and the clone stumbled back, blinded. Before the clone could recover, Chika slammed her mace into his face, sending the man staggering off to the side. When he looked up again, Bonnie slammed his guitar into the clone's stomach. The hero went flying back to Chika, who uppercut him with her mace, launching the man into the air when she grabbed him by his leg and slammed him into the ground. She then raised her mace above her in both hands and smashed it into the clone's head. The clone disappeared and ectoplasm sent another to the group. "That was good, if a bit brutal at the end. Do you have another to show me? I'd like to see one more team one and then perhaps one where Midoriya is alone if you have one set up." The new clone asked. "We can do that," Izuku answered. "Alright guys, how about the Freddy and Foxy Fright Night?" Once again the clone moved off to the middle of their platform. When he got there he turned back and readied himself. Foxy sped towards him in plushie form before expanding into his full nightmare form to deliver a kick to the clone's gut. This sent the hero tumbling into a massive right hook from Freddy. The clone fell to one knee where Foxy met him in plushie form, turning back to his nightmare form to uppercut the man. This caused him to stand back up from the force only to get kicked in the stomach by Freddy. He stumbled backwards and was met by another punch from Foxy. He whipped his head around only for Freddy to sock him again in the face even harder than before, forcing him to spin around almost 180 degrees. There he found Foxy waiting to kick him in the middle of his chest, sending him staggering back into Freddy. The bear grabbed him around the waist and lifted him up for a full German suplex. Finally the clone faded only to get replaced by another clone. That was a hard-hitting combo. "Finally, I'd like to see your solo move, Midoriya," the ectoplasm clone declared, sounding a little winded. "This is called Puppet Master," Izuku announced. "I'd like you to try and fight back if that's alright." The hero nodded and moved to the ready position. Izuku activated One for All in full cowling mode and raced towards the man. The clone was going to throw a punch, but before he could, Izuku made a pulling motion and he felt an odd sensation wash over him, causing him to freeze. Izuku kicked the man in the kidney, making the hero stumble to the left a bit. Izuku grabbed his outstretched arm and threw him towards the edge of the platform. The clone kept himself from flying off of the edge and was about to get up when he felt as if he were pulled to the ground. Izuku hopped onto his back and pulled his arms behind his back while wrapping his legs around the man's neck. The clone found that he couldn't move and that every time he tried, that same tugging sensation that he had been feeling kept him from moving much. After a bit, Izuku got off of the man. There's more to it if the initial attacks don't work, but that's the gist. The ectoplasm clone nodded. It looks as if you have these down. I'll let Aizawa know, for now keep coming up with new ideas. The group nodded and began to talk amongst themselves. The clone moved away to talk to the hero in question, but he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the greenette had given him whenever he made that pulling motion. Okay, so we need some copper wire, new pliers, and a pack of nails, Izuku stated, reading off of the list that Mei had given him for the trip to the hardware store. She had run out of a few things that she couldn't find from the junkyards that they went to pick up scrap metal, so she sent Izuku to the store. She had offered to come with him, but he had declined, saying that he wanted to go on a walk anyways and look for some heavier weights for his weight set. Fredbear was sitting perched on his shoulder, courtesy of a new holster that Mei wanted him to test for his hero costume. So far it was working fine, but Izuku knew that it would ultimately end up being a scrapped idea since he couldn't look to his left. This might have been the reason that he was taken by surprise when something small and light bounced off of his left leg as he passed by an alleyway. The confused greenette looked down to find a rather frail-looking girl at his feet. She had white hair, red eyes, a horn growing out of her forehead, and she was dressed in a hospital gown with bandages littering her arms and legs. She looked up at him and something in him recognized the expression on her face. It was terror. Not embarrassment from running into someone, or fear that she might be hurt by this stranger. It was terror of him and of something else that he couldn't identify. He crouched down and gave her a small smile. "Are you all right? That was quite the tumble," he asked gently, trying to convey that he wasn't someone to fear. He then noticed a string clinging to the girl tightly, meaning there was a spirit sticking close to her. "You shouldn't cause people trouble, Eri." A new voice called out, causing the girl to tense up. This was the other thing that the girl, Eri, was afraid of. Izuku glanced upwards and noticed a man with a plague mask and gloves slowly approaching them. Time seemed to slow down as Izuku realized he had a choice to make. He could let the man behind her take her with him and investigate later, or... Izuku grabbed the string and put as much power into it as possible as he pulled it. Suddenly a white-haired woman appeared crouched down and wrapped around Eri as if to shield her from the man behind them. She looked up at Izuku with wide eyes, shocked that she could be seen. She looked so much like Eri, Izuku realized that this must be her mother. "Please, don't let him take her. And don't let him touch you," the ghost begged. The man scked in a breath of surprise, but recovered quickly. He yanked off one of his gloves and reached towards Izuku and Eri. Izuku scooped the girl into his arms and leapt backwards out of the way. The man growled as he missed. "Give her back. She's mine." Izuku noticed that there were a lot of strings surrounding the man himself. He was a villain and had clearly murdered several dozen people. That gave Izuku an idea. Izuku reached out and yanked as many of the strings as possible. Numerous spirits appeared all around the villain. "You can touch him, but he can't touch you," Izuku cried out, readying one for all. "You can get your payback." The ghosts turned to look at the villain in their midst. The man's eyes widened and he took a swipe at the nearest spirit, but just like Izuku said, he couldn't lay a hand on them. The crowd of victims roared and fell onto the villain, tearing at him with all of their might. Izuku knew that they couldn't do much damage, but it gave him time to get Eri to safety, and that was all that he needed. He activated One for All and sprinted away. He pulled out his phone and dialed 119 to warn them. He ran until he was confident that they were far enough away from the villain. He leaned against a wall and took a few deep breaths before looking at the girl in his arms. "Are you okay, Eri?" he asked, pulling away to look at her. She clung to him tighter and didn't reply. "Perhaps we should go back to the pizzeria," Fredbear offered. Izuku nodded. "Good idea. Maybe when we're somewhere safe she'll be more comfortable." The greenette jogged his way back to the pizzeria, making sure to keep out of sight in case there were more villains looking for him and the Eri. When they arrived, Izuku quickly began to pull the shutters down over the windows. The other animatronics were confused about what he was doing, but upon seeing the girl in his arms they rushed to help. After they were sure that no one would be looking inside, they moved to what used to be the main party area, but had since been turned into what was essentially their living room. Chika popped into Mei's workshop and called her out so that everyone was present for the conversation that they were about to have. When Mei saw the girl in Izuku's arms, she blinked once, walked back into her workshop for a second, then walked back out. "Izuku Midoriya, I sent you out to get me some parts and tools and you came back with a little girl. Where did you find a little girl and why did you kidnap her?" Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, he explained to them the events that transpired, and Mei got progressively more and more frustrated with the situation. When he had finished she was rubbing her temples and staring at the coffee table. Meanwhile Eri had fallen asleep. The excitement of the day had worn her out, and after being introduced to everyone and assured that she was safe, she drifted off in Izuku's arms, clutching his neck like a lifeline. So I brought her back here BB because this is the only place I know that WE could keep her SS safe. The animatronics each had their own reaction to this information. Chica looked ready to comfort the white-haired girl, Freddy was quiet and seemed thoughtful, Foxy was clearly prepared to fight this villain, and Bonnie's anger at the man was palpable even with his disinterested expression. May finally spoke. Izuku, I love you and I love your heroic spirit, but you can't just kidnap a girl in danger and expect us to what? Adopt her or something? She glared at him half-heartedly. His gaze slowly lifted and she didn't like the expression on his face. It was as if he had an epiphany. No. No. Izuku Midoriya, we are not adopting her. We're teenagers and we have to take her to the authorities. The green-haired teen pulled on the string that had been following Eri for so long. The woman's figure appeared, looking a little less surprised than last time. What do you think, ma'am? Izuku asked. You were her mother, right? The white-haired spirit nodded sadly. She reached out and slowly petted her daughter's head. I am. I was killed when Overhaul, the villain that was following her, wanted her quirk. He's been using it to create drags to take away quirks. The room was silent after this. The woman continued, I obviously can't help take care of her. Please take my place. She bowed to Izuku. I can tell that you're trustworthy, your emotions are coming through whatever is allowing you to bring me to this state. I want to stay close to her and I know that you will be the best person for the job, despite your age. Izuku looked at May and she couldn't handle it. His expression was too similar to a kicked puppy for the girl to refuse. The pinkette put her fists to her forehead and seethed as she walked in a circle. Fine. Fine. We can figure out some way to adopt her and keep her here with us. She relented, her scowl holding no real heat. Chica and Foxy cheered and danced around, Freddy relaxed a bit, and Bonnie just huffed a bit in acknowledgement. The ghost bowed again and disappeared. Izuku could still feel her close by, so he knew that he could count on her to help them when it came time to explain themselves to the authorities. Let me do some research really quick, May grumbled. Before she could walk away, Izuku grabbed her hand. Thank you, he said quietly. Her face softened and she pressed a tender kiss to his cheek. Of course, but you owe me one. That was when she remembered something. Wait a minute. Where are my things from the hardware store? Izuku sank down a little bit in embarrassment. May squished his cheeks together with one hand so that his lips moved in time with her words. I forgot them, but I'm going to get you what you needed, plus some chocolates and flowers since you're not feeling well, May. You're the best girlfriend in the world. I love you and I'm sorry for being a stupid and wonderful hero. Her impression of him was terrible, but it sent Chica and Foxy howling. Good, thank you Izuku. I love you too. Now go order what I need online. I'm not sending you out there again with a murderous villain on the loose. Izuku was quick to follow his girlfriend's orders. He was already pushing the limit on what she would put up with. Well, she would put up with just about anything for his sake, but he knew that she was getting stressed out so he wanted to lighten her load. He pulled up some nearby hardware stores on his phone as May sat next to him with her laptop. They leaned against each other as they did their respective research, Eri sound asleep on their laps. Izuku's mother fainted when May and Izuku walked into the dorms with Eri in tow. She fainted a second time when May informed her that they had found a legal loophole and decided to adopt her. When Izuku told her about how he had come to adopt said small child, she fainted for a third time. By this point, May was beginning to worry for her health. After they had explained how Eri was treated by the villains, however, Midoriya came out in force and was determined to help them take care of Eri. In fact, she called all of Class 1A to discuss. So from now on, Eri will be staying with me and Izuku. I expect all of you to be on your best behavior. Around her. Inko finished, giving the students a very serious stare down. By now they had been living together for about a week, so they knew that Midoriya was a very kind soul, but was not to be trifled with. The class was not told the specifics of Eri's past, but they were all aware that she had been badly abused by her past captors, so the teens were all more than happy that the white-haired child was going to be staying with them. Ashido suddenly stood up with her hand raised. We should throw a welcoming party. She suggested, that way Eri can get to know all of us and we can show her that we're trustworthy. Inko pondered this for a moment. On one hand it could end poorly, Eri could be overwhelmed and become even more afraid of the students. On the other hand, Ashido raised an excellent point, a small and calm party could help Eri to feel less stressed around the class and help her get to know everyone. Alright. I think that is a decent enough idea. Let's have a small welcoming party. The class erupted into cheers, but Inko quickly settled them down. We have to keep it calm for Eri though. If it's too much for her, it could make her more scared of you all instead of less. The class began to plan this impromptu party, but realized that they were out of a few things. Certain classmates were sent to find some items, one of whom ended up being Izuku. Now don't pick up any more children on your way back from the store this time, Mei said. She was obviously joking around, but they both knew that it was a non-zero chance that he brought home 2 kids in one day because they're being tortured by villains. The journey to the store was thankfully uneventful. Izuku had been sent to pick up some tea from a local shop. Yaoyorozu had insisted that he went to that specific shop, claiming that they had the best blends in the prefecture. He had picked up the tea and was just leaving when a crash drew his attention. Of course, despite being not even a kilometer away from a school full of heroes and a class of people expecting him, Izuku immediately ran towards the noise. When he arrived, he found a fight taking place. There was a man with what appeared to be an evil puppet for a hand and a man in a fanciful purple and white outfit in the middle of a brawl in the street. "Kill them all and steal all of the money, Ashley," the puppet urged. Izuku couldn't tell if the man was using ventriloquism or if the puppet was actually alive. "Don't let anyone stand in our way," the puppet hissed gleefully. The man, who Izuku guessed was Ashley, twitched. He lunged at the man in the fancy outfit with a roar. Before he could get far, he rebounded in the air. "Not so fast, sir," the white-haired man proclaimed. "There is no need for violence. Clearly you are not mentally well. Instead of committing crimes, let us get you some help." Ashley gripped his head tightly with his hand and the mouth of the puppet. "Why yes. Please, get me to a doc dash." "Quiet, Ashley," the puppet screeched. It flailed around in the air, clearly agitated. "Don't listen to them. They only want to hurt you. Kill them all." Ashley flew into the air as if pulled up by the puppet. Once on his feet, Ashley sprinted towards the well-dressed man once more. He bounced off of nothing again, but this time the puppet waved its little arm and the invisible wall disappeared. Ashley took advantage of this fact by running towards his opponent. The fanciful man was clearly shaken from the ease with which Ashley dispelled his quirk, but he swiftly dodged to the side. Ashley came at him like a man possessed. He swung his arms, and each time he hit a wall, his puppet simply waved it away. Izuku was torn. Technically he wasn't allowed to interfere without a license, but he wanted to help this clearly mentally ill man get the help he needed. "Wait." Izuku swooped in using OFA and grabbed onto Ashley's arms. Technically he had a license to use his quirk in public thanks to the animatronics. He only remembered because it was the same excuse that he used when he took down Stain. "Ashley, please fight whatever is controlling you. Let us get you some help." Ashley was clearly distraught. "I want to, but I can't. He's too strong." The well-dressed man leapt to help Izuku. "He's a figment of your imagination, Ashley. He isn't truly strong, you are." The 3 men wrestled for a moment. The white-haired man tried one last time. "Ashley, he is only in your head. I know that it is hard to control your own thoughts, but in this case you must focus on us. Focus on getting help." Finally Ashley stopped struggling. He took a few deep breaths and relaxed in their grip. Thank you. I think I'm all right now. Please call an ambulance, I'd like to go to the hospital now." The 3 stayed close together as they waited for the ambulance to arrive. Blissfully, Ashley was able to remain in control even as the paramedics took him away. "Thank you for the help," the well-dressed man said. Izuku nodded with a smile. "I always try to help those in need, after all I am a hero in training." He then squinted at the man. "Do I know you from somewhere? Are you a local hero or something?" The white-haired man gave a wry smile. "Something like that. You may call me Gentle." The 2 men shook hands and Gentle looked in the bag that Izuku was holding. "A gold tips imperial. That's my favorite flavor of tea. Where in heaven did you come across it in this area?" "There's a shop not too far from here that sells it," Izuku explained. He gave the address to Gentle and the man grinned widely. "That's spectacular. I will have to visit this shop the next time I am in the area." The white-haired man stroked his beard. "What was your name again?" "Izuku Midoriya, sir. Nice to meet you. I have to go now, so have a great day." With that the 2 parted ways. On the way back to the school, Izuku decided against revealing the fact that he had taken part in a fight. It wasn't much, but he still felt that he was in hot enough water already. The party was a huge success. Eri was able to get to know everyone in the class thanks to the games that they played. Most of them were pretty simple icebreakers, but they made sure to spice things up just enough to entertain the small unicorn child. She had had some trouble with Tokoyami and Shoji, but it didn't take too long for her to warm up to them. By the time they had cleaned up from the party, it was time for them all to go to bed. Eri clung to Izuku and begged him to allow her to stay with him for the night. As the greenette looked down into her eyes, he realized that he could never really say no to her. As he lay in bed alongside Mei and Eri, he found that he couldn't stop thinking about the interaction with Gentle. There was just something about the way that he had answered Izuku's questions that left the boy with an uncomfortable feeling. Besides, Izuku knew all of the heroes big and small from here to Hawaii. He knew all of the heroes. Gentle never said that he was a hero. He said that he was something like that. Izuku slipped out from under the cuddle pile that the three had formed and left the room with his phone. He stepped outside of the room and quickly swiped through his phone. He knew Gentle from somewhere. That was when he landed exactly on the article he was looking for. The YouTube villain, Gentle Criminal, strikes again. Izuku slowly slid to the floor. He had just teamed up with a criminal. A criminal that he felt was more virtuous than most heroes. What was he going to tell All Might? It was finally time for the provisional licensing exam and Izuku was stressed to say the very least. He had confidence in himself and the animatronics, but when they arrived at the stadium where the exam was taking place. "You're Izuku Midoriya," an older teen said, gripping Izuku's hand firmly. "You got first in UA Sports Festival. That's so cool." The teen looked like a taller and more mature version of himself, but something with the way he was smiling at him was off. It wasn't genuine. "Gee, good to meet you," Izuku replied. Before anything else could be said, a voice called out. "Eraserhead, is that you?" Ms. Joke sprinted towards the man and launched herself for a hug. Aizawa simply stepped out of the way and let her crash to the ground. She immediately popped up with a smile and a laugh. "Marry me, Eraser. We could have so much fun laughing together." Izuku studied the other class as Aizawa replied with how he thought that would be hell. The other heroes in training were studying them. Nothing overtly hostile, but it was clear that they were preparing for a fight. Once they reached the waiting room, Izuku pulled Yaoyorozu and Ida aside. He explained how he was wary of the other students, and they both agreed that something was up. They gathered the class and talked in hushed whispers until the coordinator called for their attention. He explained that the first event was designed to whittle them down in numbers so that only the best of the best would continue. To do that, they would be pitted against each other in an elaborate game of quirk dodgeball. When he was finished explaining, the walls of the room they were in fell away and they were told to begin. Many of the students rushed away, but a good number of them stuck close and faced the UA students. "Get them!" a student yelled from somewhere in the crowd. The mass of examinees threw their ball at 1A. Before any could reach the huddled teens, Fredbear's main body appeared from a portal. A bunch of the same purple portals popped into existence around the class and all of the ball disappeared into the purple shield. There was a moment where the stadium was still as everyone watched the purple blob in confusion. Then the portals disappeared and the UA students launched their own attack. Several people got hit, but not enough to take out the group surrounding them. The teen who had shaken Izuku's hand earlier slapped his palms to the dirt. The stadium shook as the teen's quirk ruptured the ground, separating our intrepid heroes from each other. Izuku found himself alone with the animatronics. "We got this, guys." Izuku stated, "Let's go." The group ran from cover to cover. They stopped at a sort of small trench to catch their breath. They only needed one more tag to make it to the next phase of the exam, but it was proving more difficult than they had hoped. "Midoriya," a voice called from behind him. He turned to find Uraraka hiding against a similarly propped-up rock. "I'm glad to have found you. It's getting crazy here. I've already been tagged twice and I'm worried about getting to the next phase. Let's team up." Izuku narrowed his eyes. Despite looking and sounding like Uraraka, something seemed off about the way that she spoke. Uraraka tried to hide it from them, but her accent slipped through constantly. This Uraraka didn't have that problem. He hurled a ball at her remaining target and got her out. "Izuku Midoriya pass," a voice called out over the loudspeaker. The faux Uraraka looked scandalized. "Uraraka calls me Deku," Izuku explained. The fake Uraraka simply smiled. "You're too smart for your own good, Izuku. I'll see you around." With that, the faux Uraraka leapt over the rock wall and vanished completely. It wasn't until hours after the exam that Izuku would realize he had just had a run-in with Toga Himiko. Izuku and the animatronics waited anxiously as more and more of their class trickled in, having all passed. By the time that the last of their class entered the waiting area, the test was almost completed. Once all of the examinees had left the stadium or joined the waiting area for the next round, the announcer from before came over the loudspeaker. "For the next phase of the exam, you will be tasked with saving civilians from a broken city. The actors playing these civilians are trained professionals and will be scoring you on a variety of different subjects," the announcer proclaimed. "Taking them back to the designated area and performing first aid on them is your objective. Begin." The examinees looked around in confusion at the abrupt start to the test. All except for Class 1A. They immediately launched into rescue efforts. Some of them split off to handle the first aid stations, but the majority rushed around the destroyed city searching for people to help. The actors could tell that the students were inexperienced in their efforts, but they were all earnest and did a good job. They were all sure to pass. After a good 15 minutes of rescue efforts had gone by, one of the walls exploded and a large group of people entered the arena. "You heroes have had an easy time without us here. Guess we'll have to change that." Gang Orca laughed. About a third of the examinees broke off from saving people to focus on the villains. Izuku was going to continue saving people, until Todoroki got himself into a spot of trouble. Todoroki and another student had been fighting the entire time for reasons that Izuku was unaware of, but once Todoroki's fire mixed with the other examinee's wind quirk to create a tornado of fire, Izuku knew he had to step in. He and Foxy swooped in to save Todoroki and the wind guy who had been temporarily paralyzed by Gang Orca, as well as a few others who had gotten caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Freddy and Bonnie stepped in to defeat Gang Orca. They fought the pro for a while, but after only a few minutes, the end of the exam was called. "Excellently done, young ones," Gang Orca exclaimed. "You did well to hold me off for so long. I'm excited to see the kind of pros that you will become." It was revealed that everyone who had made it to the second round of the exam passed. Well, everyone except for Todoroki and the other boy, Inasa. They would have to take supplemental courses to earn their provisional licenses. Izuku looked down at the card in his hands and had to suppress a squeal of delight. He had done it. He had gotten his provisional license, and now he could do some actual hero work. It was fortunate that he did, for soon the heroes would need his help or face their demise.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.